Hello, what's up? I'm gonna be eating my struggle lunch here. How's it going, everyone? I'm so tired. So the issue with the website, before I start, in case you're wondering, that's why I'm late. The domain, I'm having issues with the domain. It's like registered to my account, but it's not registered to my account, and it won't let me update the payment. It's being super dumb. So until I get the domain fixed, the site is broken for a sec, but it should be able to get fixed as soon as my boyfriend gets home. So hopefully it should be back up by tomorrow or Sunday by the latest, I think. But yeah, I did not bring enough for chat, sorry. You like my shirt? Thanks. I don't remember where I got it. God damn it. But yeah, so we're gonna fucking clean. Gonna clean this fucking room for a while. I think I'm probably gonna stream for like 4 hours or so. Just so you know. Because I have to go clean the rest of the house. So yeah. This room is definitely the worst, so I'm starting in here. But yeah, so website will be back up soon, and yeah, you have the shirt in pink? Hell yeah. The dogs are doing good. Kitty is doing good somewhere. They're all being crazy. Tribal chief? What's happening? I have no idea what you're talking about. Kitty's gonna try to steal my food. Kitty right there. He's sniffing for my food. He hasn't found out where it is yet. Alright. I keep forgetting I need to hide this when we're on YouTube. Whoops. No, kitty. No, that's how I always talk to my kitty. Oh, he's sleepy. He's a sleepy baby. Oh. Oh. Stop, he's so cute. Sleepy little man. I look like the straightest man in Seattle. LMAO. Hello. Ah, fuck, I'm so tired. Jesus. Woke up to the website being down. So stressful. I just have a McDonald's like right next to me, so it's easier to get food from there when I have like 10 minutes. It's going good. Shower wakes you up? I just took a shower. It didn't really help. You misgendered kitty? No. If Joe Biden had pronouns in his bio, I don't think anything would change, honestly. Maybe less people would vote for him. Tell. Dude, I do love their smoothies. They're really good. Real. Ugh. So real. I've already had coffee today. Already took a shower. Literally took a whole mile walk. Slept in. None of it helped. Also, hello? Can you open? Yo? What's going on over there, guys? There we go. Didn't want it to rip my shirt. Can you... Oh. Bubbles. Ma'am. Chill. She's being crazy. Crazy Bubbles. Yeah, it's pretty easy for me to avoid eating at it because I just don't leave the house. But I'm out of food right now and I don't want to go get groceries. That would have taken longer. Would have taken longer to go get groceries and make food. So here we are. It doesn't say virgins, it says Virgils. It's Virgils. Bruh, come on. Alright. So I was thinking we could listen to some Am I the Asshole? And we can... I'm gonna eat for a little bit and then we can start working on it. I don't know where I'm gonna start. Probably just clearing this area and organizing things a bit. Ugh, I need to eat food. Yeah, food first. No, it's root beer. It's root beer. I don't drink because I'm a baby. Here, let me pull up the video. Getting things out of the closet for pride. That's it. That's very fitting. You're actually very correct on that. God damn it. You had a dream where you met Teddy Chan? Nice. Also, later you skip McGollins. Oh my god, that's so funny. Actually, I was on Reddit earlier for like 2 fucking seconds. But when I was scrolling, one of the fucking things that got recommended to me was Am I the Asshole? But it's not an actual Am I the Asshole. It's Am I the Asshole, but for The Sims. There's a whole subreddit dedicated to Am I the Asshole for fake Sims situations. Bro, that is so fucking funny. Like, what the hell? Of all of... It's so fucking funny. I'm sorry, Blipsy. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was, like, it's so funny of a concept. I kind of love it though. American Nightmare Cody wrote. I don't know what that is actually. I'm gonna be honest. It's so funny. Hey, buddy, what you doing? Papa, go around, honey. There you go. Yeah, good job. You're silly. You can't have my nuggets. They're not puppy nuggets. Okay, Bubba. All right. Gee. Which puppy's the quiet one? Probably Bubba. Probably him. Bubba's a lot more vocal. But he's a lot more needy. Yeesh. Alright, here, I'm gonna play it.
G'day there guys, Marky and Trent.
Alright, food. Let me absorb some nutrients and hopefully that'll wake me up a bit.
Today's bloody good episode. And with that said, I want you to sit back, relax, chuck a prawn to the barbie. Let's get right into it. Cheers. Posted by a deleted user titled,
how's the volume?
"I'd be the arsehole
Should be louder.
if I break up with my boyfriend when this year marks the 10th anniversary of the death of his wife."
Oh.
There's too much to say, but I'll try to make it short. I'm using the Google Translator for most of the things that I say, so I'm sorry. In short, I, 34 female, have been dating Leon, 42 male, for 2 years.
Because he did a rainbow.
My friends with Leon when they started working together, and he started coming to my family gatherings and birthdays. Leon is a great guy, and we got along instantly. My family always talked to me about Leon saying that he is a great guy. One day, Leon asked me out on a date, and I said yes, so we started dating.
Okay.
Leon has 2 children, 14 male and 12 male. His wife died in an accident 9 years ago. Here comes the problem. Leon always talks about his wife. I know it sounds ugly to complain about it, but I don't say this with jealousy. I mean this uncomfortably. He mentions her in intimate moments of our time,
Oh?
when we finish having intimacy, or when we're having a date. Sometimes he just starts telling me random anecdotes about his wife, and I just sit there feeling
It's not
like
AI.
I'm sleeping with a married man, and
It's an actual person. He's
He's
just Australian, okay?
Just to have a date where it's just me and him. A date where I don't feel like someone's lover, with a man who talks about the things that we like.
Oh?
He goes to a psychologist, so according to him, he's working on getting better on his grief. But I doubt
Bro?
it very much. I'm not the first girlfriend he had after his wife passed away.
That's low-key
He's
unhinged.
still in contact with his wife's family, which is obvious. They are the grandparents of his children, and I've met them in person only once because all they did was tell me how much Leon and his wife loved each other and treat me really bad.
What the fuck?
I remember that they put a video with photos of Leon and his wife when they were married while I was there, and I was just standing there like this, like awkwardly, because they didn't even give me a chair to sit on. I think in their minds it's cute to me to see my boyfriend with his wife.
What the
I don't
fuck?
know. It's not cute. It's weird.
That's so weird.
He always says in front of me that she was the love of his life. I find it cute, but when I think about the future, I'm just like, do I really want to get old with a man who is making it clear that he will never love me? Is that the kind of love that I want?
Girl, no, run.
I want to be the only one for my future husband. One time I took him to my favorite place, and he just said, "It's beautiful. I wish my dead wife was here so we could show her this. You two could have been
Stop.
good friends."
Stop
It's
it.
like being a third wheel in my own relationship. I can
What
tell
the
you
fuck?
a lot of stories like this. A lot. We've talked about this, and most of the time he just says that he just does that without thinking. But then he seems to forget about it and goes back to his usual behavior. And I'm just so tired of it. The one time I talked about
What
this with
the
my
fuck?
family, I was told that a real woman wouldn't be jealous of a dead woman. I'm not jealous, I'm uncomfortable.
Bro.
And would be happy to be with a man who has loved another woman like that and expect him to love me almost the same. That I shouldn't expect him to love me in the same way, since all love is different, and that I should just be empathetic and supportive of him.
You
I
can
listened to them,
be
but
empathetic
nothing
and supportive
got
as a
better.
friend, because what the fuck is
I've
that?
been feeling so much pressure to go through with this that I can't take it anymore. Anyways, I stopped listening to my family and finally talked with my friend who is a psychologist, and he told me that his behavior is not healthy for anyone and that I should think for myself. She texted me, "Good for him for loving his wife so much,
Buddy.
but you don't deserve to be used as an emotional support doll." And she's right. I have decided to cut off the
Oh, he keeps moving the
relationship,
tent.
but this year marks 10 years since the death of his wife.
Who cares?
Not only his family, even my
It's
family
good.
are helping them to host a family
Right now, at
reunion
least.
in honor of her
I'm having
with the
nuggets,
things
so
that
I'm
she
happy.
likes.
I
I
need
think
more
that it's
ketchup
a
already.
nice thing to do, but I'm totally ready to end the relationship, but I'm afraid that I'm going to
Literally
look like
run.
the bad guy in that story. The 10th anniversary is in July. I want to end the relationship now, but I feel that I will be a piece of shit if I do that this year when he is so vulnerable. And even my family is
shouldn't
pushing
still
me
be
to
that
act
vulnerable.
like if I was his wife's best friend.
What the fuck?
He even says that his wife and I would be good friends if we had met.
John.
Why would you want your wife to be best friends with the woman that you're sleeping with right now? I don't know.
Okay,
it's
the
just
kitty is doing
weird.
something, so I need to
I think
investigate
I'm
really
insane
fast.
because
Hold on.
everyone around me sees it as something cute.
What the fuck are you doing out there?
In short, I don't know if I should break up with him right now or wait until, I don't know, next year. Would I be a piece of shit if I break up with him now? In the comments, Tofu Annihilation says, not the asshole. Every year will be the anniversary of his wife's death. Man, this is the most honest and correct statement for this situation ever.
Don't do that.
Just get it over
Don't
with
trash
now. It'll be worse if you wait, especially if it's the day after. Pull the band-aid and get it over with. Exactly. Whenever she does it, she would be the bad guy because his grief and love is going nowhere. OP, don't prolong your torture any longer and just pull the plug. This guy is not ready to be in a relationship, and I don't think he ever would be ready.
God.
Not the asshole.
He was trying to get
Not
into the fucking
asshole.
trash.
I'm not suggesting that he should forget about her or
Do I have to
undermine his
carry my
grief,
food with me
but why get a
everywhere I
new
go
partner
so
if
that
all
he
you're
doesn't
going
eat
to
it?
focus on is your late spouse? OP says,
I got more ketchup,
I think
though.
the same.
I'm almost out.
His last ex-girlfriend probably went through the same thing now that I think about it. Please break up with him and ignore everybody else around you.
Yeah,
and
dump
just
him.
focus on doing nice things for yourself.
He's insane.
OP also says he goes to therapy and has even taken me many times to his wife's grave until I asked him not to take me anymore because I don't feel comfortable with it. I know he goes to visit her grave a lot.
It's Marky.
And yes, I think
Hi,
my
Lemon.
family acts that weird because my brother goes through the same situation with his wife, and they think that I want the same thing. Did you ask him why that relationship ended? OP says, he told me that it was because his ex-girlfriend hated when he talked about his wife and didn't respect her memory. At the time, I believed him, but now I think that the girl maybe was feeling like I do. He once
Probably.
told me that he mistakenly called his ex by his wife's name. Yeah, OP, I'd do exactly what everyone else here is saying and just
Trash kitty.
break up now, because if it's happened for the past 10 years and still continues, and it's the exact reason why his ex broke up with him, it's not
Bruh.
going to change. If you're just going to
Yeah.
accept it and put up with it for this long,
don't know why.
he's not given any
don't know why
reason
I
to
did that.
change his behavior.
So weird.
He just continues to put band-aids on his
Are you
grief
ball or
and
pussy?
doesn't
Cool.
actually fix anything or change anything in his life. He really needs to work on himself
He's
and confront that grief
unhinged.
and move through it and accept it. But instead, he's using you as just an effigy of his dead wife, it feels like. But not even that. He continues
Yeah.
to just trauma dump on you. That's really messed up and really not
It's so
okay.
weird.
I'd
Like,
be
after
as
10
uncomfortable
years-
if I were you, and I wouldn't even put myself in that situation. I would have left a few months into the relationship with him continuously bringing it up. And now, onto the updates. A few people who lived the same situation messaged me, and that really helped me to feel understood. I finally talked with all my friends about everything he did. I always avoided doing that because I knew that they were going to tell me that I should leave him, but I just ended up being trapped
Okay.
by everyone else's words. We didn't love each other, and that's obvious, even if he says he doesn't think so. Yes, I actually posted to get approval. I don't know how bad that is, but I needed to know that I was
Yeah,
doing
that's
the
what
right
everyone does on
thing
that sub.
and that I'm not crazy before I said the truth to my friends. The next day, I finally talked to Leon.
No.
I really needed
If I
to
give
break
them
up
any,
at
they
that
will not
point.
stop.
He came to see me at my house, and I
They
told
will
him
never
that we
stop.
needed to talk. I got straight to the point, saying
Okay.
that I wanted to end the relationship, and he instantly asked me what he did wrong. We have literally had this talk before, and he does know what things make me uncomfortable. I was tired, so I just proceeded to list everything that he did. How he never defended me from his ex's in-laws, how he never made an
Yeah.
effort to stop naming his wife all the time, even though I told him 1,000 times that it made me uncomfortable, how he makes me feel like I'm the third wheel in my own relationship, how in all our dates, he just ends up talking about his wife, how we can't have an us moment, etc. He apologized, saying the same thing as always, that he doesn't realize it when he does that.
Oh, he does.
We've had this
Be
discussion
serious.
before many times, but this time I told him that I want to break up. I also told him that I don't think his therapist is helping, but Leon
Damn,
just
it's
said
88.
that he is helping him, and feels
It's like 75
mentally well.
for me here.
Leon told me that we could start going together with his therapist. because
Right?
He knows
Like,
that
he
it
should
can
just be
hard for
alone.
a woman to be with a widower. Jealousy is a normal thing in these kinds of cases. And that really triggered me. I've let both his family and my family make me believe that I'm a crazy, jealous woman. I've even let blogs about widower couples fill my head with things like, you just have to be empathetic. Don't expect him to love you that fast like he loved her. He's
Then
always
don't
going
date.
to love his
What?
first wife more, so just get used to it and just be a good woman.
What
He
the
will love
fuck?
both of you at the same time, etc. I've let myself be trampled on just because everyone told me that getting over a loss
That is so
difficult,
unhinged.
and I have to be empathetic.
Right?
and
He
think
needs a
about
dog
the
and a
other.
friend, not
I
a
am
wife.
so damn tired of it. I'm just tired of being empathetic. I've been dragging this thought for months, and in that moment, I
Good.
just burst out.
Good. Let
We
it
yelled
out.
at each other. We said a lot of things to each other, but at the end of it all, he went on with his mentality that I'm wrong and I'm just jealous. He said that I clearly don't feel ready to date a widower, and I ended up being like his ex. I told him that he's an effing hypocrite, that he's filled his mouth with shit just talking about his ex-girlfriends. Once Leon told me that he called his ex by his wife's name by mistake, but now I'm sure that he treated her like he treated me. He probably took a submissive woman to fulfill the void and took us as sex dolls. None of that echoed in his mind, because he left my house saying that I'm just jealous of a ghost and that I disappointed him. I'm fed up. I'm so
Girl,
angry
give us his
while I write
address.
this.
What do you
As soon as he
mean?
left the house, I sent my mother a message saying that I'm not going to live the same life of my sister-in-law, living in the shadow of a woman who is no longer in this world. I don't want to live thinking that I just need to
Damn.
be a good person for someone else
Hell.
and not for
Hell yeah.
myself.
Good for
They
you,
should have empathy
OP.
for me and not for a man who is not even their family.
Let's
I told
go.
her that I'm tired of being pressured and I don't care if I die single. I'm sure they don't care about how I feel, and in the end, they will keep saying that I have a cold heart like always. But I don't want to not care about that anymore. My friends are staying at my house to keep me company, and I can finally get all the accumulated shit out of my brain with them.
I'm glad you have some
I
friends you
don't
can
feel
talk
good
to at
about
least.
being second, and I know that I will always be second in these kinds of cases. I don't want to replace the place of the first wife, and I know that even if I
People
wanted
who-
to, I never will. I know a lot
Like,
of
I
people feel
understand
good with
if
that
you're
kind
the type of
relationship.
person who
I
you're
know
like,
many people like to live with
I
the
have one
mentality
true
of,
person.
I can change him or her.
There's one
But not me.
one love for the rest of your
Life is
life or
too
whatever the
short to
fuck.
continue living
And
this
like
shit
if that person
and waiting
dies,
for
like
the day
that's
that you
sad
move on.
for sure.
Maybe I'm really cold.
But if you're that type of
but I'm
person,
surely not
don't
that
you
empathetic
dare
for this.
fucking date someone
I want to be
else
greedy for once
if
in
you
my
are not
life
ready to give
and
them
be
the same
only
amount of
one
love and
in the
attention
life
you
of a
did the first
man.
person.
If his wife
Like, it's not
were
replacing
alive,
them.
he would
You have
clearly
room in your
never
heart
choose
for
me.
multiple
He
people.
wouldn't even look at
Like,
me.
if you have multiple
I don't
kids,
like that kind
do
of
you
love,
stop
and I had a
loving one of your
really
other
hard
kids
time
less
accepting that I
because you
don't
have
want
another
that kind of
child?
love
No,
for
you
myself.
don't. Like, it's
Maybe
dumb.
another woman will help him change.
Like,
but
and if you're the type
I
of person who
don't.
can only
I
love
don't
one
have the
person,
patience for
then
that,
don't
and I
be with
finally
anyone
decided
else.
to
Like,
choose
what?
myself. I feel like I'm still young, and I can wait for a man to have me as the first choice in his heart. I hope Leon can overcome his traumas and be happy.
You hope
but
the
not
person
with
who
me.
made the Reddit post gets
Someone
a piece
messaged
of
me
this
that I don't
YouTube
deserve
money.
his love, but what love are we talking about?
No, they got
I'm just a sex
karma
doll at this
on
point.
Reddit.
For now, he's not going to change, and
Also,
doesn't
what
want to
YouTube
change,
money?
But that's not my
The
business.
video I'm watching has like
I'm not a
5K
bedroom
views.
therapist anymore.
And
I'd
this is
rather
not
be single
monetized.
forever than falling again into that. I want to start more therapy and Pilates. I'm still obviously affected by all of this, and nothing really changed.
Well, the same goes for if
Nothing
you
would
can only
change
love
that
one kid,
fast,
don't have multiple.
But I'm just happy that I'm free now. But now, I just wanted to vent, so I'm sorry if everything sounds too aggressive. In
Have
the
I seen the
comments,
prison guard
Saint
video? I have
Blaze
not.
says, quote, I've even let blogs
I don't
about
know what that
widower
is.
couples
I'm afraid
fill
to
my
ask.
head.
What is the prison guard
This
video?
is awful advice. Is the widower couples community normally this toxic? According to my mother, yes, in some. At least back then.
Yeah, dude, this is
She was
one
widowed when
post.
she was
Like, holy
29.
shit.
She took her time to grieve and went to therapy. This is something we've talked about since my mum was
Oh,
always
for sure.
positive
Like, I'm
about
also
us getting
super
all the mental
monogamous,
health
but,
support
like,
that we needed. Anyway,
I
she
didn't
mentioned
not
that there were those who lost
care
a
about
spouse
people
that
I've dated in the
idolized their
past,
deceased
and
partner.
caring about people I've
For my
dated in the
mum,
past
she
hasn't
didn't think that
excluded
my
me
dad
from
was
caring about people I
perfect.
date in the
He
future.
was
Like,
human and he had flaws, but she missed him
that'd be
because she
boring.
loved him. It was so bizarre that the people she knew saw their deceased spouse differently, so she felt weird that she didn't stick to the widower group. Also, my
Oh?
mom said that the annoyed feelings she had about
Like
my dad
a
over
male
silly
guard?
things sort of faded over the years because he wasn't there to annoy her anymore, and she chose to hold on to the wonderful memories instead. It became just a sad memory of who he once was, a piece of the puzzle that made him whole. Death does weird shit, man. My parents were essentially living separate lives in the same house,
Bruh.
and before they did that, they didn't get along much. I pretty much knew that my parents were going to get divorced eventually by the time I started kindergarten, but my mum died before I got to high school, and after that, I talked to my dad.
female guard.
It was like they had
Oh,
this
yeah,
great
no,
love
that's
story.
not shocking then.
It was so bizarre. We never said anything.
I mean,
to
did
him
you hear
to
about the
dispute
one
it,
case
but my
where the
sister and I would
prison
side-eye
guard
each
was,
other
like,
and whisper to each other
had a whole
privately, like,
ass relationship
"What
with
the
one of the
hell kind
prisoners
house
and
did
helped
you
him
think you
escape?
raised us in? 'Cause it was certainly
Pretty sure
was
she ended
not one
up
of
dying in the
partial
process,
bliss."
dumbass.
Lol. I still don't know if her death just rose-colored everything,
I know,
or
right?
he
We
thought
get
that
the
he
whole
was
life
doing
story.
us a favor, acting like that, but it was just weird. It's baffling that the families can't tell the difference between jealousy and the full-on deification of a dead person that they have going on. None of this man's
Yeah.
behavior is healthy, and he is surrounded by enablers.
Also, nothing she's
Makes me
screaming,
wonder
nothing
what
she's
the
saying is
poor
screaming
sister-in-law
jealousy.
is being subjected to. If he's talking about his wife that much, he's not ready to be in a new relationship.
Dude, I don't understand
Being a
how you
widow
can
is hard,
smuggle a
but you have
phone.
to
Like
start
this
the healing
size of a
process
phone
on
or like
your
a
own
tiny one?
before
Because
dragging someone else into it. The asshole brings her up after they had sex. That's weird as hell.
Right, that's
it's
so weird.
obvious that this is beyond just honoring his late wife, and he's clearly not over her. Yeah, you know what? It's best that this came out anyway, because even in his apology, he didn't
Oh,
seem
the prisoner-
like he is going to change
the guard who
at
helped the
all.
prisoner escape, by the way,
It's
he was a
best just to tell him
murderer. He
why
had
you're
murdered.
leaving,
I think he was like a
what he's
rapist
done
and a
wrong,
murderer.
and say, that's it. It's not going to happen. I'm done.
Like he was an
I can
actually
definitely
terrible
see it
person, and then he went on
sucking in
to
terms of your
kill
own family
the girl
taking
who
his side in this
helped him
instance,
escape.
because,
I'm pretty
I
sure,
don't
if
know,
I'm
they
remembering
have
that
a
case
weird,
right, that's how
warped
that
perception
happened.
of reality, but
Which-
do what's best for yourself, OP, and thank God you have. I don't see the logic in continuously saying, you're jealous, you're jealous, you're jealous
Bruh.
of the dead wife. It's so obvious. Look, your sister-in-law is jealous
I
as
don't
well.
get why this-
I don't know,
like,
if I
the
was being
sister-in-law
treated like
is,
that
like,
from my
so
family,
weird.
I'd go low contact with them until they learn their lesson not to spout shit like that. Because I don't know, what do you even say to people being insane to you like that? They're not the ones in the relationship.
I think
How
this
can
is
they
the
just
last-
make that call.
The last update
Anyway,
on this story.
Thank you for leaving and doing the right thing by yourself, OP. Our next post
Oh,
is
thank
by
God.
user FoxyLady33, titled, "Am I the asshole for not sticking up for my brother after my boyfriend called him out? I'm in a really
Thank you,
tough
Monty.
spot and could use some perspective. I, 28 female, have been dating my boyfriend, Alex,
Okay,
31
let's see who
male,
this one is.
for about a year now.
Ugh.
He's been wonderful.
Okay, the
and
brain is
supportive,
coming back. The food's
especially through
helping.
some difficult times. One of those difficult times involves my relationship with my older brother Tom, 33 male.
Benny, that's
Tom
so
and I
fucking
have always had a
funny.
complicated
But also, like,
relationship.
what would be the point of even
Growing up,
breaking out
he
of
was
a
the golden
Swedish
child,
prison? Like,
and I
they're
often
so
felt
nice.
like
It's
the
better than
family
most
doormat.
apartments.
He would tease me mercilessly,
Like, girl,
make fun of
people
my
would
interests,
pay to
and generally
stay
treat
in
me like I was
Swedish
beneath
prisons.
him.
Like,
Our parents rarely intervened, often brushing it off as typical sibling behavior, or even enabling it by saying things like, boys will be boys, or he's just joking, don't be so sensitive. This dynamic continued
Interesting.
into adulthood. Tom still makes condescending comments,
Hello.
dismisses my achievements, and often expects me to drop everything to help him out.
boo,
All
he
without
sucks.
any gratitude or reciprocation. I've tried to talk to him about it before, but he just laughs it off or accuses me of overreacting. For context, I work at a museum in our city, a job that I'm really passionate about, but Tom often belittles. He thinks it's a waste of time and constantly
Working at
tells
a
me that I
museum
could
is
do something
awesome.
more
What?
useful with my life.
What?
Last
Working at a
weekend,
museum is
Alex
not
and I were
useful?
at family
Be serious.
gathering. Tom was in rare form, belittling me in front of everyone about my job. I was trying to brush it
Dude,
off
what
as
is
usual,
wrong with
but
him?
Alex wasn't having it. He stepped in and told Tom to stop treating me like a doormat and to start respecting me as an equal.
Oh.
Things escalated quickly. Tom got defensive, and the situation turned into a heated argument.
Oh.
Alex called Tom out on all the times that he's
Yeah.
treated me poorly and accused him of being a bully. Tom
Yes,
fired back,
this is my real
saying
hair.
Alex didn't know what he was talking
I mean,
about
it's dyed
and
right
should
now,
mind his
but
own
yes.
business. Our parents tried to defuse the situation, but ended up taking Tom's
Right, it'd be
side,
so fun to work in a
saying
museum.
Alex was overstepping and causing unnecessary drama.
They took his side?
Now Tom is furious with me. He says
Oh,
that I should have stuck
oh,
up
he's
for him
mad at
and
you.
defended him against Alex.
No, you're not
He
the
claims
asshole.
that
What
by
is
not
this?
doing so, I've betrayed our family and
Am I
humiliated
the
him
asshole
in
for
front
not
of
sticking up for
everyone.
my brother when he
My
rightfully
parents
got
are
called
also
out for bullying me?
disappointed,
No,
feeling like
you're
I
not.
should have controlled the situation better.
Huh?
Alex feels bad that things got so heated, but he stands by his actions, saying someone needed to finally call out Tom on his behavior. I'm torn. On one hand, I appreciate Alex standing up for me, but on
John,
the other
it's
hand,
definitely
I
because
feel
they've
guilty
been,
for
like,
not defending my brother
convinced.
in that moment.
Like,
Am I
it's
the asshole for not sticking
it's
up for
silly
my
because
brother?
it's like when you're
Should I
looking
have
at it
done
from the
something to
outside,
defuse
it's
this
really, really
situation?
obvious.
And
But
it's
like when
bad.
you're in
I
it,
wanted to
when
add
you're in
that
the
part of
situation,
why
you
I
can
didn't
get
defend Alex more strongly.
you can get manipulated
because
into thinking
whenever
that
I
you're
did
in the
try to
wrong
say
when you're
something in
not.
his defense, my parents just bulldozed over me. Every time I tried to speak,
Especially if
they
their
would
parents
yell
are
over
also
me,
on the other side.
which
Like if
brought
there's
back all
multiple
the
people
feelings
telling
of
them that they're
climbing up
wrong,
like
I can
did
see why
when
they're
I
like,
was
am
younger.
I?
It made me freeze up and just stand there, especially since it seemed to only make Tom even
Dude,
angrier.
same Lemon. I
felt
always wanted
trapped,
to do that.
Not knowing how to diffuse the tension as it got worse and worse. I'm working on it, but it's
Dude,
not easy.
I actually saw a
especially
post
in
earlier
situations
today where
like
the person
this.
was the asshole.
By the end of the entire
Oh my god,
thing,
they're
I was
such an
just
asshole.
standing there
They were like,
crying, and
so I
Alex took me
cheated
out
on
to our
my
car to go
wife when my
home.
kid was little,
I've been
and
fielding
she was
phone
like
calls from my
15.
parents and brother since
And
last
then
weekend.
my wife started
I
talking
know I'm not
shit about me to
people,
her,
but I just
and
posted
she
this
stopped
whim and
talking to
just
me.
put it away.
And then 17
In the
years
comments,
later, after she
no
stopped
kidding,
talking to me, and I
13
never tried to reach out because I was mad at her for
let me
stopping to
see.
talk.
On
Stop
one
talking to
side,
me.
asshole brother
She reached out to me
belittling you,
17
and
years
asshole
later to
parents
see if I
backing the
wanted to meet
golden
my
child.
kid,
On the
and
other,
I
caring
said I didn't
boyfriend
care about her or her
refuses to allow you
kid.
to
Am
be
I the asshole? Like,
disrespected. The scales don't even begin
be
to
so
match.
for real. Yes, you're the asshole.
OP, but you will be to yourself if you don't start demanding simple respect and basic courtesy.
But yeah, fuck your
Are
brother,
you
fuck your
serious?
parents,
Why
cut
would you
them
stand
off.
up for your asshole brother
Like, what the
and
hell?
not your remarkably lovely boyfriend? You're the asshole for not intervening on Alex's behalf. Seriously, OP should go no contact with Tom and parents and be done
Yeah,
with it.
seriously, just go no
You're the
contact,
asshole
not
for
worth it.
not backing Tom, but for not standing with Alex. You hung him out to dry.
Lol.
How is he supposed to respect you when you flake on him at the worst time? He was willing to stand up for you against your whole family, and you backed off. He's a keeper. You,
What?
though, I'm not too sure. OP was like, I've lived with this mentally
Like what?
draining situation with people who do not stand up for me ever. The first time someone did stand up for me, I was shocked and froze. You're a bad person. Alex deserves better than someone like you.
Yeah, what?
Yes, exactly. Freeze response. It can be overcome. Not the asshole.
Yeah.
Your boyfriend's a keeper. Ugh. I grew up with the same relationship. Even now that I'm best
Yep.
friends with his wife, he's still
Yeah, OP's
does
100%
it.
the victim.
I asked my husband not to get involved.
It's hard
He
when you
holds
come
his
from a
tongue
family where
very
you're the punching
begrudgingly.
bag.
When my brother starts on every holiday, it's always a mess.
and, like,
I'm
everyone's always
the
telling
one
you,
in
like, how
trouble
you're the
because I
wrong
defended
one.
myself, and he was just joking.
And then
It's how
someone
he
finally
is.
comes to your
You're
defense
so
and you're like, oh
sensitive.
shit,
We
maybe
leave at
I'm
the
not.
end, and my husband is angrier about it
But it
each
takes time to, like, accept
I always
that.
ask him, did I do something wrong? And his response is always, no.
Like,
your
if you've
brother
always
is
been
just
told that you're
awful."
ugly and then someone comes
I
along
love
and
that your
tells you
boyfriend
that you're pretty,
finally had
it's gonna
it.
take you a
The
while
only
to
thing you did
actually
wrong
accept
was
that
kind
or
of hang him
believe
out to
it.
dry. But I
Hi.
also know that I wouldn't have had the balls to stand up to anyone in my family
Hey,
like
buddy,
that.
I'm still eating
I
nuggets.
can anywhere
and they're
else,
not for little
but
Bubba.
those situations sting.
Not for
I'm
Bubba.
sorry. I don't wish that on anyone else. It sucks. It is constantly walking on eggshells. And back up to the post, there is a second edit.
Ooh, yes.
Hi all. I just woke up to more comments. I'm just writing this edit to say that I'm going to visit my aunt Amy tonight to discuss what happened. She
Oh.
hosted the get-together and has always been someone
Okay.
that I can turn to for help or advice when I need it.
Okay, that's
She and
good.
my uncle usually do step in to diffuse these situations when they're around, but they were both in the kitchen when this happened. Aunt Amy understands the family dynamics better than anyone, so I'm hoping she can give me some clarity. Also, please stop DMing me saying that Alex should leave me. Alex
I don't get why people are reacting to her freezing like that. People are weird about freeze responses.
People not liking that I froze.
Like, it's not.
It's what happened.
It's not a choice.
Alex, and he's been amazing for my self-confidence, but I still struggle with it around my parents.
I know,
and
he's very
brother.
cute. They're both very cute.
And now on to the updates. Hi again, everyone.
So what
I
are you
wanted to
doing?
write a quick update now that Sunday is over. I ended up talking to my Aunt Amy
So
and
dumb.
Uncle Joe last night when I went over for dinner, as I mentioned.
How would
They've
I
always
do
been a
that
safe
exactly?
haven for me,
Should
and
I
it was
go,
really
like,
comforting to hear their
register a new
perspective.
name, social
Amy and
security
Joe told
number,
me
and
my parents
identity
have
so that I
always
can
been
get
wrong in
issued
how
a
they
new
treated me, and
fucking
the way that they
ID
let Tom
so that I
alone,
could actually
which
make
is
an
not
account?
okay.
You can't just make
They
a new
said that
fucking
whenever they
Pornhub
tried to
account.
stand up for me, my parents would not let them see me and Tom. One instance they brought up really hit home for me. I remember not getting to see Aunt Amy and Uncle Joe for a few months after my mum and Amy got into an argument. This happened after Tom ruined
It is a
some of
porn
my
site. You
favorite
can't just
books,
make a new
and
fucking
Aunt
account
Amy
on it.
tried to defend me. She told my mum that
can't-
it wasn't fair for Tom
It's
to
not
face
social
no
media. It is
consequences,
attached
and
to
that I
your
deserved better.
identity. It
My
is
mum
attached
got
to
so
your
furious at
actual
Amy's
identity.
interference that she decided to cut contact for a while. I think I was 7. I didn't fully understand why I suddenly couldn't visit them anymore, but I remember being upset and even more isolated. Joe explained that this is why they always tried to take me on outings whenever they could. It was their way of giving me a break from the environment at home. It just seemed to hit me all at once while we were talking. They are the ones who took me to the zoo, a movie, or just a walk in the park.
You know
All my
what's
happy
weird?
memories
Why
as
is there
kid
not,
were
like, a
never with my
dedicated
parents.
gay
Honestly,
Pornhub?
they are who I
There
think
should
of
be.
when I think
Like, I know
of
there's a
what
gay
parents
section
should
on
be.
Pornhub, but why is there not, like,
After our talk, I've decided to go no
gayhub.com
contact with my
or
parents and
something?
Tom for the time being. I need to focus on what I want
my ears so
and what's
itchy.
good for
Ah!
me.
Dude, my
My aunt
allergies
and
are
uncle
so
also
bad.
promised they'd run interference for me so that I don't have to deal with them. Also, Alex proposed to me yesterday morning. I honestly didn't expect it, but I'm so happy. We're going to be visiting his family over the long weekend to celebrate, and my aunt and uncle are going to go with us.
It should
I
be
don't know what's going to come of cutting my parents and brother
gay.goon
out,
as the
but I'm
website. That
glad
should be
I'm
the
doing it. This will be the only
that should be
update
the
I give on
website.
this
Someone
on Reddit.
get dot goon.
Anything else will remain between myself and my family. In the comments, informal witness 444 says, "Not the asshole. Congrats on your engagement. It sounds like you made
gayporn.com
the right
thing?
decision to
Hold
cut
on.
out the toxic influences in your life.
It is!
Amy and Duncan
Hey!
like
Wait, should I make an
wonderful,
account?
supportive people, and it's great that you have them in your corner. Focusing on your happiness and well-being is the best thing that you can do right now. Enjoy your time with Alex and his family. You deserve all the joy and peace that comes your way. Your aunt and uncle.
Why are
real
half of
ones.
these, like,
They are your
okay, you
real
know what?
family. Cutting off your parents and brother might be hard at first, but I guarantee that you'll be able to breathe easier the longer that they are out of your life. Tom accuses
Gayporn.com is a website, in case anyone was wondering, and you should maybe go bookmark it.
Relentlessly bullied and undermined OP. And frankly,
But, like,
OP's
half the
immediate
categories
family doesn't deserve
are,
shit. I'm glad she has Alex to stand
like,
up for
CNC
her and to show her
categories,
that
which is
she
really
worth
funny.
standing up for. She used to be
No,
so
it's an actual
sweet.
website.
Doormat.
No, it's an
The sad
actual
part was her
website.
posting because she felt bad for
Gayporn.com.
not defending Tom. There are way, way, way too many families that do this to their children.
I'm like, wait,
It is so
do they have a
effed up.
trans category?
People
Should
grow
I-
up
should
not
I
even
join?
willing to tell the waiter that they got the wrong food because they've evolved to avoid all conflict ever. We need a superhero that just goes family to family, calling their bullshit and helping people stand up for themselves. Raising my hand, the damage is deep and never fully subsides. Quote, I've tried to talk to him about it before. I don't know who needs to hear this or doesn't know this, but talking to people only works when they care. If somebody is bullying or otherwise treating you like garbage, just cut them out of your life. You're never going to get through to them with words. You can get through with words if they're oblivious, or if they explode, but can have a reasonable conversation at other times, or if there's something behind the bullying. Some people are just trash, and deserve to be burned by the trash fire they make of their lives.
I need to know. Sorry, hold on. Looking through all the categories really
And
fast.
that's where I'm going to end today's episode, guys. I do hope you enjoyed. If you did, let me know what you thought of
Oh,
it
they
in the
have a
comments
fisting
down below,
category.
and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
That means I could do that without being concerned That's good at least. Do they have trans categories?
G'day guys, Marky here, and welcome back to another episode of r/relationship advice. I do hope you enjoyed today's episode, and with that said, I want you to sit back, relax, chuck a prawn to the Barbie. Let's get right into it. Cheers. Posted by user, particular library 618, titled,
I'm still looking up.
Am I wrong for ending a 20-year marriage because I learned my wife cheated on me while we were dating? My wife, 44 female, and I, 43 male, have been married for 20 years. We started dating in high school when I was junior and she was a senior. We were long distance for our first 2 years of college while I was in high school, and we did 1 year at community college and then went to college in the same city for a year and have lived together since. We got married this summer after I graduated college. Our marriage has been pretty great so far, but I initiated a divorce after I discovered that she was sleeping with multiple other men for the 2 years we were long distance. Just after Christmas, we got together with a few friends of hers from college to catch up, have dinner, and hang out. We talked about a lot of stuff, and my wife mentioned that we met in high school. Not that we dated, just that we met. Her old college roommates commented that it was crazy that we met in high school, had a few wild years in college, and then ended up together.
Okay, there is.
I played along and
God
commented
damn, that
I
was
didn't know if
difficult.
my wife was as crazy as I was. The roommate started to tell a story, but
Okay,
my wife
maybe
cut
I
her
would be
off
making
and
a
said she was uncomfortable
an account on
about it. I sensed that something
gayporn.com.
was up, so I said that we actually started dating in high school and were together for my wife's
If I
entire
make another
time
porn
at college. All of my
account.
wife's friends got really quiet, and the rest of the dinner was awkward. On the
I'm
way out,
sorry.
one of her other roommates took me aside and said that I should have an honest conversation about what happened at college. I asked my wife on the way home, and she kind of blew me off. I told her it was important that she was honest with me, and again, she said it wasn't important.
Well, I don't know how
When
much
we got
the
home, I told her that I was going to
interaction
stay at
on
my
there is
brother's
or
house
not.
until she was ready to talk about what happened
I don't know
at
how
college.
popular it is.
The next day, she came over and admitted to sleeping with several men during her first 2 years at college.
Oh shit. Sorry,
said
we're on a new video. I was like, what the hell? I'm going back because I wasn't listening. Yeah, no, the other video, obviously both of them are not the asshole. Like, there, give me the link, you bitch. I am good. I haven't seen the new Suicide Squad anime. I've seen it. I haven't watched it yet though. But I keep seeing the OP and ending for it, which are both really funny. Pornhub's blocking interstate. Just get a VPN. John, stop.
G'day guys, Marky here, and welcome back to another episode of r/relationship advice. I do hope you enjoyed today's episode, and with that said, I want you to sit
Alright,
back,
okay, fine,
relax,
you can
chuck a
have a
prawn to the Barbie.
single French
Let's
fry.
get right into it. Cheers.
She's getting a fry.
Posted by user, particular library 618, titled, Am I
But do you
wrong
want
for
a fry?
ending a 20-year marriage because I learned my wife cheated on me while we were dating? My wife, 44 female, and I, 43 male, have been married for 20 years. We started dating in high school
job.
when I was junior and she was a senior. We were long distance for our first 2 years of college while I was in high school, and we did 1 year at community college and then went to college in the same city for a year and have lived together since.
I know, he's
We got
very
married
gentle.
this summer after I graduated college. Our marriage has been pretty great so far, but I initiated a divorce after I discovered that she was sleeping with multiple other men for the 2 years we were long distance. Just after Christmas,
Damn, it's so late in the
we got
UK
together with a
already.
few friends of hers from college to catch up, have dinner, and hang out. We talked about a lot of stuff.
No.
My wife mentioned that we met in high school. Not that we dated, just that we met. Her old college roommates commented that it was crazy that we met in high school, had a few wild years in college, and then ended up together. I played along and commented that I didn't know if my wife was as crazy as I was.
That's awkward.
The roommate started to tell a story, but my wife cut her off and said she was uncomfortable about it.
No.
I sensed that something was up, so I said that we actually started dating in high school and were together for my wife's entire time at college. All of my wife's friends got
Awkward.
really quiet, and the rest of the dinner was awkward. On the way
Oh,
out,
no.
one of her other roommates took me
What'd she
aside and
do?
said that I should have an honest conversation about what happened at college. I asked my wife on the way home, and she kind of blew me off. I told her it was important that she was honest with me, and again, she said it wasn't important. When we got home, I told her that I was going to stay at my brother's house until she was ready to talk
No.
about what happened in college. The next day, she came over and admitted to sleeping with several men during her first 2 years at college. She said she didn't consider it a
girl.
big deal at the time because we were long distance, and she didn't think that a high school romance would last. I pressed for more
So
details,
end it.
and she said it was at least 10 different men, including at least 3 guys she introduced to me as friends
Oh my God.
when I came to visit on weekends,
She did
and one guy
not.
she was still in contact with.
Oh.
I told her that I wanted a divorce
No.
and would be starting the paperwork as soon as
Yeah.
I could.
Understandable.
Which I did on January 2nd.
Alright, I'm putting this in the
Her
kitchen,
family
and then I'm gonna
most
start
of
cleaning.
My family is telling me that I shouldn't throw away my marriage over a few mistakes.
What the hell?
I've stood by my belief that cheating on me with multiple men for years is unacceptable, no matter when it happens. And the fact that she
Hell
continued
no.
to maintain relationships with these guys right
That
in
is
front
not
of
a
me
marriage,
was
that
an
is over.
unacceptable amount of disrespect. We have 2 children, but they are 17 and 19.
So
and I
old
believe
enough.
they will understand why I need to end our marriage.
What the fuck? Okay.
Am I wrong for leaving? I feel like I'm going crazy.
Oh,
with the
where
amount
do
of
I
people
start
telling
with
me to
this
overlook
shit?
years of infidelity and decades of lies. In the comments on if the wife was willing to work to repair the marriage, OP says, "It would change a lot if I felt that she wanted
Oh,
to
come
fix
on.
this. Throughout our conversation about it, she repeatedly dismissed my feelings and told me that I was overreacting to, quote, totally normal behavior. She didn't show any
Girl,
regret
totally
or
normal
consideration
behavior.
for how it hurt me until she realized
I didn't have
was
orgies
serious
in
about
college.
divorce.
What is wrong
Then
with
she
you?
got defensive and angry. She didn't offer to fix things in any
I know,
way
it's so bad right
until
now.
I started the paperwork and notified her that I had a lawyer. I think we can navigate being parents. Our kids are older, and I've been putting away money for college/post high school for a long time. So a lot of the
On a
cost
side
and
note-
monetary issues that come up shouldn't be a big problem. We also both are financially stable and make good money. On the timing of everything, OP says, I've hired a lawyer. He drafted an intent to separate and sent her a copy certified email. As far as I know, that's not any legal
what's
divorce
his
paper
name
within
from the,
state, but rather a part of the process to ensure that she has an opportunity to hire her own lawyer if she wants to contest it.
This twink.
Actually going through the divorce
This twink
will likely
from
take
Elden Ring.
months. I'm not really moved out. I've been crashing at my brother's place while I make arrangements for a
Anyway,
more
should I
permanent living
cosplay?
scenario. As far as timing goes, the dinner happened on the 26th.
I hear he has a funny
I
story
went to my
arc.
brother's house that night to cool off and give her a chance to think about things. We talked several times over the course of 4 to 5 days, and she made it clear that she didn't
How do you
believe
pronounce
that
it?
she did anything wrong. If there
Michaela?
was any kind of remorse,
Nicola?
regret, or basic consideration of my feelings on her part, I probably would have waited. However, she didn't. So I found a divorce
Because I feel
lawyer,
like I could
and he
really
had
easily whip
boilerplate
that
intents to
together.
separate agreements that we filled
Like I've
out
got
and
a
sent
a
over the
wig
same
that's
day.
similar to that.
Even now,
and I've-
we are obviously not
like, I feel like I
legally
could do it.
divorced, and I don't even know if there is a legal concept of separation in my state, but I've made it clear that this is happening and started the process. OK Educator says, she cheated and lied to you, then maintained contact
The
with at least one of her fuck
baby.
buddies and introduced you to many of the guys that were banging her. That is not only
I
dishonest,
do have a 3D
but
printer.
cruel.
I would do just like a
think you are
super
100% in the right. Who knows what else she's done?
closet
You
cosplay
have
version because I'd
no
want to
way
like
of
whip it out
knowing.
really fast.
Yeah, that's the part that stuck with me as well. My marriage ended primarily due to my ex cheating on me. The part that hurt the most was that it was with her coworker, someone she had made quick friends with, and someone who was trying to be friends with me too. We had him and his wife over to hang out, and just him over on multiple occasions. Cheating sucks either
Oh,
way,
listen,
but to
all
be
of
so
the Genshin
brazen about
twinks
it
I'm
by
gonna
waving your
cosplay at
affair
some point.
partner in
That's my
front of your
goal.
partner's face is something else. Certainly made me feel like a tool. I wish you the best, OP. Don't let anyone tell you that it's not so bad because it was a long time ago. She chose to keep it a secret and would have continued doing so.
Actually, nothing
so
on
I
my
guess
wall is
she
3D
didn't feel
printed,
that
funny
guilty
enough.
about it. That's not someone that you can trust. If she slept around in college
Good night.
and told you
Sweet
about
dreams.
it and you reconciled, there's no issue there. But she kept it from you. She kept in contact with one. She introduced you to her flings as friends at the time. That's completely messed up.
Yeah, I agree with this
You were
comment
right to divorce
for
her.
sure.
She lied to you for 20
Okay.
years. She does not respect you now or then. And let's not forget that her friends didn't even know she was dating someone at the time, which means she lied to them about when her relationship with OP actually started. This, the way her friends reacted, says it all. Her husband didn't know about the guys she slept with, and her friends didn't know that she was dating her husband. That is a lot of lying and keeping people from meeting and telling stories. Did the guys she had slept with that she had introduced to her husband know that she had been with her husband at the time that they hooked up with her? All of this is so embarrassing and just a lot of lies. Back up to the post, there is an edit. Holy shit, I'm glad I did this with a throwaway because the response here is unexpected. I obviously can't answer every question and comment, but I wanted to provide some detail for common questions. The reason that I posted this is that my wife and a few friends have been saying it's common to sleep with other folk when you're in a long-distance relationship, and that I'm kind of the odd one out for not sleeping around.
I'm gonna put these in the other room.
I felt like I was being gaslit, but I wanted an outside perspective. We live in a state with a waiting period to finalize a divorce, so I felt that it was a reasonable idea to get some insight before things are finalized. After these comments, I see a handful of folks saying it's normal to sleep around during a long-distance relationship, but it seems to be a significant minority. We saw each other a couple of weekends a month during the 2-year college period. I lived about 3 hours away from her college, so it was long distance, but not like cross-country. This was not a situation where we went months without seeing each other. The 3 guys I met while she was in college were meetups that happened during
parties. See what I mean? I've got this dress I could put on, and then I've got like a little collar thing I put under it.
So I honestly don't know if these guys knew anything. The one guy we're still in contact with married a mutual friend from college. This is not some guy she secretly messages on the side, it's somebody we've talked to regularly for years. I've talked to him a few times since I've learned about my wife. He said he didn't know that we were dating at the time and has since blocked my wife on social media. Some folks have asked how the roommates didn't realize at our wedding that the timelines didn't work out. The main reason is that my wife and I had a very small ceremony with just close family in Texas and then went back to the East Coast to have a big party with friends. The typical reception/sharing details about how we met stuff didn't really happen, so her roommates didn't realize we both started dating before college. It sounds like they thought that we'd only dated for the year we were both in the same city and then moved in together.
Bro.
I was open to therapy or some kind of attempt to save the marriage, but her insistence that this whole thing is common and I'm the one who's out of line is just too much for me. The only time she showed any remorse or even offered to reconcile is when I started filing for paperwork. In the last week, she's gone back to saying that she's right and I'm overreacting.
Right.
This is also why I feel like I'm being gaslit. It seems obvious that this is a major issue, but I've got my wife and others telling me that it's normal and I'm overreacting. I'm not getting a paternity test unless my kids want to get one. I don't have any doubts that they're biologically mine, and no test will make them not my kids. I love them more than anything in the world, and my wife's infidelity won't change that, even if one or both of them is not biologically mine. They've been my kids for 19 years, and they will be my kids until I stop breathing. Final edits. Hey y'all, I've been reading a bunch of the responses, but things are getting crazy and increasingly unhinged, so I probably won't be checking in more. Here are a few more answers to common questions I've seen. We were definitely exclusively dating at the time. First, dating culture was a lot different 20-ish years ago, and exclusive was kind of the default for most people. Second, we had a long and difficult discussion before she left for college about continuing the relationship long distance. She specifically wanted to stay together, and even joked about her dad coming after me if I started sleeping around with girls at my school.
Bro.
Finally, at my senior prom, she was not able to attend, and was very upset when I proposed going with a platonic female friend of mine. As a result, I ended up skipping my prom and hanging out with her instead.
You got those?
While we never said the word exclusive, I
They're
think
nice.
the above
They're really-
reasons,
they're really
combined
cool.
with the
I
general
like them a lot.
relationship before she left, are enough to assume
Need to
exclusivity.
hang these up.
Based on some comments here, I followed up with a friend that said that I should have an honest conversation.
Of course, I fucking
She
dropped
told me
it.
that 10 guys would be on the low end.
What?
And that her biggest concern was that there was apparently at least one pregnancy scare that I didn't know
Yo!
about. I honestly don't think that really changes much. It's less about the number for me, and more about the fact that she seems incapable of recognizing why this was wrong, or why I feel betrayed.
Yeah, that's
Thank you all
the
for the
problem.
helpful responses, even those that disagree with me. I will still be open to therapy if she's willing, but I honestly feel like it would be more about
I
us
feel
being
like you're
successful
past that.
co-parents and finding closure than saving our marriage.
Yeah.
And now, on to the updates. First, let's talk about things that I learned about the situation in college. After talking to my wife in sessions and texting with two of her roommates, it's clear that her roommates knew something was up in college. They said they thought the situation was weird and likely involved cheating. My wife told them that they both had some wild times in college and worked it out before we got married, so they never really brought it up. The roommate who pulled me aside recently was uncomfortable with the fact that my wife clearly did not talk it through with me and wanted me to know. As far as being introduced to
I mean,
guys
that's
that she
good
slept
at
with,
least, but
apparently that was not intended. For one of the guys, he ended up dating and then marrying one of our mutual friends from college. This is the guy that she was in
Oh.
contact with.
does she
In
know?
the other situations, she initially blamed me in the counseling session, but has now agreed that it was bad. When I
What?
went to visit her,
Blamed
she planned to hang
you.
out in the
What the
room
fuck?
or just hang out together alone. But I wanted to go to a few parties because in high school and community college, I didn't really have parties to go to. She didn't expect me to meet the guys, but they were there at the parties and she felt that she really didn't have a choice. I still think this is
I
kind of
feel like
shitty,
at that point
but
you
it's
come
not as bad as
clean,
her
but-
intentionally parading me in front of the
Okay.
guys. Most of our discussion in therapy has been talking about why I think it's a big deal and she doesn't. She initially said that none of these guys were in
Obviously it's a
relationships
big
with her,
deal.
and it was
How is
mostly
this a
one-night
debate?
stands or friends with benefits. Since she didn't view them as
Like, I'm
romantic
so
relationships,
confused. What the
she didn't
fuck?
see the big deal. Her words, not mine. My opinion was that we never said that was okay, and she actively prevented me from doing the same.
Yeah.
After digging into this across 2 sessions, and my
Also,
wife
she's
talking
kind
to
of
some
unhinged.
friends, she now agrees that it was a breach of our trust/relationship.
Duh.
This is the
Be
shared
serious.
understanding that has helped us
Be
talk about
serious.
this situation more honestly and helped us get from arguing to talking, which is why I'm optimistic about co-parenting. Now, here is why I'm 100% set on divorce. 2 things came up that make me want to leave the marriage. First, about 10 years ago, we went through a really rough patch and had a dead bedroom for about 2 years. She had expressed that our sex life was becoming boring, so I tried to spice things up. Nothing crazy, just like roleplay and like Spencer's gift level sex toys.
Bruh.
Apparently, she had been hung up on some sexual experiences that happened in college that she's not comfortable talking about and wanted me to try them. But when I did, it made her feel awkward and guilty that it made her think of other men while she was with me. The fact that she's saying these experiences were
she
meaningless,
sucks.
but they're still
Boo.
impacting our marriage, tells me they meant more than she wants to say. Second, she admitted that she has been flirting with coworkers on business trips since the pandemic ended.
What the fuck?
She says she has never slept with anybody, but it got as far as to going
who
on a date
cares
with
if
one
you
of her
slept
male
with that one?
coworkers. That was the absolute deal breaker for me.
Good.
We have told our children that we are getting a divorce. We told them that it was due to some bad decisions that we made in college and that we're having trouble moving
Wow,
fast.
you're nice.
My 19-year-old, who was in
You're
college,
nice.
asked me if I cheated on my wife while she was away at college. My wife got a little shaken up, but admitted to the kids that she was the one who cheated.
Good.
We've agreed to not share any additional details with the kids. I reinforced that both of us will be there for the kids, and that we are in therapy to help make sure that we handle this in the best way for the family.
Bro.
I also told the kids that if they wanted to talk to either of us or a therapist about it, that I would fully support it. We've
Boo,
started
fuck the
talking to a
life.
mediator about how to proceed with divorce, and unless things change, we should be able to have an amicable divorce. We are both financially stable on our own, we have no major debts, and our kids are older, so
Okay.
custody isn't a major issue.
Already
This has
looking
been a
a lot
shitty
better
couple
in
of
here.
months for me, but I'm doing
Just
okay
figured
now,
that.
and I honestly am grateful that my last post blew up because it both validated some of my feelings, but also motivated me to go to counseling with my wife. In the comments, Historical Pie 5052 says, "Sorry OP, but this is for the best. She's been keeping you in the dark for over 20 years. She says she has
Yeah,
never slept with
definitely for
anybody,
the best.
but it got as far as going on a date with one of her male co-workers. If you believe this, then I got a bridge on Mars to sell you.
Right.
Dead bedrooms for young couples usually means that someone is getting somewhere else." OP says, "I don't really believe it, but I also don't think that it's worth to dig into it more. I'm going to get an STD panel done to make sure I'm safe, and I really don't need to know anymore. If it was just a date, we're getting divorced. If it was more, we're still getting a divorce, so pushing the issue won't do anything but make it harder for us to
Fair.
co-parent. I'm also reasonably sure that she was cheating during our dead bedroom situation. We were having sex like once every 2 to 3 months, and we usually have sex 2 to 3 times a week. Again, I have enough to know it's time to move on, and me digging more into it will only make the divorce harder. Has she even apologized for everything that she put you through? Especially the part where she went on a date with some asshole?" OP says, "Before our counseling
clothes
and
I
at
need
the
to get
first
put
appointment,
away.
she was not apologetic. In the second appointment, the focus was for me to explain the effects it had on me. She had expressed remorse and apologized repeatedly since that session. It's too little too late, but she's not some kind of emotionless monster. I'm super curious to know what kind of sexual things she was hung up on from her past, but that she felt uncomfortable doing with you. That alone seems very red flaggy." OP says, "I didn't really want to dig into it too much. Right before the dead bedroom stuff started, she was asking to experiment with new stuff in the bedroom. It was mostly BDSM kind of stuff that was a little more intense than I was comfortable with. At the time, 50 Shades was popular, and she got into some other smutty kind of reading. I attributed the change in sex to that, but my guess is that some of the guys she was with in college were into BDSM stuff. Maybe it was a combination of the two. She hasn't admitted to cheating during that time, but I'd be willing to bet the dead bedroom at home was because she found another person to do kinky shit with." When asked about why the daughter thought he cheated, OP says, "To be fair, my 19-year-old daughter had some issues with shitty boyfriends who have either cheated or dumped her suddenly to be with somebody else. I'm also the one who left the house. Given her experience with men and the fact that I'm the one who left the house, it makes sense that that would be her first thought. When cheating came up, my wife made it clear that she was the one who cheated. To be honest, I'm not really too concerned about the narrative here. From what I can tell, she hasn't said anything bad about me to our kids. In addition, given her admission of recent flirting and cheating, and the fact that she's ready to file a joint, amicable divorce after 6 weeks and 3 counseling sessions, I think she was ready to move on before I was. It makes the logistics of the divorce easier, but it hurts a bit to realize that she's having an easier time walking away from a 20-year marriage than I am." OP, when told not to be surprised if she starts dating again, says, "I'm pretty sure that she's already looking. We've had one meeting with an equitable divorce mediator, and she specifically stated that we are married until the divorce is final, and any adultery that happens before that date could jeopardize the amicable divorce settlement. It seems kind of dumb to me since we're getting divorced due to infidelity, but my soon-to-be ex was visibly grumpy when that came up. I also imagine the fact that I'm living in the guest room isn't helping her prospects. At the end of the day, I'm doing my best to try to accept that our marriage is over, and I've been going to therapy on my own, in addition to our couples therapy, to help deal with it. I'm mentally prepared for the fact that there's a good chance that I see the coworker she only dated again, but I'm also hopeful that I can find a place and be ready to move out before the divorce is finalized. If everything goes well and we can create a plan with the mediator, we will be divorced by summer. I'll be in my own place, and she can just date whichever coworkers she wants." And now onto the final update. Hey y'all, this is likely the final update on this account, as things have mostly resolved. My wife and I have completed our divorce, and everything is official. We had an uncontested, amicable divorce with minimal disagreements. Our lawyers worked together to create the plan through mediation, and a judge signed off on it a few weeks ago. In the end, the actual divorce process was pretty straightforward. The only complication was that our 17-year-old was adamant about my having custody because the relationship with my ex-wife has really fallen apart as a result of this. Initially, my wife dug in her heels and was ready to give up the uncontested marriage, but my son pretty much told her that she could choose between letting him have a break for a few months to process and rebuild, or force him to live with her until he turns 18 and risk never seeing him again. I felt this was a bit harsh, but my wife backed down and we moved forward with my having primary physical custody until my son's birthday later this year. For my part, I have encouraged my son to be open to fixing things, as the actions my ex took before he was born didn't change the 17 years that she cared for and loved him. Fortunately, as the divorce moved forward, he's been spending more time with my ex, and I'm optimistic they will work through this. In the end, we pretty much split our retirement and investments 50-50. For our house, my wife really liked the house and I didn't. So she kept the house and most of the furnishings and took out a mortgage to pay me back half of the equity and half of the estimated replacement value of the furniture. Pretty much all of our other stuff was either easy to split, my car and her car, my music gear and her hobbies, clothing, personal effects, etc., or we just agreed to sell it and split the resulting profit. Things were a bit easier for us because we had already documented most of our valuable items and electronics for an insurance rider that we added to our home insurance a few years ago. Things have been going well for me personally. Both of the kids spent most of their time at my place and we're still very close, which was my biggest fear in the divorce.
You're questioning pretty hard. Do you think I have to transition even if it seems impossible, or can you push the feelings away?
For a Lexus LC 550. I even had a woman at work, not a close co-worker.
You can't push the feelings away.
While I was up front with
the
her,
feelings won't go away. If the feelings are actually there, they're not gonna go away.
And would be happy to go out with me when I'm ready. I'm honestly thrilled because
like,
she's really smart, has a great sense of humor,
what you gotta
and our
do,
positions at work are far enough apart that we don't really work directly with each other at all. My ex and I are continuing to go through couples counseling together.
A doctor.
We have transitioned into having closure on our marriage and making sure we maintain our relationship enough to be effective co-parents.
Ask for their
While these sessions have been great to help me process things and keep things as healthy and positive as possible given the circumstances,
they're not going to go away.
It has also reinforced
they will
that divorce was the
if you
right
transition.
option.
But they're
it's
not going to go away.
It's clear from some answers in the sessions that my wife immediately started dating again once the divorce process started. So whatever love was there was clearly on the way out already. I'm pretty sure the co-worker she was just friends with dropped her off at our recent session. The fact that it doesn't even really make me mad is a good sign that I was also probably done with the marriage. In the end, it will take a long time for me to heal from the betrayal. But I feel like I'm making good progress.
I mean, it's definitely not an easy thing to go through, for sure. But
I've probably cried more in the last
would you rather
than I have in the last
die
20 years.
And never have tried it,
so, I felt
and never
genuinely good about
found out
myself
if it made
for
you
the
feel
first
better?
time in a long time. I'm enjoying having my own life.
Would you rather try it
my 17-year-old
and then,
ready for college
I don't know, maybe you don't like it and then you stop?
To a coffee date
like,
with a smart, funny woman.
Realistically, you can just stop
in the comments,
at any point.
Unique Assumption 619
There's
says,
no rules.
Hang in there, man. I've been following your story. First
do
time
it,
commenter,
and then when you feel like no longer doing it anymore, then you can stop.
And your son. Give yourself grace as you continue to process, but as you said, you 100% did the right thing. And hey, good for you for having what sounds like a lovely woman waiting for you. If anything, that proves that you're not only a good person,
I can't say it won't destroy a lot of those things,
recognize that you'd be a catch of a partner. Keep living life. You'll have loads of ups
ultimately,
and downs, but you're
what I've
clearly
learned is,
smart,
like,
capable, and
anyone
strong.
who would choose
You and
cutting
your
you
son will
off
come out all right.
over you choosing to be
Time is a
happy
great
and
healer.
being who you
These
actually
posts keep
are,
portraying this as a cheating took
probably
place in
didn't actually
college.
care about you that
They've
much in the
really
first
glossed over
place,
the fact
and
that she
probably
cheated on
ultimately
him
is
within
not
the
a healthy
past
place
4
for you to
years
be in the
by
long
going
run.
out on a date with another man.
Because they don't actually
When they
care
were in the
about
dead
you.
bedroom situation,
Like, anyone who
she
actually
went as
cares
far
about
as
you is
flirting
gonna
with
want you to
colleagues and an actual
do what
date
makes
with
you
one.
happy.
She has physically
And
cheated on this man in the last 4 years. He deserves better.
anyone who'd cut you
I
off
hope
over that
OP
is
can move on
not
from
really
this and
worth
live his
knowing.
best life. On one
You know?
hand, I'm impressed with OP's mature attitude and ability to let things go and focus on himself
Like,
and
you
his
learn
own happiness.
who's actually
On
there
the
for
other,
you.
I think when you get
It's
this
a
level of
harsh
screwed
fucking
over,
kick in the
being
gut,
mad
for
and petty
sure,
can be justified.
because you learn a lot less
By the
people
time
are
all
there
the
for you than you
post-college
were
stuff came out,
hoping or
including dating
expecting.
immediately
But, like,
as the divorce
you
started,
get new
and
people
going so
who
far
are
as to have
actually
a
there
friend
for
drop her
you.
off at counseling, I would not be in, let's get
And you
counseling
cut out all
to
the people
unpack and
who
be
never gave a
co-parents
shit in the
mode,
first place.
But maybe I'm
So,
immature.
they were dead weight.
But if I'm getting that level of relentless, disgraceful disrespect, I'm going
But as far
to
as
make
jobs
it known.
go, it depends where you
Quote, She
live.
specifically wanted to stay together and even
I mean,
joked about her dad
I'm a
coming
sex
after
worker
me
for a
if I started
reason.
sleeping around with girls at my school.
But,
Finally,
like,
at my senior prom, she was not able
you
to
know,
attend.
most service
She was very
industry
upset
jobs
when
are
I
going to be
proposed going
totally
with a
fine.
platonic female
You might
friend
have
of
some
mine.
issue in the corporate
But
world if you're
she
not
still
super
needed counseling
passing.
to
But if
understand
you
why
pass,
he was hurt.
you'll be fine.
Either she fundamentally
Most people
lacks
aren't going to give a
understanding that
shit.
he is his
At least
own
in
person
America, like,
with
most
his
people aren't
own
going to give a shit.
internal
Maybe
life,
in the super
or it was
conservative
just
state,
denial/clinging to
like, there's going to be,
conflict.
like,
I'm not saying this
walls.
is an armchair
I guess, like, if you want to get into
diagnosis,
politics,
but
it might be a little
sounds like she really
difficult.
doesn't have empathy in relationships.
But, like,
between her setting up rules
yeah, if you just want to do, like, a
exclusively for
normal
him,
job, you're
threatening
probably
him
fine.
if
Like,
he
most
broke
people aren't
them,
going to care.
and then betraying the marriage 20 years later, I don't know if it's a lack of empathy, severe main character
But if they
syndrome,
do,
or her being
just move.
narcissistic, but something about
Move
her
and start
is
over.
absolutely wrong. And OP is
You
good
can
to have
always
gotten out of the relationship.
press reset on life by moving to a different place. And cutting
And that
ties
is where I'm
with
going to end
everyone.
today's episode, guys. I do
You know?
hope you enjoyed. If you did, let me know what you thought of it in the comments down below, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Yeah, the website's down right now. It's because I need to fix the fucking domain. It should be up
apologized again,
in a day or two,
and then Frank
okay?
put us back
I'm
into the
sorry.
hall, which was suddenly very quiet.
Such a fucking
and
pain
most
in
of
my
our
ass,
families
dude.
looked down at the floor, a little embarrassed.
Already
The
struggling,
festivities
and
were cut
it just
short, and I was taken home by
nerfed
Frank
me so much
because I was too
more by
angry
doing
with my
that.
husband, and I didn't want to see him.
like,
During
I'd
the
be able to
ride,
fix it
Frank
easier
apologized for blowing up
if they had, like,
that.
a number
He explained
to
that
call.
my husband was horrible, even
No,
back when he was a brother,
of course,
and
it's
used
like,
every
oh,
special
talk with
occasion
our
to
chat.
humiliate Frank.
Our chat
When it was
bot.
Frank's
Like, I don't want to
birthday,
talk to the
my
chat
husband would
bot.
throw his cake at
Give
him
me a
and break
human
his
I want to talk
presents.
to.
But back then, their parents always brushed it all off
But yeah.
by saying that that's just how brothers behave. So he had to endure
Yeah, well, I
every
mean, if you live in the
humiliation.
deep south,
But when he saw
probably
my
just
husband
moving
bury my
is the
face in
best
cake,
solution.
He was fed up
for that.
because he realized that my husband
'Cause
was
you're
just
shit
a
out of
bad
luck no matter
person
what.
who got his satisfaction from humiliating others.
Hello!
I asked Frank if he thought that it would be an exaggeration if I separated from my husband, and he said no. Because according to him, I deserved better, and he didn't care how his brother felt about it, because he had brought it on himself. Then he told me that if I needed help collecting my things, he would help me and
Oh,
gave
wait.
me his...
Okay, it started a new one. I was like, is this still from the other one? But no, it's not. Okay. Oh, I'm switching something else. Let's see. What should we listen to? Let's listen to something that will keep my attention. Chat, you can't see my face right now, but there is another Piers Morgan interview. Not that we like Piers Morgan, for the record. However, we watched Baby Reindeer, and there's another interview. It's with the first victim. Chat. Yes, Gene, it's that one. Oh, we're watching that. Oh, we're watching that right now. Oh, chat, get seated. Everyone get seated. Whew. Oh, everyone seat yourself. I'm gonna grab the link. Hold on. Let's fucking go. Let's go. The crazy bitch. Let's see, what does the other victim have to fucking say? I am so interested. Okay. Okay. Woo! With Martha or just in general, because having interviews is his job. Stop. Okay, here we go.
Extremely concerned that this woman might also be moving close to where I live.
Do you feel threatened by that?
I always felt threatened. I just never knew what she was capable of. She was rude to staff. She shouted at people. She was inappropriate with a male. She threw a book across the office and hit somebody with it. She tried to follow a male member of staff home. I was horrified. She just went completely crazy and started screaming at me. Very similar to the scene in episode 1 in Richard Gadd's show. Every day I'd come into the office, the answer phone would be full of messages, all from her. I had grown adults in tears, terrified that she was going to harm them. That was the point at which I thought, I can take no more of this.
Do you have any doubt that she is a dangerous stalker? When Richard Gadd's character in Baby Reindeer goes to
Shit!
Martha,
Shit!
news reports with chilling echoes of his own
Okay, I'm
experiences.
gonna just keep emptying out the closet.
I sat there for hours taking it all in, piecing together her whole timeline. Her graduate job, how she got fired for inappropriate behaviour with the boss, how she started hanging around outside his house,
also, this
and falsely
stream
reporting to the
is
police
marked
for
as
abusing his
educational, because I will
disabled child. This other
educationally
time she attacked
be
his mother in
grabbing
the street, a
dildos
4.5-year
to
prison
educationally
sentence.
put in the
As
closet
with Fiona
to
Harvey
organize
herself, it didn't take long
educationally in
for
a
the
very
real identity of
educational
the person
way.
at the heart of
Okay,
that
YouTube,
story
it's educational.
to become widespread public knowledge. Her name is Laura Ray, and as the apparently fictional headline suggests, she
In the
is
most
a lawyer who
educational
claims that Fiona
way
Harvey stalked
I
and harassed
possibly can.
her and her family many years before she ever met Gadd. I put those claims to Fiona Harvey during our interview. The Sun reported an interview with Laura Ray, who you've referenced, who accused you of inappropriate behaviour whilst you worked with her.
She headhunted me from another firm because she needed someone to do employment law, and I'm pretty good at employment law, so...
She said that she had to sack you days later
pretty good
because
at
you were
employment
completely
law,
incapable of behaving
so-
yourself.
I walked. Her staff were really, really rude to me.
She then said that following you leaving, obviously very quickly, that you
This
then
is from the
harassed
last
her.
interview.
Mrs. Ray said she was so frightened she issued workers at her firm with personal alarms. You were then served an interim interdict to stop you from contacting the lawyer or her politician husband.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
An interim
We have checked this out. There is no interim interdict in Scotland.
Why? Well, after that interview, which is now being seen by nearly 14 million people on the Uncensored YouTube channel alone, Laura Ray contacted me and said she'd like her opportunity to respond. And she joins me now in the studio. Laura, thank you very much for coming down from Scotland for this.
Thank you.
I can only imagine that this is something that you hoped had disappeared from your life a long time ago, but because of the Netflix series and how incredibly successful it's been, one of the most watched series in living memory, it's brought it all back to your door, your family, what you say you went through at the hands of Fiona Harvey. So, first of all,
Thank you,
when did you
Samuel.
know
Thank
Netflix
you.
were doing a series?
Well,
Thank
I
you,
found
thank
out
you.
about 5
Thank you
weeks
very
ago.
much.
The Mail and Sunday contacted me.
You've
and
been
asked
here
me
for
had
a
I seen
while.
Baby
Nice.
Reindeer, and I had no idea what they were talking about. So they suggested I go and watch an episode of it, which I did, and then I spoke to them, and I couldn't believe it. From the very beginning, it was obvious it was the same woman. It was Fiona Harvey. You know, the actress who does a very good job.
You guys want to
Sounds
see my
like her,
political
looks
shirts
like her,
that I got
mimicked her to
for
a
when I
T.
want to
And
do
uses the same phrases
joke
which they found on the
videos?
real
Look.
Fiona Harvey's
Look at
Twitter
my
account.
pink
Yes, I mean, I have
America
a file full
hat.
of papers which are letters from her, emails, faxes, and so forth, and it's all identical.
And you yourself were identified very quickly from the
Forget
series
what this one
because
says.
there could only have been one Scottish lawyer who'd been through this experience with Fiona Harvey because it was all documented.
Well, I think it's because it was so unusual that she was a female stalker stalking another female.
This shirt's so funny.
And so
Look
I
at this
was actually
ridiculous
identified
shit.
by the press.
This is all from
before she
Amazon, by
was.
the way.
I think the press sort of held back a bit with her for about a week. And then I think it was
Drill,
the
baby,
Sun
drill.
came out and said who she was.
This was the Sunday Mail, one of the top Scottish
Like, what
papers
is
at the time.
this?
MP
Okay, here's the
wife
Biden one.
of the stalker. Your husband Jimmy was an MP at the time.
Here's one of the Biden ones.
And it was a front page splash story. So this wasn't a quiet, small thing. This was a massive news story
have Biden
in
or
Scotland
bust.
that people would have been aware of.
It was indeed, yes.
So when you realised
this one's
your
really funny
story
too.
was being recounted,
I have
albeit
two
with the
even
names
funnier
changed,
shirts.
Baby Reindeer. How did it make you feel?
Well, I just couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe what was going on, and I was in a state of shock for about a week.
And then here's the one I got the pink
Had a
hat
really
for.
bad effect on
Okay.
It had a very bad effect on me, and even now after 5 weeks or so, when I'm getting over it a bit, it's still very triggering every time I see something. I mean, I've never watched YouTube before, apart from when I saw your program a few weeks ago.
1-800 Make
And yet
America
every
Great
day
Again.
there are more
This
comments
just missed me.
and
And it's the
people,
picture. It's like an
psychiatrists and so
old
on,
ass.
talking about the show, analysing your interview, and it just all triggers everything
Like,
back to me every
please,
time I
it's
see
so
it. It's
fucking
very, very
hilarious.
distressing.
Have you been emotional about it?
I have, yes.
And then I got my
You-
pink
you-
American flag
left to
here
tears?
too.
Well, yes. I mean, I'm a
honestly is
reasonably
kinda
robust
eating.
person. I'm an
Walk away.
advocate. I appear in court all the time, so I'm not easily prone to tears.
Like,
but
does
this
this not
has got
eat?
me very, very anxious and upset. And particularly since
Right, I'm
a
pretty
few
sure it's
weeks
from
ago,
Home
I thought
Alone
she was
too.
down
Like,
in London, but a few weeks ago we were told that in the little village near us called Baclivey, which is where she's from originally, she's now been looking to buy a house, we've been told. Now,
I
I
like
don't know
it.
whether that's true, but apparently
like the pink
journalists
flag,
were
I'm not
round
gonna
the
lie.
doors of Baclivey about 2 weeks ago asking about this. So I'm extremely concerned that this woman not only is abusing me on the internet, on her
Oh,
Facebook
God damn it.
pages, and on every opportunity
politics
she
are
can,
not
defaming
real.
me, but she might also be moving close to where I live.
Do you feel threatened by that?
I do feel threatened. I always
I mean,
felt threatened
yeah,
by her,
she's
because I
scary
just
as
never
fuck.
knew
I would
what she
also
was
feel threatened.
capable of.
Let's go back to when you first encountered her.
Yeah.
Obviously, she says that you headhunted her to be a specialist in the employment law at your firm at the time. Is that true?
No, she was looking for a traineeship. She had been looking for a traineeship for
The
about
truth
4
comes
years
out.
and couldn't get anyone to take her on, or at least I think she'd
Lol.
been taken on twice before me, but for very brief periods of time. So you're supposed to get a traineeship within 2 years of getting your legal diploma. She must have got several extensions on that because she was way
No.
out of time. So I received quite a number of letters.
Oh my God,
from
Lemon,
her.
you're right.
And
I
they were in
remember
such familiar
that.
terms that I thought this must
That
be
was
somebody
funny.
I'd met somewhere, perhaps through the Labour Party.
Biden or dust.
So then when I got engaged to Jimmy, she sent me a
Yeah, no, we're so fucking
congratulations
cooked,
card.
chat. We're so cooked.
I then got another
It's
letter
it's
from
over
her
for us
saying,
all.
"Oh, I'm disappointed you haven't interviewed me for
Cheers.
a traineeship." And I felt rather bad about that if this was somebody that I'd met and perhaps overlooked. So I invited her to come in and see me, to talk to me. And I have to say, she was reasonably credible. I'm not daft, she didn't behave in the way she subsequently behaved, during the interview.
I mean, not
But
surprising.
I did have a few concerns about her. She went into a bit of detail with me about her family circumstances, which I won't repeat. But she made me feel very sorry for her, and I said, okay. She said, I've never had anybody giving me a chance. Would you please help me out here? I've got no money, etc. So I said, okay. And she only worked for me for 2 weeks.
Did you believe
2
that she
weeks?
was qualified?
Ayo,
I knew she wasn't qualified. She was looking for a traineeship. Trainees do menial jobs like, at the start filing or
Only 2 weeks?
sitting in and things. You're training them. They're not doing anything of any great worth for you. So you need to have a 2-year training.
But she said she had a law degree.
Yeah, but that's not enough.
No, it's not full legal training, but do you think that she even had the law degree?
I think she had the law
Pepsi.
degree because in my file of papers I do have.
I think I'll be okay in Washington, like I said, but still,
it does
it's,
state that she's got a law degree. So I believe she has a law degree, and I believe that some years later she got the diploma in law, which you're required to have in Scotland.
Do you think she ever practiced law?
No, I don't think so. I mean, she certainly, I don't think she ever got a traineeship in Scotland. She, I know for sure, worked with another firm after myself and was fired from there, and caused that firm a lot of grief.
She claimed in our interview that you didn't even know the name of your own firm.
Well, that's nonsense. I mean, my firm was called L&L Lawrence at the time I employed her. We subsequently
Why would you not know the name of
amalgamated with
her
a
own
much
firm? That
larger
doesn't even
firm
make
called
sense.
Drummond Miller, who took over ourselves and another trade union firm called McPhail's. So to keep the connection with the firms and to keep the goodwill, they called us the McPhail-Lawrence Partnership in Glasgow, and then a few years later, we were all subsumed into Drummond Miller.
Once she started working for you, what happened?
Well, I was out of the office quite a lot because we had an office in Glasgow, an office in Edinburgh. So she was put onto a desk where what she had to do was jot down details of anyone phoning on our accident hotline. Now, this was the days before the internet. So we had a special phone number, a free phone number. Members of the public could phone if they wanted advice about an accident. So all she had to do was to write down the name and address of the people, take some basic details, and then get a solicitor to phone them. She wouldn't have been capable of, giving advice because she had no experience.
Right.
She'd never done it.
So it was a clerk job, really?
Yeah, pretty much. It was a trainee solicitor's not quite a clerk, but I mean, they're a very junior member of your staff.
I meant kind of office clerk sort of level of stuff.
Well, office clerks can often have a lot more experience in certain things. She was very much trainee solicitor role, so she was there to learn from us rather than the other way round.
And how did she do?
She was dreadful. I mean, I wasn't there all the time, but essentially she was rude to staff. She shouted at people. She was inappropriate with a male member of staff. She tried to follow a male member of staff home. I mean, all sorts of things happened. She threw a book across the office and hit somebody with it. But on the hotline, she was heard to be saying to people, "Oh, you don't want to come here? I'll give you the name of another firm of solicitors." So we were paying all this money for this premium rated hotline, and she was giving the details of our competitors to individuals.
And did you try and have it out with her?
Well, I did. I mean, the first thing that had happened was on day one, she came into my cashier demanding that the cashier give her a sub. And our cashier, Caroline, said to her, "I'm sorry, but we don't do that. You'll need to wait to the end of the month." A couple of days later, she came into my office, burst through the door, very upset and kind of angry. And I said, "What is it?" And she said, "Well, there's a man downstairs who won't leave. I owe him money." And I thought, goodness, somebody's sitting in my reception. Anybody else who's waiting there will think I owe this man money. So I said to her, "Well, what's this all about?" And she said, "Well, I owe him for a car repair." And she said, "So I need a sub." And I said, "Well, I'm disappointed you keep asking for subs because we've told you we're not going to do that." I said, "How much is it?" She said, £250. And she said she'd borrowed the money from her auntie, but when she went into the envelope, it wasn't enough money in it. And she said she had no money to live till the end of the month. So I said to her, "Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you £250 out of my own personal money. Go and pay the man and then come up and talk to me." So she came up and talked to me. I said, "Keep the other £230 to keep yourself going." I said, and she then started to tell me about various financial problems she had, which I won't go into. But I volunteered to go and speak to her bank to try and help her out. I was trying my level best to give this person a helping hand. And I went down, I spoke to her bank about a week later, smoothed everything out for her. And when I came back to the office, she started saying to me, "Oh, I've been on the phone all afternoon to the Law Society to find out what will happen if I go bankrupt." I said, "Well, Fiona, if you want to be a solicitor or ever be in a partnership, that's not the way to go." So anyway, I made a suggestion to her that she might want to sell the old car that she had, which had been the cause of the bill for the breakdown. And at that, she just went completely crazy and started screaming at me. Very similar to the scene in episode 1 in Richard Gadd's show.
What was she screaming?
"Don't you speak to me like that." And she did the same thing with a couple of other members of staff. One of my conveyancing staff was trying to show her how to do
I need to
some
clear
kind
out
of
my
clause in a
closet again.
conveyance.
I have too much
And
stuff.
she started shouting the same thing at me. Don't you say that to me. Don't speak to me like that. But in a very loud and aggressive tone. So it became quite obvious quite quickly that she really wasn't cut out for this kind of thing. She, I think one of the other things she did was she phoned up a
I would put on a maid
solicitor
uniform, but I don't
that,
want to have
we
to
used to do
fucking
Edinburgh
find.
agency work for her. And she
Right.
phoned him up and
Hold on
said to
right
him,
now.
"Oh, I just want you to know that all the people here in this office, nobody
Okay,
likes you.
where to
Everybody
start?
says nasty things about you, makes comments about you." Now,
What was his disability?
he was, I think he'd had polio, so he couldn't walk properly.
Oh my God.
So, it was nasty stuff. She grabbed a phone from one of my members of staff who was on trying to explain something to a client who obviously was giving him some difficulty, and she then started shouting abuse down the phone at the client. So there was a whole number of these incidents. And I had spent a few days in London. I was on the executive of the Association of Personal Injury Lawyers, and I think it was one of their meetings I was at and doing other things in London, seeing clients. And I came back to the office this was at the end of the second week, so there'd been a few incidents I was aware of. But by the time I got back, there was more and more being reported to me. Staff members in tears because of the way she'd spoken to them. So I got her into the office and I said, "Look, this is not on." I put some of the stuff to her. I asked her about the phone line, and she said, no, I didn't do that. And then she says, "Oh, well, yes, I did, but I thought it was the right thing to do." So I just said, "Well, I don't think, you're cut out for here." So I said to her, "I'm afraid that's it." I paid her for the month. She'd only been there 2 weeks and obviously had done nothing apart from cause complete havoc. And then she said, "I'm not leaving. I'm going to phone the Law Society, I'm not leaving." And she then started shouting and screaming, running around the office. And eventually, my cashier and I, Caroline, had to get one arm on either side of her and actually march her out of the office. And she stood out there for at least half an hour screaming abuse. And that was when it all started. Thereafter, every day I'd come into the office, the answer phone would be full of messages, all from her, all
I'm trying to
threatening,
think.
nasty.
What kind of threats?
Where to
"I'll
start?
get you,
I guess
you're
I should
not going to get away
organize the
with
stuff.
this, I'll get Jimmy Ray," all that sort of stuff. I know that sounds a bit vague, but the way it was said was in a very threatening manner.
And how many was she leaving on a daily basis?
Well, the answer phone would be filled up.
How many was that, roughly?
I'm not sure how many messages, but she would rant on. It would take probably about an hour's worth of call.
Every day?
Every day. And then when we amalgamated with the other firms, again, she did the same thing. Not necessarily every day by that point. She blew a bit hot and cold, but it was pretty persistent for a couple of years. Also,
Years?
Years. She did this for nearly 5 years. So what she would do, given that way back in 1997, this was really at the start of the internet, so people weren't emailing to the same extent they do now. What she would do would be phone up other solicitors or send them faxes with defamatory stuff about me, saying how terrible I was, how terrible the firm was, accusing people of everything under the sun. And then, I would get phone calls from people I didn't know who would say, "I'm really embarrassed. I've had this fax through from this woman. I don't know her and I don't know you, but I thought I ought to bring it to your attention." So I had issued the staff with panic alarms, right back at the beginning when all this started. Because, I had grown adults in tears, terrified
crazy.
that she was going to harm them, terrified that something awful was going to happen.
She also claimed
Understandable.
that
Okay, let me grab the laundry
you
basket.
and your husband, Jimmy, who's sadly no longer with us, but he accused you of assaulting your 3-year-old son, Frankie, who was born with a rare chromosomal disorder.
Well, that was the point at which I thought I can take no more of this. I had heard from a lawyer some months before that,
All of my normal
who
clothes.
phoned me, who'd taken her on,
So that I can
and
separate the work
he said to
clothes
me
out
that
from
he was in a
normal
terrible
clothes.
state because he'd fired her, and he went home that night to find 2 social workers at his door, The police were involved. It was all taken very seriously, and the accusation was that he'd been abusing his children. This went to the children's schools and so on. This man was on his knees and really upset. And I said, well, you know, all I could do is perhaps speak to the sort of things she's done to me. So when I was going to go to the bar in 2003, I had to do some exams the year before that. So I went to Strathclyde University. And who's the first person I see when I get to the university to start doing a couple of classes but her? And I couldn't believe it, because at that point it had gone a bit quiet. And there she was, and from then on she followed me around the university. She would stand right up beside me and so on. So I complained to the professor at the university. And again, stalking wasn't really taken that seriously by people. I think people just assumed, oh, it's two women who just don't get on or something like that. So he said, oh, well, I've checked her records and she's not registered as a student here, so I've got no locus over her. And I said, well, if she's not registered as a student, can you not just throw her out to get the security? So I don't like to do that. Now, by the end of the university year, I got a letter to say that he apologised because she'd gone on to upset a number of members of staff, harass them and other students. So she knew that I'd made a complaint about them. So one day, just after I made the complaint, I go home to find two social workers at my door saying to me, you know, we have some very serious allegations. So I said to them, well, come in. And I said, before you say anything to me, I said, and I do understand you've got a job to do and it's a very important job. I said, but I want to tell you what I think is going on here. So I explained to them about the other lawyer. I explained to them everything, and they confirmed, oh yes, it's a woman who says that she's at university with you. Now, initially she gave a false name of another student, and it wasn't the other student because I contacted the other student. But to cut a long story short, she made 5 complaints to the social work department, eventually screaming at them down the phone, demanding that my severely disabled son be taken into care. Now, to my mind, that was the point at which I thought, no, enough is enough. I'm not having this. I'm not having this poor child beleaguered in that way. So I contacted the police. The police didn't do anything. But I was a consultant to Drummond Miller solicitors, and so they did the interim interdict for.
So this is again a crucial part of this. And before we get to the interim interdict, I just want to ask you. She said to me she wasn't let go from your firm, but instead she walked.
Well, she was walked out the door, if I can put it that way.
But it certainly wasn't at her volition.
It wasn't at her volition.
She was walked out the door.
She said she never had any legal proceedings or restraining orders against her. But you say, and you provided documentary evidence of this, that there was an interim interdict against her. Now, just very simply explain what that is.
Well, in Scotland at the time, there was no procedure for harassment type cases. The only thing you could use was this procedure for interdict, which is when you want to try and get the court to stop someone from doing something that you fear they may do. So that's the purpose of an interdict. Now, because often the circumstances can be acute, you can apply for an interim interdict, which means there's an initial hearing before a judge who decides whether, on the basis of the information, it's appropriate to grant what is essentially a restraining order, an interim interdict. So that was granted.
And we've seen the documents to support that, both the claim and the fact that it was granted.
Yeah, so there is an initial writ that sets out all the circumstances on which you're asking the judge to find that, you know, there are grounds for concern here.
Right.
And they're set out.
And it's basically what you've been detailing to me about the consistent, well, the terrible way she behaved in the office, and afterwards even worse, obviously, and then the accusations against you and your husband about your son and so on. And what happened once that interim interdict was issued?
Well, it was served on her by sheriff officers, and then she had.
And again, for viewers who are curious, the Sheriffdom of Glasgow and Strathkelvin at Glasgow. This is the initial writ here, and we've seen the follow-up documentation leading to the granting of the interim interdict.
All of this is.
I was contacted by the solicitors to say it had been granted by the sheriff, and that it was then served upon her, the court order, She then had 21 days in which to put in a notice of intention to defend, which she didn't do. And she then would have had to put in defences. Now, what she says is that there is copy correspondence that I've sent you where she contacted someone at Drummond Miller, one of the more senior partners there, who's now a judge. She contacted him to say that she wasn't going to send him a copy of the defences and she was terribly busy, but she would get them in the next couple of days. She never put in any defences at all. So my solicitors then contacted the court some weeks later, having waited for all the appropriate time periods, and asked if they could, what would happen then. And basically they were told, well, the sheriff doesn't want to grant the permanent interdict against her until there is any further behaviour. So the interdict lasted for a year and a day. And knowing that she doesn't know anything about procedure and wasn't a qualified solicitor, we reckoned that she might not know that it wasn't actually going to be valid a year later. So it was valid for a year and a day. I never heard from her for 22 years, so the interim interdict did what I was hoping it would do. What we had agreed with the solicitors was that if she came back after a year and a day, we would just take out another interim interdict.
You never had to because she disappeared.
I never had to because she disappeared.
Interesting.
And what was that feeling like when she disappeared?
It was relief, absolute relief. I mean, I had enough on my plate. Jimmy had a stroke about a year after all this. I was looking after Frankie, who's severely handicapped. Nobody knew at the time exactly what was wrong.
Do you think Jimmy's health was affected adversely by all the stress of this or not?
Jimmy was a pretty resilient guy, so no, I don't think so. I think he was more worried about me and about Frankie than he was about her harming him.
I mean, to have social workers turn up at your door with that kind of allegation when your son is already pretty disabled, it's hard to imagine many worse things for someone to do to someone.
Well, exactly. And I was horrified. I couldn't believe that anyone could be so callous and cruel. It's one thing having a go at me. I didn't mind that to the same extent. And, she called me a lot of names. She's continuing to do so.
Yes, she is. And your letter to me when you contacted me was, unfortunately for me, I'm now collateral damage because Netflix allowed Miss Harvey to be so easily identifiable, which I think is inarguable. Have Netflix made any attempt to approach you?
Well, their solicitors spoke to me. They contacted somebody through the Mail on Sunday who then contacted me and asked me would I speak to their lawyers. So I had a conversation with them. Really what they wanted from me was a copy of the interim.
And when was this?
About a week ago I spoke to them.
A week ago, but you hadn't heard from them before that?
I hadn't heard from them before that. Certainly nobody approached me to say there's going to be a story coming out in which it will be very obvious that you are one of the victims.
Do you think from that it would be correct to assume they may be panicking a bit, Netflix, about the fallout from all this?
Well, I really don't know. I can't speak.
This is very ultimately they've asked you for documentary evidence to support something which is a major plank of their series.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they've got to show that what they have done is materially true or substantially true.
Was what they put in Baby Reindeer materially true about you?
Yes. Well, in the sense that there was a character who was a mother.
Oh, nice!
Angelic
predictors, those are so nice.
The thrust of it, which was that she was sacked from a law firm and turned on her boss, that's true.
Yeah.
That somebody in it was a barrister. I'm now a barrister, so I think that's where that bit comes from. And the bit about the sick stalker targeting the deaf child is absolutely clearly a reference taken along with everything else.
No question. I mean, that's just straight from this story.
Yeah.
Have you ever met Richard Gadd?
No.
Because I put this question to her about how unusual it is to have somebody stalking two completely different people, both of whom, by her estimation, are fantasizing. Let's take a look. Why would two people who have no contact with each other at all, Laura Ray and Richard Gadd, why would they both portray you as a very unpleasant
I don't know why Richard Gadd has, but Laura Walker, it was certainly because I was going for parliamentary selection.
The two different, you get my point, two different people.
Yeah, but Richard Gadd has Googled that. Richard Gadd has used that as
Well,
a
that's in the
basis for
drama.
his show.
Is when they find out that you had previously harassed this family.
I haven't harassed that family.
I'll stop.
When you saw that exchange, what went through your mind?
I was horrified. I mean, I've actually watched your interview a few times because the first time I saw it,
I do
was
more
in
often
shock
have like their
watching
own
her,
little section
seeing
that
how
they
it just
live in
brought it
all the
all
time.
back again. And I've watched it several times to see what is it she's saying about me. And it's unbelievable that after the things she did, that she can say she wasn't harassing my family. Of course she was harassing my family.
For many years.
For many years. For longer than Richard Gadd.
When you've seen the fallout from
You guys are getting
the Netflix series plus my interview, particularly around the fact that she's adamant that she's never been in court, let alone admitted to stalking him or being convicted, and there is no apparent evidence she ever was convicted of any crime. What do you make of that? Because that goes right to the heart, for many people, of the integrity of Richard Gadd's story.
I don't think
It's hard to say, really. I mean, I can't say whether she's got any convictions or not. I know that the newspapers have looked for them and can't find them. In Scotland, convictions can be spent after a certain number of
But it
years.
says that she was convicted, for example, for 4.5 years for what she did to you and your family.
Well, she wasn't convicted for that. I didn't press any kind of criminal charges.
So that is untrue.
So that's untrue.
I mean, again, back to Netflix's duty of care, they're making it very easy for both Fiona Harvey and you to be quickly identified.
Yeah.
And yet a material fact that she was sent to prison for 4.5 years for harassing you and your family, like it appears the same thing that Richard Gadd is saying about what happened to him, that neither of those things may be true.
Well, it doesn't appear they are true.
And you're a lawyer. It's quite a serious leap to go from somebody who may be harassing people, trolling a nasty, abusive person, to a convicted criminal. Do you think?
Well, I agree with you. I mean, I don't think for the sort of things she did to me, even if I had pressed for some kind of criminal conviction, I don't think she would have got very long, if any kind of custodial
I don't
sentence.
think that really matters.
Would she now,
I'm
do
gonna
you
be
think?
super
The
honest.
same thing. The laws
It's
tightened up.
incredibly hard to get
I don't
people
think
convicted
so. I mean, I
for it.
spoke to the police not so long ago and asked them about this, and certainly in Scotland the law hasn't changed in line with the way it has in England on stalkers. So it's still very difficult. Basically, the police say unless she actually comes up and physically attacks me, there's nothing they can do to protect me.
How does, given
Yeah,
the fact that
exactly,
journalists have
Lemon.
been investigating whether she might be moving back to your area or looking for someone to live there, how does that make you feel?
Frightened.
What do you think she might be capable of doing?
I don't know. I mean, I think one of the interesting things has been in all the press that has been about this, there's been a number of articles by psychiatrists who say that she probably has some kind of personality disorder. I don't know, I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, she definitely
And that
does.
she may have some sort of delusional disorder, and that people with these kind of disorders actually believe everything they say. And that kind of, you know, in a weird way makes
Yeah, I'm gonna
sense
use
to me
this as
because
part
she
of the cosplay
contradicted
thing.
herself right, left and centre on your show. I have correspondence in which she contradicts herself, which she says doesn't exist. But I think she maybe genuinely does believe
Yes, I felt
in her own little parallel universe
I
that
felt
this
that
is true.
she was peddling lines that she may believe,
Mm-hmm.
which is delusional, but that may be the case. But I also think that she may have a very legitimate case against Netflix, Richard Gadd, Clerkenwell Films, if it turns out she's never been convicted of any crimes.
I don't think
Twice
that
in that
matters,
series,
I'm gonna
both
be
in relation
honest.
to you and Richard Gadd, she's getting lengthy prison sentences for the stalking, and that doesn't appear to be true.
Well, I agree with you, but
Yeah,
I
it's
think
just
what we then
wishful
have to
thinking.
look at is what is that actually worth in terms of damages. So you have to prove that your reputation has been damaged.
Yeah,
As far as I
exactly.
understand it, I'm not aware that Fiona has ever held down a job anywhere. So I don't think there's any claim for loss of earnings.
Bro.
She has got top lawyers now, both here and in the US, going after Netflix quite hard.
Well,
I think she has got a good case.
Well, I'm sure she may have a good case, but the question is then certainly in Scotland, what would it be worth? You're looking at somebody
Yeah.
who has a pattern of stalking, who stalked quite a number of people apart from myself. People have been coming out of the woodwork to me.
She's like,
fighting
it
to
doesn't
come
matter if she was
forward,
convicted or
but
not. She
letting
did
me
it.
know that
Like,
they
what
know
the fuck?
what's going on.
Do you have any doubt that she is a dangerous stalker?
I have no doubt she's a dangerous stalker, no doubt whatsoever.
What has this being raked up done to you?
Well, it's made me very anxious. Certainly, you know, it's every so often. I mean, every day I can't stop thinking about it, and I can't stop obsessively watching YouTube and all these different channels where people are exploring the ins and outs of it.
Because you didn't want to do an interview like this. You wanted this all just to, as it had been for a long time, just be part of the past.
Yeah.
But you felt compelled to because everyone was talking about you.
Well, I'm an advocate, I've got a reputation to defend, and the sting of what she says about me is basically that I'm a liar and that I'm an incompetent lawyer. So that's not good news if you're an advocate in professional practice. And I certainly wouldn't want any of my clients, my solicitors who instruct me, or any clients that I represent to think any of that is true.
Yeah,
Have you considered suing her?
Well,
Piers,
I am
you're way too
considering
litigious.
suing her, and certainly if Netflix give her £11 million, I'll be suing her.
Okay.
The problem is that if she has no money,
I have a bunch of
reparation claims are very
things,
expensive to
yeah,
mount. There's
put
very
away.
little point in me suing her if she's got nothing.
Has Richard Gant made any attempt to reach out to you? Would you?
None at all.
Would you have expected him to?
Well,
I mean, without him putting all this onto first an Edinburgh show and then a smash hit Netflix series, it would never have come to this.
I don't know what I would expect. I've never met him, and I can understand that he
Fucking
has written
Piers.
what I think is a very compelling TV
He wants her to be
series.
angry
He's done
so
very
bad, but
well
she's just
into
kind of
it,
like,
and
I mean-
I sort of wish him well in that. I do think that when he says that he changed all the details so that people wouldn't recognise her and she wouldn't recognise herself, that is just untrue. I mean, he could easily have made her somebody who didn't look like Fiona Harvey, who was, say, an accountant
It's
or a
changed the
doctor.
story completely. I mean, one of the Netflix chief executives is the Netflix policy chief. He went into the UK Parliament several weeks ago and he said this.
Baby Reindeer is an extraordinary story, and it is obviously a true story of the horrific abuse that the writer and protagonist Richard Gadd suffered at the hands of a convicted stalker. We did take every reasonable precaution in disguising the real-life identities of the people involved in that story.
Your response to that?
Well, I disagree completely with what he says. That's just not the case.
I don't know, Jessica. I don't know.
Do you feel better for doing an interview about this?
I do. I have to say it has made me feel much better because I feel I've got my point of view across and I can now just try and put this to bed and ignore it.
Have you been getting an adverse reaction from people?
Well, my colleagues and friends obviously not, and my colleagues at the bar have been very supportive. But certainly online I've had adverse comments. There is now a Fiona Harvey support group who are commenting that I look like a man and that I am Richard Gadd's trans girlfriend, or they're suggesting that.
Wow, who would have thought
And I'd
that
like
her
to refute
supporters
both
are
of
all
those views.
transphobic?
Do you think she's capable of violence against you? Is that what worries you?
Well, that is what worries me, yes. I don't know what she's capable of because I don't even think she would remember thereafter. So I don't know what she is capable of. But if somebody threatens to kill you on several occasions just because they may have personality disorders doesn't mean that they won't actually try and do it.
Do you think she might? Or is capable of that?
Well, I seem to have been her major obsession over all these years because it's lasted the longest with me. So I could quite see, depending on how you looked at things, that she maybe sees me as some sort of enemy and that maybe feels compelled to do something to harm me further.
Do you have a message for her if she's watching this?
Well, I think my message would be, I think you need to get some help. I think you need to get psychiatric help as soon as possible. And I think you need to get off Facebook and stop sending emails and so on to people because you're doing yourself no favours if you are going to sue Netflix.
Laura Ray, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bro. Damn. God, I hope so too. I hope the actual Terry gets to stay the fuck out of this. Hi, Soul. What's up? What's up, Tiny Dog? Fucking dusty in here. God damn it. Hold on, I need to go find more bags. giant Ziplocs, and I don't know where they went. Oh wow, they're right there. I'm an idiot. Ugh. I am dumb. They're right here. Ugh. Yay! Thank you, Jean. Supervision back. Okay, first of all, look at this. Munchie is like chewed on this. What the fuck, kitten? Fuck. Kitty. Okay, let me put this away. And then I'm gonna get the thing for the maps. Oh my god. Here, I'll give them.
What's this? Oh, is this for Yo-Yo? Oh, is this for little babies?
They have little broth bones. They're obsessed with them. Meow, meow. And the kitty can have one, so he gets very excited. Yeah, that one's yours.
There you go. There you go, Baba.
Just please don't eat it on the pillow or my clothes. Okay, that's fine.
That one's for you, Munchies. Here, let's move it. Come on, let's move it over here so it's easier for kittens.
Let's put it on your plate.
There you go. You brought him to the floor, Munchie.
Soul just fucking demolishes them. Everyone else takes a while. Why doesn't porn have special effects? Some porn does have special effects. It depends. Munchie. No one's trying to steal it, baby. And he's gone.
Eesh. Oh.
The big rubber monster's there. Yeah, Miso's missing some teeth. That's why I give him a small amount.
Good job, buddy.
Soul, don't you dare steal. You got the most. Because it takes you the shortest amount of time, but that doesn't mean you get to steal. The kitty hissing at Bubbles as she walked by. Everyone's like, Soul, stay away from me. Run, Bubba, run. Girl, you already got. You already had. You already had. You already had. Okay, Kitty, this is why I wanted yours to be up high, so you could be safe away from everyone. How about I help you? How about I help you? I help you, kitten. There you go. Okay, never mind. He wants to be right by the mirror. Thank you! Thank you, Elf Master. Master Elf, you know what I mean. Thank you. Get it, Munchie. So he'll eat you. Munchie will eat you. Run, Bubba, run. You already got a whole thing. They're splitting one. They're literally splitting it. Leave him alone, Soul. Yeah, good boy. Go run away. Good run away. Soul, you stay away from that kitten. You stay away from that kitten. Soul, you want to be on the bed, baby? You have to stay away from the kitten. There you go. Stay away from that kitten. Oh my god. She's just watching him. And he's back. Hi, Papa. The drama right now because they can't like get anywhere. You can do it, Bubba. Good job, buddy. You did it. So there's not really anywhere to go right now. You're surrounded. You're surrounded. You're surrounded, boys. Do you want help? Hi, do you want help? Do you want freedom? Do you want puppy freedom? Come here. Come here. Come here. Hi. Hi. It's a good dog. It is a good dog. Why do you sound hollow? Are you escaping? Okay, here. Whee! Don't bother them. Don't bother them, please. Don't bother them, please. This is true. This is very true. Empty because she will never be full. Munchie. The puppy's not trying to steal from you, Munchie. The puppy just walked behind you, baby. my god. Alright, finding something else for us to listen to while I keep fucking... Bro. What noise is outside? Sol has stolen a lot of food from him, this is true. But still. He also just kind of does that when he's eating. Oh my god. Exactly. Exactly. Um... Okay. Wait, what, Jean? Huh? What? What's the weather like? Overcast. It's warm though. Yes, there is quite a lot of plushies. As there should be. Yes, the website is currently down right now. It should be fixed in a day or two. In a day or two, it should be back. Like that, Kevin Bacon? Okay, no, it's not. Okay, it's not that Kevin Bacon. Oh, I was like, what the hell? He's dead? Since when? And or he's a cannibal? Bro, what? But no, it's not him. But okay, let's watch this. Sounds interesting. Did we watch the Disturbin one or the Danielle Holland one? Who should we watch? One of them is much longer than the other. I say let's watch the longer one.
What?
Soul, shush. Shorty. Hey, shorty. You are a bold voice. I don't know if you've noticed that you're a bold voice. The domain is broken right now. Like I just said, should be fixed in a day or two. Should be fixed in a day or two. Ugh. I can't fix it now. But yeah. God damn it. Okay.
What is up, you guys, and welcome back to my channel. Finally, I know I've only missed 2 videos, but absolute eternity for me. I've been going absolutely crazy. For those of you that are not aware, didn't watch my last video, I'm in the process of very unexpectedly and chaotically moving. It was totally out of the blue, and so that's been a process, and I was kind of pushed to move into essentially a tiny home, and I'm in the corner of said tiny home. This is my temporary setup because I'm building an entirely new building to film in. It's going to be a separate office from the home that I'm living in. I'm very excited about it, but it's just me and one other person building it from the ground up. And I have lots of experience flipping houses with my dad. My dad was a contractor. Like, I've got a decent amount of knowledge, but it's definitely been an experience. But I can't wait to actually be in there and for you guys to see it, and to kind of have my own little space for work. But that being said, this is why I've been gone this little bit of time, and I'm still in the process of building that building. So this is where I am for the next couple of weeks. So now on to today's video. I really felt compelled to talk about this particular subject today because of the last Crime After Crime episode. And if you're not aware, Crime After Crime is the podcast that I co-host with John Lorden. And our last topic of the podcast was worst dates, like criminal dates. And it spiraled me down the scary statistics and information about the dangers of online dating, particularly the use of dating apps, because the story that I told in that Crime After Crime episode, which I highly suggest you guys listen to, is about a man that conned women through these dating apps out of thousands and thousands of dollars for over a decade, and they had a really hard time capturing this man and figuring out what happened and connecting all the pieces and connecting all the victims, because unfortunately when you're dating online or you're using dating apps, you don't always absolutely know who you're talking to, and you can be on one side of the country or the other side of the world, and it makes things much more difficult. And if you're not aware, there's little to no legislation when it comes to requirements and things set for these apps. And basically, it ends up becoming a breeding ground for pedophiles, sex offenders, killers. It's a disaster. And there's currently an investigation happening through the Congress. I don't know what stages it's at now because it started right before quarantine happened. But it was looking into the dangers of dating apps in specific. They're looking into the fact that registered sex offenders can just casually be on these apps. Most of these dating apps do not screen anybody. They do not make sure.
Did you know that Fansly actually does screen for sex offenders? Sex offenders are not allowed to use Fansly.
These minors can easily bypass the tiny walls built for them to not get on. Just how, like, when MySpace became a thing and you had to fake the year of your birth, it was literally that easy to get on to MySpace. And it's the same kind of situation here. I think that's really pissed me off to no end is that there's even some apps that make you pay extra to have the people you're matched with or the people that you see not be sex offenders. It's like,
I know, I also saw that when I was reviewing TOS, and I was like, oh,
you're gonna have to pay for that. Some of these dating apps sell private information about their users. There are even some companies that very openly push against new legislation that would force them to do things like check for sex offenders and keep minors off of their apps. And it makes it even worse because a lot of the victims, because this is such a sensitive and personal nature, don't come forward. They don't feel comfortable coming forward and reporting any of these crimes. Studies have shown that in the past 5 years alone, sexual assault has
technically a Nadia wig from Genshin, but
and its sole contributor is
I
dating
don't know what I'm using it for
apps.
yet.
Unfortunately, today we are going to be speaking about the murder of 25-year-old Kevin Bacon, who
Might
was lured in
use it
by a
as
man
an elf
on
wig.
Grindr. And it is a devastating story, but it's one of those that really shows that this can happen to absolutely anyone on the one-off chance that they decide to do something like this. So I figured it would be a great story to talk about. Now, I personally am also a few episodes into the series Deadly Dates on Magellan TV, who is also today's sponsor. And Deadly Dates, it shocked me to my absolute core at the situations that happen and how different they can be. For those of you that do not know what Magellan TV is, it is a documentary streaming service for those of you that are documentary obsessed, just like I am. It's founded by filmmakers, producers, and curators to bring premium documentary movies, series, and exclusives straight to you guys in a wide variety of subjects such as Earth, science, nature, obviously my favorite, crime and mystery. New
My favorite topic,
and
Earth.
it's all streamed interruption-free, and even some of the programs you can stream at 4K for no additional cost. You can watch anytime, anywhere, and it's compatible with things like Roku, Amazon Fire
forgot I got
TV,
this.
Google Play, from your phone. You can stream it from your phone to your TV, anything, you name it. I found the Deadly Date series again while doing research for the Crime After Crime podcast, and I feel like everyone needs to see at least one of these episodes. The first episode in particular was devastating because it was a very smart young woman. She actually spoke to this man online for over a year before she was murdered.
All right, good to know.
And the entire show just really gives you an idea of how these predators use these apps to lure in victims, and in turn ends up providing you with a ton of knowledge on how to protect yourself and keep yourself out of situations like this if you are someone that uses these apps. If you would like to watch Deadly Dates and dive into the never-ending documentaries that Magellan TV provides, all you have to do is go to try.magellantv.com/Danielle Howland, and you will get a 1-month free membership trial. Thank you again to Magellan TV for sponsoring today's video, and now on to the rest of the case. So you get the gist at this point. Online dating, using dating apps is very, very dangerous. And unfortunately, Kevin Bacon became a victim of exactly that. Kevin was such a special human being. He was spunky. He was the kind of person that always had a smile on his face. They described him as joyful. That was just like the perfect adjective when you were talking about Kevin. There was never a time when he wasn't willing to help a friend. All the friends that he did have, they were so close, tight-knit group that lasted forever. I believe the roommate that he had before his murder, he had known since 4th grade. He grew up in Swartz Creek, Michigan, his entire life, and it is a small, close-knit community as well. He lived a happy life. He was close to his family, loved his friends. Everything was great. He was also very creative from a young age, and he was really drawn to hair.
More elf
By the age of 12,
ears.
if you had long enough hair to braid, he was gonna braid it, period.
Kevin was a kind-hearted person who enjoyed his work, his life, his work. He was a very good hairstylist. He had a natural talent for it.
Poor Kevin.
He was a very joyful person, very sociable person, and everybody who knew him enjoyed being around him.
The parents of 25-year-old Kevin Bacon remembering the joy their son found in showing off his passion for hair. Bacon had been working as a hairstylist for close to 6 years, his parents tell us, and it's a dream that began at a young age.
He would try to French braid his mom's hair and other family members' hair. He thought about going to hair school and starting early on in high school.
Bacon was near the top of the 2013 graduating class at Swartz Creek High School and a member of the band. But now his parents are left with an emptiness.
But like many other adults his age, aside from his career, he had a social life. He wanted to look for a partner and have fun, and according to his friends, he spent a decent amount of time doing this on Grindr. Unfortunately, on Christmas Eve 2019, this is a very recent case, he met the wrong person through Grindr. At At around 5:15 p.m. on Christmas Eve, Kevin headed out of his home.
I mean,
with the
unfortunately, I'm not
intentions of
surprised
meeting a man
Grindr
that he had just spoken to for the first time that day on Grindr. And he was very excited about this. I'm assuming he'd done it just a handful of times before, where he'd met up with people he had never seen or really spoken to before. And he was very excited this particular circumstance, and was texting his roommate saying, oh, this guy said, you know, he's bringing a couple other men over and we're all gonna hang out. It's gonna be a great time. He was really excited about this, and he said, you know, I'm not gonna be home until way later, so if my mom calls, just tell her that I'm sleeping. And you know, I guess his roommate didn't expect him to be home really that night. Around an hour later at 6:20 p.m., all contact from Kevin entirely stopped. Now again, this was not alarming. Kevin said he was going to be back late. Kevin was out meeting people for the first time. It's not that surprising that he didn't have his phone glued to his hands. But by the next morning, everyone that knew Kevin, that knew how responsible he was, how much he loved his family, how much he loved to celebrate Christmas with them, you know, he didn't show up for Christmas breakfast, and they were all like, oh no, something's absolutely wrong. Now, I'm assuming his family spoke to his roommate to figure out what was going on, and the second that they heard that he was last known to be with someone he just met that day on a dating app, they decided to go ahead and report him as a missing person. And I cannot imagine, obviously it's terrible to ever have to report your child as missing, but on Christmas Day, I can't imagine what that felt like. So
It's technically a
there was a
cape,
big
but-
search for Kevin. They tried contacting everyone they could. They were trying to figure out more information
better as, like, a
about
skirt
who this
add-on.
man was. But unfortunately, Kevin didn't really divulge any information about this man, where exactly he was going, how many people were going to be there. He was very, very vague about it. But this also gave his parents and authorities not really much to work with. Within that same day, something that really turned everyone's stomach was found. Kevin's car was abandoned near Seymour and Miller Road in Swartz Creek, and his phone was inside the car, his wallet, there was a bag of clothes, but the only thing missing was the key to the car, and there were no other signs around the car or the area, you know, of Kevin. I don't know if there was any sign of a struggle. I'm assuming there wasn't, but this was devastating because Kevin wouldn't just leave his car on the side of the road. He definitely wasn't going to leave his phone behind. So no one was really sure what exactly this meant, just that it had to mean something bad happened to him. Kevin's family decided to organize a group search where they searched all around where Kevin's car was found and other places in Swartz Creek, while the family also worked with authorities attempting to get Grindr to hand over any information. Because at this point, they're thinking, okay, the easiest way to solve this is figure out who Kevin was talking to.
Also for rent.
Who is this man he was going to meet? What is this man's address? We'll go there and talk to him, since he's the last person Kevin was thought to have been with. But Grindr, not shockingly at all, didn't want to hand
also
over
for
any
unfair.
information.
They were able to figure out where he had gone using his phone. Okay.
On the 28th of December, so just a few days after Kevin disappeared, they showed up at the home of 50-year-old Mark David Lutunsky, and he lived, and I think it's Morris, Michigan. Is it Maurice, Michigan? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but he lived right off Tyrell Road, and they basically were doing a welfare check to make sure that Kevin was there and he was okay. And when they got there, they definitely found Kevin, but he was not alive. And the circumstances in which they found him and what Mark told them is disturbing. So Kevin was hanging from the rafters of Mark's home. He had been bound by his ankles, and that is how he was attached to the rafters, hanging upside down. He clearly had his throat slashed. He had been stabbed in the back, and it appeared as if his genitals had been mutilated in one way or another. Now, Mark, from what I have seen, and there's not a whole lot of information on this, it seems like he just openly said, oh yeah, I definitely killed Kevin. I was the one who killed him. He started to give over even more horrific information. He not only stabbed Kevin in the back and slashed his throat, but he was the one who mutilated Kevin's genitals. He not only mutilated them either, he then ate them.
Oh.
So a date gone wrong
I feel like that was
turned
not a
into a
date.
terrifying cannibalistic murder that sounded like something from a horror movie. Like, these things don't happen in real life. Could you imagine, you know, you think maybe your son just got carried away by being with someone for a couple of days, and instead he's found hanging upside down. He's, you know, been eaten and killed. It's just, it really is. It's something out of a horror movie. Mark
So,
was
what
arrested,
happened?
and the entire town and Kevin's family were just knocked off of their feet. First of all, Mark had grown up in this town for his entire life. He went to school here, he knew people here, you know, he was working there, and every single person was so disturbed that something so heinous happened right under their nose with a lifetime resident.
Forest ain't that big a town. You blink, you'll miss it.
It's the kind of town you either grow up in or settle down in to stay out of the wind.
We're all just farmers and deer hunters. I moved from Atlanta and thinking I was going to get away from the crowds and you know, all this kind of stuff. But here, you know, I guess you never know who your neighbors are.
And his family is obviously having to cope with the fact that their son met someone for the first time and this person did something this horrific to him. So it was just a lot to deal with. Mark was charged with murder and mutilation of a body, but his trial was put at a standstill pretty much as soon as it started. So I believe this happened in early January when Mark was arraigned via video chat, and the judge tried to confirm his identity. That's like a typical process. You know, you're like, are you so-and-so? And Mark said that he was not Mark Latunsky, that he was actually a man named Edgar Thomas Hill, and Mark Latunsky was his nephew. So you can imagine everyone's like, okay, wait a minute. You know, this caused chaos. Some people question if this man was even the same person that was at the home or that Kevin met with. I'm pretty sure investigators had to, you know, reassure the family and the public, you know, this is the same man that we arrested that day. This is the man from this home. This is, in fact, Mark Latunsky. But the thing that kind of explained all this that happened after this initial shock period was his public defender, Doug Corwin. So Doug Corwin stated that they were going to seek insanity, and what Mark just said was essentially the reason why. Doug Corwin stated that Mark was living in a false reality or some sort of delusion, and he firmly believed he was a man named Edgar Hill, and he was a descendant from some royal family in Wales. So obviously, he was struggling with his mental health, and he had a history of being committed to these different mental health hospitals, I believe at least 4 times. He clearly had something going on that needed to be treated, needed to be diagnosed, needed to be dealt with. So the judge decided to order a competency test for Mark, and he was sent to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry.
Anybody that you have a question about their mental capacity, whether they understand the nature of the charges against them, or if they don't understand what they did at the time of the offense, you send them down there to get checked out by professionals.
Those professionals in our state are at the Center for Forensic Psychiatry in Washtenaw County. Criminal defense attorney Nicholas Robinson tells me from there, 2 things can happen. You can be found competent and the trial continues like normal, or be found incompetent to stand trial.
Then they will hold you for a period of time, approximately a year, and after they feel that you are now competent, after they have rehabilitated you, so to say, then the case can proceed.
Keep in mind, Robinson says the center isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. You're held there for as long as necessary. But what if the doctors find the accused killer insane at the time of the crime? There's 2 more options.
If you are found guilty but mentally ill,
the ragdoll has been activated.
Go to prison. The judge still sentences
activated
you.
Ragdoll.
And in that situation, you are basically given extra mental health help at the hospital.
The other outcome,
if you are found not guilty by reason of insanity,
good kitten.
In that situation, you are sent to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry to get treatment and to get help. You are held there for as long as they deem necessary.
And then what happens?
He's very sleepy right now.
Prison after that?
That's right.
He's
Then you
very
go to prison.
small.
On February 24th, 2020, the Center of Forensic Psychiatry
Thank you.
announced that Mark, in fact, was
You're
not
very nice.
competent
Very
at
good
all
kitten.
to stand trial. And
Sweet
this put
munchies.
trial on a standstill even more.
Wonderful
But
kitten.
likely it will never happen. So from what I understand, the process at this point is that Mark is going to be in jail. He is going to be waiting for a bed in this treatment center. I am not sure if he's already gone to the treatment center
Are you
yet. This
crazy?
was again in February.
Giving kisses and
I
you're biting me.
believe he's there at this point. I know they were
And you're
very, very
biting me
backed
now.
up, but I'm not sure if anything changed.
And now he's
once
attacking.
quarantine happened. But basically, this started a 15-month
Kisses?
timer.
Thank you.
So he has
And he's
15 months
asleep.
to go through treatment. They, can diagnose
And he's
what's
awake
going
again.
on, see if they can figure out a good treatment plan,
And he
and they are going to continuously do tests to see if he is ever at a point where he is competent enough to stand trial. Now, from what I am
You're
hearing,
being silly.
I do not think
Can I
that's
have
going
my
to
hand
happen.
back?
I do not think there's going to be a point in time
Sir?
where he is found to be
Thank you.
competent in trial.
Here's
And
your
if
tail.
that is the case, they are instead,
Here's your tail.
after
Don't
the
bop
15
me.
months has passed,
Don't try to
going
bop me.
to take him to
I love
probate
you.
court, and they will figure out then his permanent treatment after this, because he is a danger to society. He has killed someone, and then I've got a couple of other stories that I'm going to tell you about in a minute. But basically,
Undilate
we're just
your
put in a
eyes,
permanent treatment facility
Undilate.
that specializes
Calm
in
yourself.
high-risk individuals.
Calm yourself,
now,
kitten.
while all of this is going on, and they're trying to even figure out what exactly to do with Mark Latunsky, who thinks he's an entirely different person and may not have even realized what he was doing, Kevin's parents have directly and very openly stated their
You're
anger
silly.
towards dating apps. They've pointed out how
You're
Grindr being
silly.
uncooperative in the initial investigation delayed them from finding Kevin. Just think of it this way.
Yeah, it absolutely did.
If he had been held hostage, essentially, and tortured for a period of a couple of days, which is possible, we don't know what happened. It's possible.
Silly.
If Grindr had
Silly.
contacted the family, contacted the authorities, given them the information they need within those 24 hours when they first
Yeah.
realized that Kevin was missing, there's a huge chance that authorities may have stopped this from happening. If he
Oh,
was again
sleepy.
being held and
And
tortured,
he's
and
upside
considering
down.
the fact that he was mutilated
And you're upside down.
things like that, I think there's a huge possibility that that did happen. They've also started a conversation, and I spoke about
What
this
are you
briefly
doing?
earlier, about the lack of legislation and laws
Sir?
that control these
I-
apps.
did I
There
blow on
are
your belly?
no laws, pretty much at all,
I
holding
know,
these
I
apps
did, I'm
accountable
sorry.
for anything. There are just enough loopholes that the small laws that
What
do
are you
exist
doing? Are you
can easily
crazy?
be
Are you
bypassed,
crazy?
and there are no laws that I
You're
know of
crazy?
requiring these apps to help law enforcement in situations like this, because again, they say the Fourth Amendment, people's
Hi.
privacy, we can't do anything. And the crappy thing about this as well, and
Yeah?
all I could think about, was the fact that this
You
extends
teething?
way past dating apps.
Mom.
There's so many apps nowadays,
Okay,
things like
sir.
WhatsApp, Snapchat,
Hey,
Signal,
calm
all
down.
these different things,
Neko,
all these different
calm
apps that,
Calm down.
are
Calm
encoded
down.
and
I know, you got
delete
zoomies
things
because you got
immediately,
snacks. You're
and
crazy
they're considered
now.
private conversations,
put you down?
and they're bound by fairly
Why a
new
deep
laws
sigh?
as well.
Why
And
are you
I've spoken a
sighing?
few times in
Can I
particular
have my hand
about
back?
WhatsApp, and I know there's a
Can I
few
have
other
it
true
back?
crime YouTubers
Thank
have
you.
spoken about
Thank
WhatsApp
you. I'm gonna put you-
and how
Nope,
you know
we're gonna
these young
flip you
children
around.
that go missing or
Gonna
are
flip you
groomed.
around.
So parents can't get
You're
any
being
information.
crazy.
Authorities can't get any information from these
You're being
companies
crazy.
because they're like, oh well, I
You're
mean,
being
yeah, but
crazy.
this was a private conversation. Despite the fact that there is a missing person
you
in active
biting?
investigation, they still say they will not hand over pretty much anything.
You don't need to bite.
And then
Hey.
half the time, I know in the cases that I've covered, at least a year has passed before they're willing to give up anything. At
His
that
bites
point,
are, like,
they don't
so
really give
not
anything. They're like,
painful.
oh, yeah, well, now that
Hey,
we've agreed to
I
it,
know,
all
you're
the
trying-
information's
can-
lost forever.
Sir,
It just
if
makes
you'd
me
let
think
go,
about
I
the
would.
fact that
Okay.
authorities
Let
and
me put
families
you
are
down.
contacting these companies relentlessly,
Minty.
asking for a name or a message that could
Calm
prove
no.
a murder, solve
Minty.
a murder, find
You have to
a missing
let go.
person, and the fact that these
Minty, you gotta
companies
let
just
go.
say, oh
Okay,
yeah,
you
but
can't hiss at me.
we're not gonna help
Sir.
you. Wash their hands of
Stop.
it, and then they sleep at night.
No.
How? So because of all of this,
No.
Kevin's family continues to push for
Stop.
legislation when it comes
being
to
naughty.
controlling these apps
You're being
and
naughty.
holding these apps accountable.
attack
And
the
they've
puppy.
also tried to give as many tips
Don't
as they
attack the
can to
puppy.
those that want to continue using these apps
Are you gonna talk about me?
because there can be safer ways to do it. I'm not here saying don't go on dating apps,
No,
never
he's
talk to
actually not
anyone
attacking.
ever again. I'm not saying anything like that. I just think that
He's attacking
there needs
everything.
to be a better
Okay.
balance, and I think most people can probably agree with that.
I know.
Kevin's family has stated that the largest
Like,
obstacle
sir,
in the
we
entire
were cuddling. What happened?
was Grindr. And basically, because these companies don't seem to care for you, make sure that you care about yourself. The biggest tip that his family has given out
He's
is that
really
they've
funny
encouraged you
because,
to give over information about where
he
you're going, who you're talking to.
does this thing where he'll be like, he'll be cuddling, and because he's a ragdoll, if you like pet his head enough, he starts to like fall asleep.
You know, private.
But like he doesn't want to fall asleep, so he gets really angry when he starts to fall asleep.
Someone that you've never really spoken to face-to-face before,
And then he
you
starts
don't
to
know who
attack,
they are, what their
and then
background is. Make sure there's
but then he
someone
like
that cares
holds
about you,
on.
knows
He'll like
your
wrap his little
routines,
arms
and,
around me,
you know,
and then I like
makes you
can't.
know where you're gonna
He like
be,
clings
the person
on,
that you're
so I can't like let him go.
Do
But he
not
also like
go to
wants to get
someone's
down.
house
But mostly he just wants to
in
teeth
a
on my
public
hand.
area. And I know it's like a huge thing, and you want to have
Attack
time.
100% damage is
And our
0%
instincts are to
true.
trust people, but unfortunately, the way that these
he's so
apps are
silly.
heading, they're just riddled with these criminals, and it's
No, he drinks
becoming
water.
way too
Good kitty, calm
dangerous
down.
to simply trust everyone that you meet on there. Whether they seem like the nicest person in the world or not. Grindr has since offered their condolences for what happened to Kevin, and they have stated that they do work with law enforcement, but again, that user's privacy is of a lot of importance to them, which I get, but I feel like there needs to be a line, and I do not think that these companies should be the ones that are cherry picking where that line is in different circumstances. When
Yeah, I
families
feel
and
like if the
authorities
cops are
just really
asking you
searching
for info,
a
give it
loved one. And
now.
the scary thing as well about this particular case is that there are a couple of instances where I feel like Mark should have been arrested before. And authorities have stated they really have their hands tied in these situations. I'll let you guys tell me what you think down below. But this came to the public's attention in June, that this was not the first time that there were issues with Mark. And it wasn't just small issues, it was pretty large red flags in my opinion. There were 2 times in October and November, those are the 2 times, so the 2 months just before Kevin's murder, where men had called 911
Hey,
on
Munchie.
Mark after escaping from his home.
Kitten.
Now, both
I'm trying to.
likely didn't
I
press
wanna hang
charges
it up.
and really kept things secretive to
You're being
authorities
crazy.
because they wanted to keep their private
You're being
sexual
crazy.
life
I'm
private,
gonna give you kiss.
which
Don't
again,
attack me, okay?
I understand. But
I love
unfortunately,
you.
this
You're a good
led
kid.
to what
Being crazy,
happened
though.
to Kevin.
Okay.
On October 10th, 2019, just months prior to Kevin's murder, a man named James Carlson called 911. And he said
There you go.
2 different versions of the story. Again, the first one was
Why are you
probably
like
more
this?
protected version because he wanted to keep his privacy.
Why do you like this, Munchies? Silly kitten.
Where's your emergency?
Silly kitten. You were silly.
I'm here in Detroit. I'm from New York. And I know
It's so hard to be a kitten. All you do is sleep and then get snacks. So difficult.
And I need a ride.
Hey, Baba.
I'm in trouble. I can't go back to his place if I'm going to. I don't know if you can take my sibling. I'm 30 years. I'm walking down the street with a picture of my sweetheart. I need help.
Okay, I'm gonna get you help. Are you walking on the street right now?
Yes, I am. I'm passing a barn. It's all bad out here.
You're passing what?
A barn. I don't know which street I'm on. Can you turn around?
Okay, it looks like I can. What's your name?
Okay. I can't believe I don't know where I am. I don't know. Like, I never ever had anything like this happen. I don't know if he drugged me. I don't know. I woke up in the fucking basement. Okay? Chained in the basement with a leather thing on my ankle, and I cut it with the butcher knife that I have in my freaking hand. Excuse my French.
Okay, do you have anything on you right now?
I have my phone. I'm sorry, guys.
Are you carrying anything?
I know, right, Gene?
Until I see a police officer. When I see a police officer, I
He has 0 jobs.
so then
So
I
you're
have to-
fine.
He's not walking up because I got lost, and I don't even know if I'm headed towards his house or not. That's why I'm dialing 911.
South Morris Road, I believe.
I would have just kept walking till I hit Main Road. But
Bruh.
I'm lost. So I don't even know if I'm headed back towards his house.
He was up in the basement. He was chained to something. He cut the chain off.
I cut the leather strap that had the chain.
What the fuck?
What are you wearing?
I am wearing black shoes, a black hoodie, Jordans.
3513, send that to me as well.
I just want to get out of here, and I want to go home. I don't even care about the legal case I was here for. I'm sorry, I can't help them. I want to go home.
Okay,
Man, why don't you kind of got
listen,
my
I've got help on the way. What were you here for?
I'm a volunteer collaborator. I came here to help them to see a meeting. And I was supposed to be meeting them at the bus station. I met this guy. I'm by, he was cute, he hit on me. I don't know, we got out to the car and trucked. We went to the store, I had soda. I woke up in the basement.
Okay.
And obviously drugged me.
Okay, when I get a trooper close to you, I'm going to need you to put that butcher knife down now.
Oh, that's not an issue, sweetie. We got down into the woods.
Okay.
No officer is in no danger. I've been a public
You don't need to
defender for
throw it in the
26 years.
woods, but I just don't want it on you. Is there anything else on you at all?
Just, I don't even have to have my cigarettes.
Okay. And you don't have a bag or anything else?
That's not sweet.
Okay.
What James told the dispatcher is that he was from New York and he was
It's like
in
almost the
Michigan
same
for
fucking
work.
situation.
And when he got to the bus station, there was a man there that was flirting with him and asked him out for a drink. And this man was Mark Latunsky. He said that after, meeting this man, he all of a sudden woke up in the basement of a home, chained up.
No, he didn't draw blood, but he got like
He said he couldn't remember if he was
a
drunk,
decent,
what exactly happened, but he said that he managed
decent
to
little
escape
scratch
these
there.
chains and run from the home.
So
and
just
call
in
911.
case, covering
now,
it.
If I were to hear that story, I'd be like,
Love waterproof
what
bandages.
what on earth? But he said that he didn't want to press charges, that he was completely fine. He was just lost, running around the streets in the middle of the night.
Girl.
In Michigan.
Press charges.
And he just wanted authorities to come and pick him up and take him to something like a gas station or the bus station so he could figure out, what he was gonna do, get to, a safe spot. So authorities did just that. They picked him up, they dropped him off at a gas station. I know that they did question him for a little bit, probably making sure, are you sure you're okay? Is that really all that happened? Do you want to press charges? But he said no, and they left him at this gas station, and that was that.
I feel like
Now, the second
unlawful
occurrence was on November
kidnapping
25th,
or whatever the fuck should always be like, it doesn't matter if the victim
man called into 911.
doesn't matter what the victim
very out
says.
of breath and upset. He claimed that he was trying to run away from a creepy man who had tied him up in his basement. So we're kind of hearing the same story again.
Michael Parks found out a lot about his neighbor Michael Latunsky back in November when a man running from his house showed up at his front door.
About 4 in the afternoon, a kid showed up, pounding on my door, screaming hysterically, making a lot of noise. He had a rag over his mouth where he was bleeding from his face, and he had the phone to his ear. And my dog started barking. I ran to the door, and I'm like, what's the matter? What's the matter? Because he was just screaming hysterically, help me, help me, help me.
He says the 29-year-old was wearing nothing but a leather kilt.
A gentleman pulls into my driveway and gets out of the truck, and he's wearing the same type of getup that this kid is wearing, which is a leather skirt and these leather belts and no shoes, no shirt, and it's really cold out and very strange.
That was his first run-in with his neighbor accused of killing and mutilating the body of 25-year-old Kevin Bacon.
Witnesses saw this man running away from Mark's home dressed in nothing but a leather kilt with blood all over his face.
What?
When authorities finally reached this man, they're again like, this is the second man that's run from Mark Latunsky's home after being locked in a basement. They're clearly scared for their lives. But this man did the same thing that James did and said, oh, no. I was running, and he was upset because his kilt was really expensive, and nothing illegal happened. Everything was consensual. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. And he didn't press any charges either.
Start pressing charges.
Now that the news of Kevin came out, James, the first 911 phone caller,
have a white
finally,
tie.
I believe,
for some
more than
reason.
likely felt safe enough to come
Why do I have a
forward.
white tie?
Now, James was now telling authorities
that for
more of
something?
what actually happened. So, James said that he met this man named Jamie online. And this man named Jamie claimed to be Mark Latunsky's husband. And he said that they met online, had a few conversations, and they decided that he was going to take a bus from his home in New York to Michigan for some consensual BDSM. Now, when James arrived in Michigan for this planned arrangement,
Leather kilt. I mean, like eating,
not picked
but
up by Jamie, but picked
girl.
up by Mark Latunsky. Now, I'm assuming he knew Mark Lemmy's husband, and he probably felt safe, so he got in the car and they drove home. And he said he fell asleep in the car on the way to Mark's house. And when he got there, Mark was like, oh, just to let you know, Jamie doesn't live here anymore, we're not together anymore, whatever. Now, that probably threw up a few red flags for James. Mark brought out all sorts of things like chains, leather straps, locks, like, you know, it's BDSM. And I think James realized once he was locked up in the basement and Mark looked at him in his face and said, you're not going anywhere, and left him, that, okay, wait a minute, this isn't what BDSM is. This is crossing a line of endangerment and like safety issues, and that is not what BDSM is about. I know it can seem to be portrayed that way, but it's not. So he panicked, and
Like,
he
it's
said
like
that
that
there was a butcher's
fictionally.
knife that he
That's
was
not
able
actually
to
what's
cut himself
happening.
out with, which authorities have stated they don't know where this butcher's knife came from. It makes me worry because I feel like Mark had it down there, and I'm wondering if James almost was another victim. But he said he waited until he thought Mark was asleep, and then he cut himself out. He had to go and find his phone in the house. So his phone had been taken from him, and he then left the house running, calling 911. Now, he said that
the mushroom hat.
He spoke to the police, he said nothing was wrong, and then he went to the bus station to try to go back home. This is how terrified he had just been. He tried to go back on a bus to go all the way from Michigan back to New York the same exact day, just hours later.
A disturbing new twist tonight in the case of an accused cannibal killer. Another man coming forward saying he also was a victim of Mark Latunsky at his Shiawassee County home.
7 Action News reporter Jennifer Ann Wilson with what's in this new lawsuit that reads like a scene right out of a horror movie.
Police have said that the suspect met Kevin Bacon through a dating app, and now we're learning that other men may have been tricked with the promise of a romantic encounter.
It turned out to be anybody's worst nightmare, something out of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Alleged cannibal and killer 50-year-old Mark Latunsky has a master's degree for children and lived in a beautiful home.
From outward appearances, he was a professional man, which is all the more scary. This is like all the serial killers,
The rest
you know,
of those are
Bundy,
butt plugs, so I'll just
In
do
late
that
December,
later.
police found 55-year-old Kevin Bacon in Latunsky's basement deceased with body parts missing. Police say Latunsky admitted to eating him.
He had cut off his testicles and eaten them. I mean, it could have been my client. It could have been Mr. Carlson very easily, and I think it would have been.
Attorney John Marco says his client, James Carlson, was held captive in that very same basement just 2 months before.
He was tied up.
See, this is what I was talking about. Like, we need to educate boys more
A lawsuit recently filed says when Latunsky had seemingly fallen asleep, Carlson
predators,
used a butcher's knife to cut himself
holy
out of the leather straps used to tie him down and escaped.
It was like escaping out of a horror movie, and called the police and tried to escape town.
Carlson had traveled to Michigan from New York in hopes of a romantic encounter, but now he's suing his alleged captor.
My client is still really, I mean, this isn't something that like you get over, being tied up in a serial killer's basement.
Latunsky has been found incompetent to stand trial in the case of the murder and mutilation of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, no, you don't.
James Carlson never pressed charges, but
We don't know, but we do know that what happened to Mr. Carlson was wrong, and we do know that he deserves some type of justice.
Now, clearly there's a pattern here where Mark lures in these men under this idea of BDSM, and that gets them in an even more vulnerable position, possibly tied up,
Yeah,
chained
probably.
up, locked up, and then after that, he totally lives out his killer crazy fantasies. And that's a very, very scary situation. And I think those two men are very lucky that they managed to get away.
They're super lucky.
Absolutely.
My question is, like,
Devastated that Kevin ended up becoming
where are the other victims? I know damn well there's some
Now,
other
because of all of
victims.
this, authorities think there is a huge chance that Mark has way more victims out there that just have not come forward. Again, like I was speaking in the beginning of the video.
Either you haven't found their bodies, they weren't reported missing, or they just didn't report it happening and they escaped.
Running from Mark Latunski's home. But there are other chances that there are other victims like Kevin that did not survive, that he potentially got rid of. I know that the home has since sold, and I'm assuming authorities checked everything that they could, and I don't know if they found any other evidence. I also know that Jeffree
Which, like, I'm pretty sure it's, like, documented that cannibalism makes you go insane.
Here at all. But he did donate
because of the bacteria or some shit. I don't remember.
To the family's GoFundMe,
but like
to be able to hold a funeral for Kevin, because they, I think, were struggling with the money to do that. He didn't have any insurance through work, I believe, and it was a really big deal. So they're very thankful for that, and all the other people that ended up donating. And the family has stated that whatever money is left over will hopefully in the future go towards a scholarship in Kevin's name, which I think is the most perfect thing to do for him. He loved school, he loved hair. That could be a cosmetology scholarship for someone to jumpstart their career, which would only take them like a year to do. The entire situation.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Heartbreaking and pisses me off so bad when it comes to these dating apps. And I know that this situation may not have been solved per se. If these dating apps, you know, did the few things that I've spoken about. I know this may not have been prevented by those things, but there are other ways that I think we need to be self-aware when it comes to protecting ourselves. And I do think that this does show there's so many things that could potentially be done to help other people. Maybe not this exact situation, but still, it sheds light on a very nasty, dark side of the internet. And then just knowing how scary and dangerous it can be, and then that paired with the fact that these companies don't have to answer to law enforcement half the time because of these BS loose laws. I don't understand why more people don't see how bad this is gonna be. And you know, 450% increase in 5 years, you guys, like, it's going to just continue from there, and that scares the crap out of me. And all I can think of too is a lot of people are still quarantined, and people can't go out to bars and meet people face to face, even though sometimes, yeah, that's not safer. But
TikToker tells about her marriage
really
to a serial killer
towards these apps right now, so I really wanted to get this out there. With that
that's what we're watching
I'm
next.
gonna go ahead and go, you guys. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to listen to Kevin's story. I'm hoping this temporary setup works well for everyone, me and my little jungle that I have going on. And the funniest thing about this is there's probably 40 more plants on the other side of this that you can't see. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for being so patient with me while I move and basically completely flip my life upside down for the last couple of weeks and for the next couple of
He was at least trying to pull a Dahmer. Like, fuck. Damn, I feel so bad for Kevin. That's why. Yeah, that's why you heavily vet people from dating apps. My god. Okay. Exactly, Gene, as we typically fucking do. Okay. Hold on, I just thought, if gayporn.com is an actual website, I wonder if transporn.com is an actual website. Looking. Not really, like, yeah, but I think it's just links to a bunch of other websites and then their trans categories, so not really. Meh. Disappointing. No. Okay, I just realized I saw this.
With his spoon, saying, "Look, I'm a serial killer." I wonder, if I hadn't left, like what would have happened that night.
How would you feel if the person you lived with for years was abducting
I can't type right now.
women at the same time?
Jesus.
Well, this ex-wife can tell us exactly how it feels. The red flags and how she found out the person she married was a serial killer.
That's scary
You are
as
such
fuck.
a genuine gem. Thank you for clicking on my video. I am Brooke McKenna, and today's case is about a TikToker who recently came forward to say that she was the wife of a serial killer during the time of his murders. And I will have all of her TikTok and all of her social media information down below for you to follow her story because it's incredible. And she does want to do more with her story and more with her voice, which I think is so beautiful. But yeah, if you've never seen me before, please go ahead and subscribe if you like these sort of true crime mystery videos. It's what I am really passionate about making. And also, since this video is about TikTok,
I need to grab my fucking charger.
If you'd like to follow me there, it's just the same at Brooke McKenna. I also want to thank our longtime sponsor, Rocket Money, a personal finance app that not only helps you manage your money better, but also will fight for you and help you lower your bills or cancel your unwanted subscriptions. For me, it's worth it to not have to spend hours on the phone talking to customer service or trying to keep track of all my different sorts of spending on spreadsheets and getting it all together. It's just all in one app on your phone. While moving into my first house, budgeting is my #1 priority, and it doesn't have to be so complicated. Basically, with Rocket Money, you can monitor your spending in different sort of categories and even get notified if you've gone over your budget on one of those. Rocket Money has helped to cancel over 500 million in subscriptions already. So if you want to try out Rocket Money, you can go to rocketmoney.com/Brooke McKenna or click the link in my description to get started for free. You can even unlock more features with premium. Just go to rocketmoney.com/Brooke McKenna. Now let's get back to the story. So it was 1996 in Virginia, and Sophia Marlene Silva was a 16-year-old. She wanted to attend cosmetology school
I think so, yeah.
after she graduated high school, and she was just a regular teenage girl
common,
with so
honestly.
much life ahead of her. However, on September 9th, she would get home from school. She would begin to do her homework on the front porch. This was of her family's home in
her hair
Spotsylvania
is
County,
crazy
Virginia.
volume.
But soon after, she would vanish with no witnesses. It was believed she was taken without any sort of a struggle, and her sister, who was inside of the home, had heard absolutely nothing and who just walked out and saw a grape soda and her papers for her homework still sitting there. And for the next month, the search for Sophia would not be fruitful. 13 days later, on September 22nd, a body would be found. However, this was not
and doggy
Sophia
saw for a little while.
This was Anne Caroline McDaniel, who was found burned in Culpeper, Virginia. Now, Anne had lived in a group home for mentally and physically disabled adults due to her cerebral palsy and was last seen trying to hitchhike along the Route 29 highway. She told her roommate she was meeting with a mystery man, and then she vanished, and her body was found only an hour from where Sophia Silva had vanished from. This was a place that was extremely isolated that only the locals knew about, and this made investigators believe that this killer that had possibly struck twice was someone in the area. Finally, a month after Sophia's disappearance, her body would be found.
Bro, how is
It
there
was
more
in
bite
Birchwood
marks?
Creek off the highway. Route 3. Now, this was around 48 minutes from her home, and Sophia was wrapped in a white cover, and during her autopsy it was found that her private area hair, her pubic hair, had been shaved off.
The fuck?
Fibers were also found on her body that
That's
were
so
logged as
random.
evidence, and investigators actually ended up arresting a man named Carl Roosh through crime lab evidence that allegedly connected him to this murder. And so they put him into custody, but then the disappearances didn't stop. And so the FBI then retested this evidence, and it was found that there was no connection to this Carl. So he was released, the charges were dropped, but it also turned out that these two victims
hadn't been the only ones. You see, 5 months prior to when Sophia and Anne had been murdered, there was cases back in May of 1996. Another body had been found in Culpeper, Virginia, just like Anne's, and this time it was a 25-year-old named Alicia Showwater Reynolds. She had been driving from her home in Baltimore, Maryland to Charlottesville, Virginia. But on March 2nd, which was 3 months before her body was found, her car had actually been seen abandoned on the highway Route 29 near Culpeper. Witnesses had come forward to say that they saw Alicia talking to a man in a pickup truck on the side of the road. This man was believed to be white,
tired? What should you do?
45 years old, with light to medium brown hair and around 5'10" to 6 foot. But they believe that she was murdered as well when they found her body in May. After she had vanished, though, several women came forward to say that a white male had also stopped them on that highway or tried to stop them while they were traveling. All three of these murder
looks cleaner
cases
in the
went
videos.
unsolved.
My room?
They couldn't even say for
Yeah, it's
certain
usually
that they were
cleaner than
connected.
this.
But little did investigators know that this killer was living a seemingly normal life in the area, with a wife and a regular job. It was only when Bonnie Lou Gower took to TikTok 28 years later.
Yeah, and we definitely need the stranger danger, but honestly, it's not usually
double life
strangers.
and his wife at
Like,
home
yeah, sometimes it
were
is strangers, but
You
most
see,
likely
Bonnie
it's not
started
going to be a
on
stranger.
TikTok with a popular TikTok trend where you put your hand up and you say, put a finger down if, and then you go into this kind of obscure story that you want to see if anyone else will relate to and be able to also put their finger down. Except no one expected this woman, this seemingly normal woman, mother, to have such a crazy story.
Put a finger down if you were married at 17, divorced by 25,
Married at 17 is already a red flag.
and then 5 years later, the FBI showed up at your door to find out that your first husband was a serial killer who murdered 3 girls, one of which while you were still married, and then 20 years later found out that he was actually murdering people before you were married and throughout your entire marriage.
Oh.
She explained that when she was 17 years old, she got married to this man in August of 1988, and they had been introduced through her friend, who happened to be his sister. And so he was 8 years older than her, and after they married, they moved to Maine to for his job. And
8 years older? She was 17? Hello?
But her husband's red flags started to appear. They eventually moved to Maine as her husband was stationed in the military there, and he wanted Bonnie to be a stay-at-home wife. He refused to let her go to college or get a job, but in the end, she just wanted to please him. She was so young, she did as she was told.
But first, let's just talk about how we met. Okay, so I was friends with this girl in the 6th grade, and we wound up living 3 doors down from each other. So we got to be really close, and I'd go over to her house after school a lot. And her brother was in the Navy, and so he wasn't around that much, and he was a lot older, than I was, but he was in the Navy, and he'd come home on leave, and that's how I got to know him, and I kind of had a crush on him, her older brother and everything. When I was about 16, he started flirting with me.
Ew, he's a pedophile, what?
And honestly, that
Gross.
probably sounds like a really red flag, but
Yeah,
my
that's
family,
disgusting.
Their biggest red flag was just the fact that he was a lot older than me, but they felt kind of comfortable.
I mean, yeah, that's bad. But like, the rest?
Supported it. Things moved really quickly, and before I knew it, he asked me to marry him. And honestly, that sounds crazy, except that my life was like really chaotic at the time. So when he asked me to marry him, I just jumped on it because it was like really the best thing I had going for me.
Eventually, her husband would leave the military, and this was around 4 years into their marriage when they moved to Virginia, where her husband got a new job. Bonnie Lou would tell her viewers on TikTok that around the time of their move to Virginia, things began to shift. Her husband's cruelty towards her began, and he started picking on her for her weight. She said she gained around 10 pounds, and he told her that she was fat and needed to join Weight Watchers. He didn't want her to go to school, to find work, to make any friends, so she was completely isolated in this new place with no family.
And everything was fine at first. Honestly, I was happy to be married, and I had this, it was probably pretty immature fantasy about what married life meant, but I was happy to be up there and with him, and he very quickly took charge military, so
fantastic.
Like the lessons on how to properly launder his uniform, his creases just right.
Sounds like a fucking nightmare.
Really hard to please him. I was happy to do that because I loved him and I was wanting to make him happy. If I cheated on my diet, he would tell me, "You're gonna wind up being fat like your mother, and you can't do that. You need to get back on your program." As time was going on, I was regretting my choice of getting married, but I had made a commitment, and I believed in.
Good, I had made a commitment. Girl, no. Girl,
marriage, and that it's forever, and that you have to work on it. And I also, I had a lot of people tell me that I was too young to get married at the time, and so, I was pretty determined to prove everybody wrong that wasn't the case. Marriage was definitely not what I thought it would be. Eventually, he did allow me to go to cosmetology school. Since it was only a year, he was willing to allow me to be away from home so that I could get situated with a job that would pay me more money than minimum wage, and I could work regular hours. Going to cosmetology school really opened up my world and allowed me to get out of the house and make new friends. He didn't really like that very much, and he made it really clear from the very beginning that I wasn't to talk to anybody about our problems. He would explain to me that married people talk to each other about their problems. They don't talk to other people about their problems. Of course, at this point, I was 18, and I'm out there and I don't have any friends. I don't have any family, and it was back before cell phones, back before the internet or email or anything.
Yeah, so he was isolating her.
A long distance phone call that, kind of cost a lot of money back then, and he really limited the amount of money I was allowed to spend. Not having a lot of friends or anybody who I could talk to about my relationship, I really didn't know how different it was from the average marriage, and I really didn't have anybody to bounce things off of and find out what was normal, which I think was probably exactly what he wanted. Then everything shifted again because he got out of the military.
When girls began to turn up dead in their area, she didn't connect it to the fact that her husband began to act extremely stressed, asking Bonnie if she would bolt the country with him if he needed to go.
In November of 1992, Mark decided to get out of the military. The transition of him getting out of the military was a little rocky. He started having a lot of mood switches, and one day he came home. He was really frantic. He was just very anxious and beside himself, and he came in the door and he asked me, he said, "If I asked you to fly out of the country with me, would you do it?" And I was like, what do you mean? What the hell? Why would you ask me that? He's like, just answer the question. Would you go with me if I needed to get out of the country, if I wanted to leave the country? And I said, well, I don't know. Why do you need to go? I don't know if I want to live out. And he shut me down and he said, no, if I needed to leave the country, would you go with me? And I says, well, I guess so. I mean, we're married. Why am I going to stay here? Of course I'm going to go with you. And as soon as I said that, he just he breathed a big sigh of relief, and he's just like, oh, okay. And he just kind of went on about his day, and he was just like, well, I just had I was just really stressed out. I just had a really rough day, and I just needed to know that, no matter what, you'd be with me.
Bonnie began to then endure her husband's rages, and slowly but surely she admitted to herself how unhappy she was and how bad of a decision it would be to bring a baby into this relationship and to start a family with this man.
1 minute we would just be sitting there having a normal conversation. The next minute he's shouting at me and cursing, and one time he punched a hole in the wall. He would always wind up being emotional afterwards and crying and apologetic, talking about his childhood and all the terrible things his dad had done to him. And he'd swear that he was going to get help and that he would call somebody in the morning, and the morning would come and it would be as if nothing had happened, and he would just be because this was the third time it had happened. And the first time being maybe 6 months to a year before. It was like happening about, this was like the third time in 6 months. And it really shattered my bubble. It shattered this whole fantasy that I had. He started to realize that I was unhappy and started to make demands of me to figure out what it was that I was going to do, if I was going to stay or if I was going to leave. He agreed at first to go see a counselor, and we went to a couple of counseling appointments. I can't remember. I feel like I went on my own once. Maybe he went on his own once, and we went together. And when we went together, afterwards, he basically told me that he felt like the counselor was on my side and that she was biased and that he wanted to find a different counselor. He just wasn't even willing to go because he felt like, it was just really unfair and that she was against him.
Once when Bonnie and her husband were having a fight, Bonnie was being accused of cheating on him, and she would witness her husband blowing up at her, only to completely flip a switch when he answered the phone to talk to somebody else. After seeing this, she was so freaked out. He was so calm on the phone, so joyful, like a completely different person, that she immediately packed up her stuff and left the house and left her husband.
Everything came to a head this one night when I had come home from a ballet class that I was taking, and the class ended at 9 o'clock, so I got home around 9:15, and I walked in the door. And when you walked into our house, there was like the entryway, and off the entryway was an office. He was sitting at the desk in the office. Immediately started berating me about, where have you been? What are you really doing? I know you're not taking a dance class. I know you were seeing somebody behind your back. Why don't you just tell me? When the phone rang, he decided to answer it while he was like in the middle of this fit he was beginning to have. As soon as he answered the phone, he flipped a switch, and he was like, "Hi, how are you? Gosh, it's so great to hear from you." And he walked right past me and went into the hallway and down into the basement to take the call. And it was at that time that I thought, I really need to get out of here. Shoot, I wonder, if I hadn't left, like what would have happened that night.
Since Bonnie and her husband had moved to this area, Bonnie had noticed the staggering amount of disappearances and murders, but it didn't stop there.
When we were living in Virginia the last year, they thought at the time that there were 2 serial killers living among us. There was a lot of things that were happening. It was a pretty stressful time. It had a lot of us speculating about who this person was, and everybody was glued to the news. I remember one evening in particular, after watching the news, being concerned and concerning him about that I was afraid, and I came home late at night. I was working until 9 o'clock at night at this point in the salon. I was worried about being out late by myself. He assured me that he didn't really think I had anything to worry about because I didn't fit the profile of the women that were being killed. As serial killers usually have a particular type of person that they're looking for. So maybe they don't like their mother, or they're angry with their mother. So they try to find somebody who looks like their mother, and they can kill their mother without actually killing them. I distinctly remember a day Mark walked from the kitchen into the living room holding his bowl of cornflakes, and he's walking into the living room holding his bowl of cornflakes and the spoon, and he's stabbing the cereal with his spoon, saying, "Look, I'm a serial killer." As a play on words. And looking back at that, that's fucking terrifying, because he's basically telling me, hey, look at me,
While Bonnie was in the midst of the divorce from her husband, 8 months after the third body had been found in Virginia, 2 sisters were abducted from their front yard. This was in Spotsylvania County, Virginia, where Sophia Silva was taken from as well. And on May 1st of 1997, Kristen Michelle Lisk, who was 15, and her sister Catherine Nicole Lisk, who was 12, got off their school buses and headed home. Christian loved playing football, and Catherine loved drawing and playing the clarinet. They were little girls. And when their father arrived home later, he would find Christian's backpack lying in the front yard, and his girls were nowhere to be found. Only 5 days later, they would both be found in the South Anna River. This was around 50 minutes from their home. They had been sexually assaulted and strangled, and the only evidence found on them were a few blue and pink fibers and a couple strands of hair. Investigators believe that these pink fibers could be from some sort of pink rug, but these fibers also match the fibers found on Sophia Silva. 5 years later, in 2002, Bonnie had moved on from her ex-husband. She had remarried. Her ex-husband had remarried. And this is where Bonnie would explain how she found out what her ex-husband really was. She got a knock on the door, and she could have never predicted that it would be the FBI standing
And I put it on backwards.
The FBI showed up at my door. I had been warned the day before from his cousin, who had called me to tell me that the FBI was at her parents' place and asking questions. And all she knew was something about a girl in a box and that he was on drugs and kind of deranged, and they were worried that maybe he was heading my way. The first question I asked the FBI when they told me was, how did I not know that this was going on when I was married to him for 8.5 years? Their answer to me was that serial killers are usually sociopaths, and sociopaths are really good at compartmentalizing. And in fact, if I had seen signs, then he wouldn't have been a sociopath, and he probably wouldn't have gotten away with the crimes the way that he did. And the FBI was just so happy to find me alive, beyond thrilled to see that I had survived that situation. Of course, I had no idea I survived anything. All I did was leave kind of a messed up marriage. The entire marriage was a lie. So that made me really look back at everything.
But how did they catch this man? Well, one brave survivor was a 15-year-old named Kara Robinson, and she had caught a serial killer.
Oh, damn.
On June 24th of 2002, Kara had been at a friend's home outside watering plants for her when she was taken in South Carolina.
There we go. That was right.
Her friend went outside to find Kara, and that is when she realized that Kara was missing. The hose was still lying in the grass, and a neighbor then told investigators
Holy shit, this is so hard.
With a man inside who had talked to Kara, but he believed she had voluntarily gotten into that car, even though her family knew that she would not have done that. Kara had been kidnapped, and they were so worried they were not going to find her. But the next morning, she would escape, still in her furry handcuffs, and tell the police that when she was outside, a man came up to her looking completely normal. He was offering her pamphlets, trying to give it to her parents. She said she was at a friend's house. He asked about the friend's parents, and when she said that they weren't home, he kind of leaned in towards her to give her the pamphlets. And Kara would say that a red flag sort of alerted in her head, but it was too late. He had pressed a gun to her, forced her to get into the car and into a plastic bin. He told her, if you scream, I'm gonna shoot you.
That would be so scary.
He then stopped the car after a little while, got into the plastic bin, handcuffed her, bound her, and kept moving. The second time that he stopped, her container, still covered by a lid, was taken out of the car while she was still in it and drug into what she would then find was his apartment. And she was then forced to smoke weed. She was tied to a bed, and she was sexually assaulted. She was then forced to watch the news about her own abduction. Kara would later say that there was this voice in her head that told her her options were to stay and do what she was told and to escape, or she could panic and fight and maybe die. So she tried to stay calm for as long as she could, and she said it was kind of like a supernatural calm that washed over her. It was her survival instinct that really helped her to be able to make her abductor trust her. She even thought about once grabbing the gun next to her, but instead, she simply did what she was told. At one point, he put her back in the plastic container to answer a phone call, and she suffered a panic attack when that occurred. She had eventually fallen asleep, and when she woke up the next morning, her abductor was next to her, asleep as well. She fought out of her restraints and ended up sneaking to the door, and there was actually things blocking it. She knew it would make some noise to get out, but she did it as fast as she could, basically moving everything, opening the door, and running. And 18 hours after she had been kidnapped, she flagged down a car driving by and told them to take her to the police station. She told the men in the car taking her to remember the door of the apartment. So Kara was able to tell investigators about this man from information she had forced herself to remember, such as that his car was a Pontiac Firebird, and also that she had the address of his dentist and his doctor, which he had in his fridge. He was also in the Navy, and he lived with a woman. Kara was then brought back to that apartment complex, and she couldn't really find which apartment it was. Of course, they all looked the same. She was running out of the apartment. Although because she knew the car, investigators began to ask the residents there who would drive that car. And finally, they got a name. This was Richard Mark Evans. He lived with his wife in South Carolina. They had just moved there. He worked at an air compressor company. And coworkers said that women avoided him because he had anger issues and he had a misogynistic attitude. But by the time investigators arrived at his apartment, he was gone. Though investigators would find nude photos of young girls as well as videos and pictures on his computer. Girls' underwear was also found, quite a few of them, and there was a locked footlocker with newspaper clippings of the murders of Sophia Silva and the Lisk sisters inside.
Well, that is very
inside of this
cozy,
home was
but
also a pink rug that matched the fibers on the Lisk sisters' bodies. And Kara's handcuffs had been taken into evidence, and it was found that the blue fibers on these three murdered girls' bodies also matched the handcuffs. Notes were also found speaking about two Virginia girls that Richard had been stalking, and when they were told about this, they had no idea that they were being followed. He wrote what they looked like.
Oh yeah, dude, I always get super freezing.
When they were alone. But after finding this, they realized that even though Kara had escaped, this was not just an abductor. This was a serial killer.
Another drink coming.
And his next victim had escaped before he could murder her. Kara wanted to tell her abductor that choosing her was the biggest mistake he had ever made. But 3 days later, Richard was found in Florida after his sister called the police saying that they were going to have a meetup there. When Richard was surrounded, he surrendered, only to shoot himself to death. He had allegedly admitted to his sister that he had committed more crimes than he could remember. In his car trunk, a handprint was then found, and this belonged to Kristen Lisk. Investigators also found that Richard had called in sick the day the Lisk sisters had vanished. But now, even for the crimes that he could be linked to, he wouldn't be going to prison.
Do you guys like my fancy cup?
Trial. Though investigators suspected many more murders had been committed by this man. Like Bonnie mentioned in her TikTok, she would later find out that not only did her husband commit one murder during their marriage, but possibly even more murders while they were together, and possibly even prior to their marriage.
Oh, you're right,
because
Jean,
when
it
Bonnie
does.
Met her husband, he was in the Navy.
It does.
He was often traveling to different
Exactly,
ports.
gay water.
He wasn't just in one area.
It's turning the fucking frogs gay.
The only crimes that they had him officially connected to were the murder of Sophia Silva, the murder of the Lisk sisters, and the abduction and the rape of Kara Robinson. But Bonnie and Richard married in 1988, and there was record of her husband being arrested a year prior to their marriage. This was in January of 1987 for public indecency. Basically, a 15-year-old named Kelly Ballard was walking with her 3-year-old sister down the street in Florida when a man exposed himself to them and started.
I also like it because it has the pink stripe on it.
They got away from him, but then they saw him the next day in his car, wrote down his license plate number, and were able to tell the police. He was actually caught when a month later he arrived back at the port for the Navy, and then he entered a plea of no contest. He told police that he had a problem masturbating in front of girls, and he was sentenced to 3 years probation. Bonnie would then tell TikTok about her knowledge of the conviction prior to her marriage.
So what he had told me about it was that he had been blacked out drunk. I guess he had a really severe drinking problem. And he was apparently driving around naked. And some girls had seen him. This landed him arrested and in a rehabilitation center for his drug and alcohol addiction. By the next year, when we were starting to see one another, he had embraced his sobriety and his alcohol and drug-free lifestyle. Honestly, at the time, I was impressed. I thought that it took a lot of courage to face his inner demons and deal with the things that were causing him to drink.
Then the very year of Bonnie and Richard's marriage in 1988, investigators found that he could have committed his first murder, or at least one earlier than the ones that they suspected were his first in 1996. Bonnie's then husband, Richard, was a sonar technician aboard the ship based in Portland, Maine, which is why they had moved to Maine right after getting married. And on July 6th of 1988, a 12-year-old was abducted while babysitting in Maine. This was Sarah Margaret Cherry, and a few days later she was found in a wooded area. She was bound with a rope, strangled with a scarf, stabbed, sexually assaulted with birch sticks, and witnesses claimed that a white Toyota Corolla was near where Cherry's body was found. Now, investigators hadn't originally looked into Sarah Cherry's murder as being one of Richard's victims because 1 year after her murder, a different man had been arrested for the crime and was currently in prison. This was Dennis DeChain, who insisted from the beginning he was innocent, though his car receipt, he had a car repair receipt with his name on it, and also a notebook were found right outside of the home where Sarah Cherry was abducted. He then lied to investigators about his job, his address, what he was doing, why his truck was lost, and his truck ended up being found 450 feet from where Sarah's body was found, and the scarf and the rope on her body were linked to his truck. He said he only lied because he was doing illegal drugs at that time, and that the evidence was taken from his truck and planted while he was doing drugs in the woods. But after the discovery of this serial killer, Richard Evans, investigators found that the Navy boat had been docked in Portland at the time of Sarah Cherry's murder, and Richard had also had access to a Toyota Corolla. But after Richard was caught due to Kara's escape, the founder of the Innocence Project wanted to link him to Sarah Cherry's murder, and so he tested the DNA found on her body to Richard, and it was deemed insufficient. Dennis DeChain is still incarcerated for her murder at this point. But Richard Evans was born to Joseph and Tess, and he had two siblings. His parents separated when he was young, got back together, separated when he was 12, and his dad was said to be an alcoholic who would bully everyone, call them morons. He allegedly drowned Richard's dog in front of him, and then Richard claimed that at 6, his father tried to drown him. His sister Jennifer would later say that their childhood was a prison, that they would get an A or get a beating. She said that she saw the pleasure in their dad's face of making them miserable. But after Bonnie was told about the killings during her marriage, she realized that the day that he killed Sophia Silva was a day when she was gone. She was taking a trip from home. Then after she divorced him and Richard remarried to Hope Marie Crawley, Hope was on a trip to Disney World when Kara Robinson was abducted. Hope Crawley also told the police she had no idea her husband was a murderer. Without trials and justice, the survivor, Kara Robinson, at only 15 years old, took it into her own hands to help these murder victims' families. She was angry at him for taking his own life, saying, "My feelings have gone back and forth over the years to feeling relief that he killed himself because I never had to go to trial."
Queen.
She ended up being the one to go and talk to Sophia and her sisters' families. But that's not all Kara has done. I've actually had the opportunity to speak with Kara, and she is not only such an inspiring survivor, but she is just a wonderful human being and has used her experience to make herself stronger, but also to empower so many on how to heal through traumatic circumstances and how to really seize the power of being a survivor. She has done this through her work in law enforcement, on her social media, through her speeches, her Lifetime movie called The Girl Who Escaped, and her podcast, Survivor's Guide to True Crime. Even Richard's ex-wife Bonnie mentioned in her TikTok that Kara was the one who survived. She was just the one who divorced him. However, I don't want to negate what Bonnie went through either, because I think that the trauma of domestic violence is something that should be taken seriously as well.
This shit's so funny.
And it seems like those rages were extremely scary for Bonnie.
It's actually
and
so
just
fucking
the
hilarious.
mental and emotional abuse that
brain rot.
to her
Who made
as well.
this? God damn it.
Back in 2002 when the FBI showed up at my door, I really didn't have any time to deal with it. I had 2 babies. I was, in shock about finding it out, and I really couldn't deal with it right then. I just kind of pushed it aside and, went about raising my kids. I didn't really have a chance to break down and deal with it at the time. And about 2 years later, I started having panic attacks, which, kind of landed me in the doctor's office, and into the therapist chair. And I had to take some medication for a while and go through a lot of therapy, and in therapy I found out that I had PTSD from finding out such, traumatizing news.
But both of these women survived this monstrous man, and I'm so happy that they both decided to speak out about it and tell their stories. Bonnie wants to write a book about her experience and is hoping to get that published. I think that's why she's coming out with this story. And so I'm really, really looking forward to seeing that come out. So you can go and support Bonnie and Kara on their social media for their future efforts and helping others to speak out. I'll have everything linked down below to give them your time. And
I don't even know how you would even begin to process
that. The murders of
that.
Anne Caroline McDaniel and Alicia Showalter Reynolds are theorized to have been committed by Richard. However, their cases remain unsolved. And Sarah Cherry's case has technically been solved with a man in prison, though many believe that he was wrongfully convicted for the murder that Richard committed. And just a few months ago, the convicted killer, Dennis DeChain, requested a new trial, saying that the advances in DNA testing raises questions about his guilt. But how many murders do you think that Richard was responsible for? Does it surprise you that while he was killing, neither of his wives had any idea? Does it scare you that with his first wife, Bonnie, she talked to him about how scared she was of the unknown serial killer in the area, and he talked her out of it, saying that she wasn't the profile? She was going to be fine when he knew exactly what the profile was because it was his profile. But do you think Sarah Cherry was killed by Richard,
dude.
and the man in prison was wrongfully convicted? Let me know your thoughts down below.
Yeah, Anthony.
Thank you to Bonnie Lou for telling her story.
Quite
for
the fucking
speaking out,
mess.
to Kara Robinson, who
It's
has
pretty
always
funny.
been vocal about what she went
It's pretty
through
funny
and
watching
not
2 old
letting
men
it
scream at each
make
other about
her
golf.
afraid. It has
God
just
damn it.
made her this strong, empowered woman that I think every woman and man should look up to. But I'm proud of these women for using their voices for something so, so important. And so I just had to share it with you guys. So please go give...
Damn. That's crazy. We're making progress though, chat. We're getting there. We're getting there, finally. It was actually not as bad as I was expecting. It could be worse. And I mean, I'm not like going through and like going and getting rid of stuff or organizing. I'm just putting things away. But still, it's not that bad. No, not heat miser and cold miser. Fuck. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm sleepy. Oh my god. Gee, no, like that's kind of what happened, unfortunately. I hate it. Let's see. No tentacle story time. Oh gosh. Wait, who punched Nico? Oh, he got punched by reality. Which reality? I saw Ava yell at him. That was funny. What if we all just die instead? That would also work. I feel like that's an option. 'Cause what the fuck?
I'm gonna start by taking us.
Okay, no, I don't want to watch shorts. Go away. Oh. Okay. The surgery mix-up that shouldn't have happened. Okay, we'll watch this.
Today,
He got flying punched? I know, the Dr. Disrespect stuff is wild, considering, like, how fucking long it's been that we waited. I honestly assumed we'd never find out. Because, like, it seemed like everyone just moved on. But... oh yeah, let's go.
We'll be discussing the case of Jessica Santillan. Jessica was a girl who had a bright smile and was very family oriented. She was born and grew up in Mexico, but after dealing with multiple health issues that weren't able to be treated in her hometown, Jessica and her family made the long journey to the United States to get better treatment for their daughter. After working hard to save up for the very expensive procedure, Jessica was finally able to get a heart and double lung transplant. But unfortunately, what this family thought would be the change of their lives for the better quickly turned into possibly one of their worst nightmares, because Jessica in fact got the surgery done. But to everyone's surprise, her body soon began to shut down. There was something very wrong with the organ transplantations they did. And it wasn't until the doctors traced back their steps when they realized the crucial mistake they made. Because what they soon found out was that Jessica was in fact given the wrong organs. And it didn't take too long for her body to completely shut down from this.
What?
Jessica unfortunately passed away from this botched procedure. And while this of course was upsetting to think about, you would be shocked to hear the reaction many had to her passing, because it didn't take too long for critics to latch onto this case, and many would soon begin to villainize and target Jessica and her family for what had happened.
How?
But just to introduce myself, my name is Petal Palmer, and on this channel I post anything involving medical mysteries and crime. If that is something that sounds interesting,
Zerka's perma-Vandal kick, good.
End up watching this
As he
video.
should be.
Alright, let's get into this case. Jessica Santillan was born on December 26, 1985 to parents Magdalena Santillan and Milicio Huerta in the village of Arroyo Hondo, Mexico. Arroyo Hondo was a tiny village 100 miles from Guadalajara, which according to a 2020 census is the 7th most populated city in Mexico. Jessica Elizabeth Santillan, with a Y, was her chosen birth name, but she preferred to go by Jessica, so I will be referring to her as Jessica going forward. The village she lived in was located in the western state of Jalisco, and it was about home to about 400 people at this time. This was a very small village that had an agricultural focus on sugar, with many cane fields and a sugar mill. Jobs were harder to find because of how rural this area was, and the village was considered poor by most standards due to the amount of people living in poverty. Jessica grew up in a house with her mother, siblings, cousin, aunt, and uncle, and they lived together as a large family in a small house. And her childhood home was described as having crumbling plaster walls and electrical wires dangling from the ceilings. Right from the beginning, it was clear that Jessica did not seem healthy. On her first night home from the hospital as an infant, she was vomiting blood. As she grew into a young child, Jessica still had vomiting problems, but had also begun to suffer from severe headaches. Nobody knew what was going on with her. But by 5 years old, a doctor in Mexico diagnosed Jessica with anemia and prescribed her iron pills. Despite this, Jessica still had symptoms, and another doctor soon suggested it might be a heart murmur, but there was no confidence or agreement of what was wrong with Jessica. While in school, teachers would witness Jessica have fainting episodes, and with how concerned they were, her family began trying to find the best medical care they could. It would finally be after 12 years when they would get the answers they were looking for. When Jessica was 12 years old, she and her family traveled to the States to go see a doctor over in Texas. And it was there when she would finally receive a diagnosis for her condition. Jessica was diagnosed with something called restricted cardiomyopathy. This is a fatal illness in which the left ventricle of the heart fails to fill with blood, which cuts off oxygen to the heart. Jessica was considered to have graduated from school after completing the 6th grade in 1997. And it was after that when she worked as a maid in her neighbor's house. Now, throughout that time, she was still dealing with fainting spells and fatigue from her illness. And this was still very concerning for her family, especially because her family was told that the doctors in their area did not have the expertise or resources to help Jessica. At the time, they had to really think about it and came to the conclusion that to help Jessica, they might just need to go to the United States, especially because Jessica's mom, Magdalena, had a sister in North Carolina who told them about a hospital that could help Jessica. And this hospital was in Durham, North Carolina, which had been nicknamed the City of Medicine. So the family saw this as a good sign. And factoring the healthcare they would now have for Jessica and the possible job opportunities for all of them, especially with moving to a bigger city, they soon enough made the tough decision to immigrate. The family worked hard to save their money for the move.
Is that
and
why
they
people
all
are blaming
pulled their
them? Is
money
because they're
together
immigrants? Because
to pay
that's
for
really
someone
fucking
who
dumb
is
if
said
that's
to be
what
referred to as a coyote to help them. A coyote is said to be a slang term for a person who helps guide or smuggle people immigrating across the Mexico-US border. And it cost the family $5,000 for them to guide Jessica, her brother Ulises, her sister Dulce, her mother Magdalena, and her father Milicio through the Sonoran Desert across the border and across a few states into Texas. And I mean, this was not an easy trip. The trip was very dangerous. At some point while in the desert,
Yeah, that's
they ended up
absolutely
getting
why people
robbed.
blame them, isn't
And
it?
unfortunately, they lost all of their money and their valuables, including Jessica's earrings, which the robbers made her take off.
I can't watch fucking Scott Pilgrim.
Unharmed, and they were
I'm watching
able
YouTube
to reach
videos because
out
it's
to
not
relatives
copyrighted,
and
you
other
dumbass.
contacts that helped them get from Texas to North Carolina. When they arrived in North Carolina, they knew some of the first things they needed to do was set up a home, earn some money, and have a place to live so Jessica would be able to get her treatments. Mauricio was able to get a job as a construction worker, and Magdalena took a job as a housekeeper for Lewisburg College. In doing this, they were able to settle into a trailer for the family to live in. Now, as the days went by, Jessica's condition was getting worse, and doing this long trip they just completed did not help. Whatever she tried to do something, even if it was a little bit strenuous, she was getting out of breath. And this was something that happened constantly. Soon enough, they ended up bringing Jessica to the hospital that Magdalena had heard about and suggested, called Duke Medical Center. When they arrived and Jessica was evaluated, the doctors told her and her family that Jessica had also developed something called pulmonary hypertension. This is a condition where the blood pressure in the blood vessels that lead from the heart to the lungs is too high, and it can cause fatigue, shortness of breath, dizziness, chest pressure, and many more symptoms, which are all symptoms that Jessica had been experiencing. If left untreated, this is a condition that would continue to progress. During the spring of 2000, doctors at Duke had recommended that Jessica receive a heart transplant and double lung transplant to treat her conditions. However, the problem was the family was still struggling financially, and because they had entered the country without legal permission, they did not qualify for Medicare or other financial assistance. For them, the surgery was going to cost $500,000. But the family knew that Jessica needed to get this done, and they soon turned to their community for help as they began to plan fundraisers through local churches and civic groups. During the family's fundraising efforts, a local newspaper had actually published a story about Jessica. The article told the daring tale of a family that risked it all to provide hope for their child, and it further went on to ask the community to assist. Many people read this article and donated some money. But there was one person in particular who stood out from the community, and this was a man named Mac Mahoney. Mac was a local home builder and prominent member of the community. Just a note, some sources have his name spelled as Mac without a K and others Mac with a K. So that's just a note. Mac would often partake in local events and would sometimes help out with local politicians. He was from Texas and was described by many as a cowboy. He often spoke harshly and expressed strong opinions, and it was said that with his cowboy hat, he often gave off a tough appearance. About 20 years before this case, Mac had actually lost his son to a medical error. Because of this, he greatly understood how
Not up on
hard
your
it was to get
Facebook
proper
rules,
treatment.
so that makes you a
He saw
dumbass.
just a story in the newspaper and ended up reaching out to the family. And in part because of his time in Texas, Mac spoke Spanish, so it was easy for him to communicate with them. Mac realized that the family was struggling worse than he thought. He realized that they were having trouble asking for help and getting resources because Magdalena and Mauricio didn't speak any English, and this made it harder for them to communicate with others. Additionally, they were still living in the trailer and were barely able to afford normal household expenses, let alone the medical bills that Jessica would require. And because Max saw all the struggles they were going through, he offered to begin paying out of pocket for much of Jessica's treatment, and he even bought the family some of the basic necessities that they needed. All in all, it's likely he probably spent tens of thousands of dollars on Jessica. Before Jessica could be considered for the transplant, she had to undergo some other treatments. They tried multiple rounds of cardiac catheterizations, and each of these procedures would cost Max $7,000. Overall, this was taking a great toll on everyone, and Mac ended up realizing that Jessica's transplant would be a lot of money for him to pay for himself. For a while, he was just thinking about what else he could do, and because of this, in August of 2000, Mac established a charity called Jessica's Hope Chest. This was a nonprofit organization meant to fund surgeries and medical expenses for deserving children. To this day, its website, 4jhc.org, can be accessed through the Wayback Machine. The mission statement of the nonprofit is as follows. Jessica's Hope Chest, Inc., a foundation for critically ill children, is dedicated to helping critically ill children up to the age of 18 years old, but not past the child's 18th birthday. Jessica's Hope Chest will assist families with critically ill children and help cover costs of necessities which are not covered by private medical insurance and or government medical assistance programs such as Medicaid and Medicare. Mac used the nonprofit and his skills as a builder to help raise money, and eventually he ended up building a house with donated materials and volunteer carpenters, and explained that the profit from its sale would go to Jessica's Hope Chest. Soon enough, they were able to sell the house, and because of this, they were able to also pay for Jessica's transplant. This wasn't all with Mac. In addition to helping them raise the funds, Mac was also given power of attorney over Jessica's health. He thought that this would be helpful, seeing as her parents could not easily communicate due to the language barriers, and he soon became the media's connection to Jessica's stories, constantly doing interviews and talking to the press about it. In May of 2000, the Duke Medical Center placed Jessica on a waiting list for organ donation, and after that happened, the family would just have to wait for Jessica's turn for that to happen. In the States, there are specific guidelines in place for how donated organs are distributed. Anyone who is deemed in need of an organ transplant is added to a waiting list run by the United Network for Organ Sharing, or UNOS, which is a nonprofit contracted by the United States government specifically for the purpose of running this waiting list. In order to be added to the waiting list, there are a few steps that the UNOS recommends. Usually, you would start by receiving a referral from your physician to a transplant hospital. You would then pick a transplant hospital and be evaluated there. Finally, if the staff there determine that you are a good candidate for an organ transplant, you will be added to the waiting list. These different teams at transplant hospitals get to decide what an eligible candidate looks like. However, every transplant program has slightly different rules and regulations as to who can get an organ donated to them. Common rules might include being younger than 80 years of age, being in stable enough condition for surgery, and having the ability to take long-term medication. Other possible rules that are more specific could be things such as recovery from addiction, particularly for those who smoke to receive lung transplants, or for those addicted to alcohol to receive liver transplants. And it's interesting because even if one hospital decides that you are not eligible for their program, you still could be eligible somewhere else due to the differences in their policies. Once accepted into the waiting list, a person would essentially just have to wait until an organ is ready for them. Thing is, organs are not always readily available and often become available randomly. The person waiting the longest is not always the first choice to get the transplant. Whenever an organ is donated, there are different ways that a recipient is chosen. And while wait time is factored into the decision, there are many other factors that are taken into account as well, especially because donated organs need to be from a donor kind of similar to the recipient. Height, weight, blood type, and genetic makeup are all considered, which makes sense. A child-sized kidney would be better donated to another child than to a very large adult. A heart from a donor with type A blood cannot go to a recipient with type B blood. Another factor considered is how far away the donated organ is from the recipient. Shorter distances are better to prevent needing to preserve the organ for longer periods of times, as organ transplants are considered far more successful when the organ is more fresh. And another very major factor typically considered is urgency. If a patient's death is imminent without transplant, they would rank higher than someone whose organ is still functioning enough for them to live. It may sound strange, but there's almost a type of point system that ranks people on the wait list when an organ becomes available. To prevent some of the possible bias, since 1999, there has been a statistical modeling program through a computer system which they use to rank people. Depending on which organ is being transplanted, different test results and medical information are entered to determine an urgency score. The computer then tries to filter the list by removing those whose record says they don't have the proper blood type or are too different in height or weight. After this, the remaining people who would be able to accept the organ are then sorted depending on their urgency score and their distance, With the ranking, the person at the top of the list is offered the organ first. Now, if they say no or are unable to take the organ immediately for whatever reason, it's then offered to the next person on the list. The thing is, these offers are for the person on the waiting list. However, they don't actually contact the person directly. It's actually the transplant program at the hospital that receives the offer on behalf of the person, and it's them who make the decision on whether to accept it or reject it. While the system has been in place since 1999, throughout the years it has been updated and changed over time. On February 6, 2003, after approximately a 9-month wait, Jessica's family had received a call from the transplant team, and when they answered, the transplant team had informed them that Jessica had been selected to receive the organs that she needed. Now, the organs had initially been offered to 2 other patients, but one person was not the right size for the organ and the other was not ready for surgery at that time. So instead, even though she wasn't on the original selection list, the chief of pediatric cardiothoracic surgery, Dr. James Jaggers, asked if Jessica could be the recipient of the organ. And soon enough, Carolina Donor Services, which is the agency that facilitates communication between Carolina hospitals and the UNOS, agreed to let Jessica receive the organs. Now, Duke had a specific employee whose job was to procure and transport organs. At the time, this person was named Dr. Shin Ho. And at 9 a.m. on February 7th, 2003, Dr. Ho flew on a chartered plane to Boston where the organs were waiting. Throughout the pickup process, it was a total of 3 times Dr. Ho was told that the organs he was picking up were blood type A. And soon enough, he confirmed the information and was on his way to transport the organs back to North Carolina. They left Boston at 3:15 p.m. and were back in North Carolina by 5:49 p.m. And as soon as the organs had arrived, they quickly got to doing the operation, led by surgeon Dr. Jaggers. After getting Jessica situated for the surgery, Dr. Jaggers removed her heart and lungs, and immediately after, the new organs were brought into the operating room and transplanted into Jessica. Now, these organs looked good, and they appeared to be a great fit for her body size. And after they implanted them in, Jessica was taken off of the heart and lung bypass machine so that they could test the new organs. So by that point, Jessica was no longer on a ventilator, and they observed her to make sure that everything was going well. And everything seemed to be going well. Her heart was beating, her lungs were breathing on their own. She looked just fine. But it was only after 40 minutes when something unexpected started to occur, because they soon noticed that the functioning of Jessica's organs began to deteriorate. Her heart was no longer beating in a strong, normal rhythm, and her lungs were unable to make deep and meaningful breaths. Something was happening to Jessica's body, and it rapidly was getting worse. Jessica began to have seizures. Her organs turned from a healthy red to a dark purple. There was bleeding, and she began to have acute renal failure. Soon enough, they quickly had to put Jessica back on a ventilator to aid in her breathing. Now, it would be over the next few days, Jessica would drift in and out of consciousness, but for the most part, she was mainly drifting out. Not too long after, she was suffering from heart attacks and seizures, and was eventually moved to the ICU. And it would only be a brief moment of consciousness when she was able to speak. And at that moment, she mustered up the strength to yell out, quote, "Help me, Mac, I can't believe I'm dying." Now, the doctors, the staff, they were trying to figure out what was going on and what was wrong or what went wrong with this procedure. As soon as the problems began occurring, the transplant immunology laboratory was on it, just running tests to figure out what went wrong. And soon enough, they in fact got their answer and immediately called Dr. Jaggers to tell him the news, because they found out there had been a mismatch of blood types between the donor and the recipient. They gave Jessica organs from a donor who had been blood type A. However, Jessica's blood type was type O. Everyone in the world has blood that falls into a specific group: A, B, AB, or O. These groups are assigned based on antigens in your blood. Antigens are basically tiny molecules that your immune system is able to recognize. So in simpler terms, an antigen is any substance that causes or triggers the body to make an immune response against it. A person with type A blood has type A antigens. A person with B has B antigens. AB has both A and B antigens, and O has no antigens. Your body recognizes that the antigen associated with your blood type is supposed to be there, so it won't trigger an immune response. But if there's something foreign in your blood, so for example, antigens from another blood type, your body will produce something called antibodies. And antibodies are an important part of your immune system because these are proteins that will recognize unfamiliar antigens and will attack them. If a new antigen is introduced to the body, the immune system will attack it as an intruder. Organ transplants don't always need to be from the same blood type, but they need to be from a blood type that does not introduce a new antigen. Now, there are considerations that need to be made on whether their blood type is positive or negative. But for a general understanding, someone with the blood type AB can accept any organ donation because their body already recognizes all the antigens as part of the body. Someone with blood type A or B can accept an organ from their respective matching type, so A or B. And because O's have no antigens, they can only accept blood from other type O's and are able to donate to others who aren't of O blood type. However, O positive does have some limitations, whereas O negative has the ability to donate to all blood types, which is why O negative blood is considered to be the universal donor. I'll put a chart on the screen that summarizes pretty much everything that I'm talking about. Anyway, Jessica had blood type O positive, and her transplant organs came from a donor with type A blood. This means that the organs that they transplanted introduced type A antigens into her body. And because her immune system did not recognize them as safe to be there, her immune system began to attack the new organs. That is why Jessica's organs turned purple and stopped functioning. Her immune system was killing the new organs. Duke immediately informed the UNOS that there had been an issue and had told them that Jessica was in dire need of new organs. They had to put her on life support and dialysis, and they were pumping her full of anti-rejection medication. Thing is, these drugs can negatively affect organ function, and her body was in fact beginning to shut down. Jessica was lingering in a coma-like state, and the urgency for what she needed pushed her to the top of the wait list. They had decided that Jessica was owed a chance because she never was given a proper first transplant, and so rejected organs should not count against her. Problem was, getting a full set of both lungs and a heart are not common, so some must have been reasonably worried that this would not be possible so soon. But by some miracle, on February 20th, 13 days after the initial transplant, Duke had received a call that organs were in fact available for Jessica, and this gave them the chance to try to fix their mistake. Dr. Jaggers was the one who again performed the transplant, and the organs again fit well and seemed to be accepted. However, things didn't turn out how they expected, and they in fact got worse. The additional surgery caused Jessica's body so much stress, it soon began to react and things were not looking good. Now, during transplant surgeries, the patient's blood would be circulated through a machine instead of the heart so that the heart can be removed. Now, while this is happening, it is possible that the blood can have problems with clogging inside of these bypass machines, and because of this, it is often treated with a large amount of anticoagulant drugs. The thing is about these drugs, though, are that they increase the risk of bleeding in and around the brain. And unfortunately, Jessica ended up experiencing this side effect. This bleeding caused irreversible damage, and her brain soon started swelling and she began experiencing intracranial bleeding. Not only this, but her kidneys also began to fail and her body was truly just shutting down. 2 days later, at 1:25 p.m. on February 22nd, an EEG showed that there was no brain activity, and a perfusion scan showed that her brain was not receiving blood flow. So although the life support machines were keeping Jessica's body alive, by that point, she was already brain dead, and Duke decided it was time to stop trying and that they were going to be taking her off of life support. Jessica's parents were far from willing to give up on their daughter. They begged for another opinion, and Mac demanded for a doctor outside of Duke to be consulted. But despite the protest, Duke did not agree. They argued that because Jessica was brain dead, she was no longer required to receive any treatment. And Duke explained that if this was a vegetative state or coma, they would have allowed a consultation and for her to remain on life support. But by that point, with her being brain dead, she was essentially already gone, and they were sticking with their decision. Later in the evening at 5:07 p.m., Jessica's heart stopped beating, and just 3 minutes later at 5:10 p.m., Duke took Jessica off ventilator support, and she was declared legally dead. There are many things that went wrong in this case, because Jessica's passing should have been avoidable. For one problem was that before performing the operation, Dr. Jaggers had never asked what the blood type of the donor was, because instead he assumed that if Carolina Donor Services told him that Jessica could have the organs, that they must have confirmed that they were compatible. Now, on the other hand, when Dr. Ho went to pick up the organs in Boston, he was told multiple times that the donor organs were blood type A. The thing is, he didn't know that this was an issue because no one had told him what blood type Jessica was. And where this further was messed up was that when the organs arrived, ABO blood typing tests were not completed before they were implanted. Regarding the responses, Duke Medical Center referred to this as a lack of redundancy. There was no double checking in the system they were using. No one had asked about the donor and Jessica's compatibility. Dr. Jaggers knew Jessica's blood type, but never checked the organs before surgery, which were labeled as blood type A. Dr. Ho was never even informed of Jessica's blood type, and when the facility in Boston tried to confirm compatibility, Dr. Ho just said it was okay because he had no way to know if it was right or wrong. Duke tried to claim that there was no specific entity who was at fault. They said that there wasn't one doctor that could be blamed, but rather that it was the system that had failed. And they also included the UNOS and Carolina Donor Services as part of this failed system. While it is true that everyone shared a part in Jessica's tragedy, it is a very important note that Carolina Donor Services broke their internal policy by not confirming what the recipient's blood type was, and that Duke was found to be deficient in the following federal guidelines in their organ transplant procedures. Now, all of this was definitely horrible and a mess in itself, but the aftermath of Jessica's passing was also very questionable. After Jessica passed away, the doctors at Duke had asked Jessica's family if they wanted to donate Jessica's organs after everything, because while not every organ was in usable condition, some were, and those still would be able to save others. And Jessica's family thought that this was a good idea. They thought that since Jessica had been lucky, if you will, to receive the second transplant, that someone else would also be lucky if they donated it, and that maybe this could make her passing a bit less tragic by helping others. Now, although her family was initially on board with this, Mac was far from being for this idea. In fact, Mac ended up telling Jessica's parents that doctors were murderers and that they would end up hurting other patients too. Not only this, but he also said that the doctors had told him that because Jessica had been taking very high doses of anti-rejection drugs, her organs were not viable for donation. Mac even went further to say that they needed to do an autopsy so that they could sue the doctors, and that they wouldn't be able to do this without having the organs. On February 24th, 2 days after Jessica passed, Mac had helped arrange for Jessica to receive an autopsy. He knew that in order for him to sue, he would need a conclusive cause of death to prove that Duke was at fault. They needed proof as to what caused her death, whether it was her underlying heart condition, the rejection organs with the wrong blood type, or if it was something else unknown. Now, the autopsy was conducted and it was facilitated by the chief medical examiner, Dr. John Butts. And in the autopsy report, Dr. Butts wrote that, quote, "Given the historical circumstances and the autopsy findings, it is my opinion that this young woman's death was the result of global cerebral hypoxic injury that was a complication of the rejection of an incompatible heart-lung transplant." This meant that the autopsy confirmed that Jessica had passed away because her brain did not receive enough oxygen and could no longer function, but that this was a direct result of her body rejecting the organs from the first transplant. The autopsy also showed that in the days before her passing, Jessica had renal failure and possibly had a stroke, and it is also believed that these were caused by the incompatible organs. After the autopsy, Jessica's family was finally able to grieve, and on February 26, 2 days after the autopsy occurred, a memorial service was held by their community in North Carolina. Multiple clergy members and ministers came to pray with the group, some of varying religions, and Jessica was shown inside a white coffin with many stuffed animals and rosary beads in her hands. Now, the family had wanted to bring Jessica home to Mexico for burial, but after speaking with an immigration lawyer and some politicians, they realized that this would be more complicated than expected. Throughout the case, the Santillan family had been widely publicized by the media,
still busy
by
cleaning.
critics being described described as illegal immigrants who are stealing from the States.
Oh,
a lot of
shut
people
up.
viewed them this way, as opposed to others who viewed them as a family just trying to help their daughter. And with this criticism, there was a chance that if the family accompanied Jessica's body back to Mexico, that they would be unable to re-enter the United States. Some government officials from the United States and Mexico tried to see what promises could be made, but in the end, there was just nothing set in stone. However, Mexico said that they could in fact promise the return only if the family ended up suing Duke and needed to return for legal proceedings. And the United States just said that they doubted that the family would be deported after everything, but that they could not guarantee anything. Jessica's mother, Magdalena, did not want to file a lawsuit or sue. She knew that if they did sue, this would mean they would have to go through all of this again in court. And this was just something she did not want to do. So Mac had helped Magdalena get a lawyer who he thought was qualified, and the lawyer talked to Duke directly in hopes of reaching an agreement outside of court. Mac didn't really have any other options for them, and overall, due to these worries, the family went on to work with this lawyer and went forward with a funeral in North Carolina. Jessica and her white coffin were put inside a mausoleum and sealed with pink granite, and approximately 100 people had gathered to pay their respects. After approximately a year and a half since Jessica's passing, the lawyer the family was working with was able to reach an agreement with Duke, which was soon approved by a court. Both parties have a court order that details of the settlement, including the amount of money, are to remain confidential. However, it is believed that Mac received the money from this settlement, supposedly for Jessica's hope chest. The media coverage of Jessica's story could be divided into two parts: her story leading up to the first transplant, during the transplant, and even after she was suffering from the incompatible organs for the first half. But the second half started when Jessica received the second transplant. In the beginning, the media sources described Jessica as this young and frail girl. Even though Jessica was 17 by the time of the first transplant, she was petite, which made her appear younger than her age in her photos. To the media, she was desperate for help and deserving of prayers. When referring to where the family came from, no mention of their immigration was usually made. Jessica was simply described as being Mexican. The newspapers and journalists described her as a child that we should provide for. Donation and prayer requests were answered without a second thought. They viewed her as this desperate, ill child who needed the community's support. This type of language continued when Jessica's body started rejecting the organs. She was also still just described as being Mexican, but with some mentions of the journey they had made to receive treatments she had. One source, for example, saying, quote, Jessica became a symbol of hope for many children with life-threatening illnesses. But this view didn't last that long because the media soon shifted once Jessica received the second organ transplant. It was very quickly when the journalists changed the way they spoke about her. They swapped from describing her as this girl from Mexico who had bravely traveled for help to describing her as this illegal alien or illegal immigrant who had come to steal resources. For example, one source criticizes the family saying, quote, her illegal immigrant parents will probably sue Duke University. A caller on a radio station speaking of Jessica also expressed, quote, how dare this ethnic slur come into our country and take the organs of not one, but two people that could have gone to more deserving Americans. Now a couple Americans may die because of this illegal alien.
None of that would happen if the American
in all
doctors weren't
likelihood,
fucking
taxpayers
dumbasses.
will
What do you
be
mean?
on the hook for Santillan's post-operative care one way or another. For many, it was considered okay for Jessica to get the first transplant, as that was almost a basic medical need, especially considering how sick she was and how much she needed it. But there was such a stark contrast in description when people thought that Jessica was given too much. They thought that she was treated with privilege and were upset that this could happen. Many in the media and even the general public were caught up by the idea that a person who had immigrated without legal permission may be stealing their resources and that their tax dollars would have to pay for the entire situation. But in reality, a lot of people didn't realize, one, the true facts of the situation, or two, that a human, a teenage girl, suffered and passed away tragically and not at her fault. At the time of Jessica's case in the early 2000s, statistics showed that a larger percent of non-citizens in the United States donated their organs than those who received an organ transplant. In 2001, there were approximately 12,617 organ donors. Additionally, 5.2% of organ donors in the United States were not of U.S. citizens that year, and of that group, 2.8% of organ donors were green card holders. That means about 66 organ donors were not U.S. citizens in 2001, and about 35 of those were green card holders. If we think about the organs that can be donated, which are the heart, the 2 lungs, 2 kidneys, liver, pancreas, and intestines, that means up to 100,936 organs could have been donated at that time. This is just what it could have gotten up to if everything was perfect, but it is of note that living donors cannot donate all of these organs, and it is unlikely that every organ was usable for every deceased donor. So realistically, this number is lower, but it's still a general area. Up to 528 of these organs could have come from someone who was not a U.S. citizen. In 2001, there were 23,848 organs transplanted into an organ recipient. 3.8% of organ recipients in 2001 were not U.S. citizens. That means that only about 91 organs went to someone who was not a U.S. citizen. Now, even though 91 organ recipients is higher than 66 donors, this works out because of the fact that a donor can donate multiple organs. And this showed that people who were not U.S. citizens were giving more organs to the system than they were taking. And this trend was consistent during the 90s and early 2000s. By including non-citizens in the organ donation system, the organ donation system was not only more ethical, but it actually had a greater amount of organs to give recipients. As physicians also take an oath to do no harm, it is unethical for them to turn away a transplant request based upon citizenship alone. However, the United Network for Organ Sharing, or the UNOS, did have a limit on the percentage of organ recipients that can be non-citizens during the late 90s and early 2000s. In one calendar year, any center doing organ transplants cannot allow more than 5% of their transplants to be non-citizens. Moreover, there are no limitations or restrictions on how many non-citizens are able to donate organs. Overall, citizens are still favored in the long run by the system due to non-citizens donating more organs than they receive. Now, in modern times, these rules have changed. There is no longer any limit on how many transplants can go to non-citizens. However, transplant centers must keep data on how many of their organs go to citizens versus non-citizens. And this data is to be made available at request to ensure transparency. So not only did the stats just show that she wasn't stealing, but also it's important to point out that Jessica in fact had health insurance. Although her immigration status made her ineligible for Medicare, her mother had actually paid for health insurance through her job. The health insurance that they were actually paying for was able to cover about 80% of the medical expenses. And then the money they received from Jessica's Hope Chest was able to cover the rest of the expenses. So overall, general tax money and public funds were not needed to fund the transplants. In fact, in recent years, it is estimated that about half of the people who have immigrated to the United States without legal permission actually pay for their own health insurance. Because of their undocumented status, they're not eligible for subsidized coverage, Medicaid, or other federally funded insurance options. However, they often are paying the full price for coverage without any discounts or assistance. So a lot of the media and public just had a misconception from the actual facts from the case. But even without the facts disproving a lot of the critics, either or, with this case, it's really just important to really think about the person as a person. Since Jessica's passing, everyone has since tried to settle into their new normal. Mauricio, Jessica's father, moved back to Mexico. Magdalena stayed in North Carolina with Mac and his wife, Nita. And the three of them continued working for the charity for a while. However, the charity
but I'll do that later.
In 2010, as they claimed that the changing economy made it difficult to continue raising money for those in need. And in addition to the charity closing, more things also began coming out about Mac. In about 2013, there were some allegations that Mac may also have been embezzling money from the nonprofit because they discovered that in 2004, $90,000 of the cash donations from the nonprofit had been only recorded as $9,000 on tax forms. And in total, over the years the charity was open, it was said that they had raised approximately $450,000. However, records only show that $200,000 went to families in need and $83,000 went to grants or other allocations. The rest of the money does not seem to be accounted. Likewise, when the nonprofit closed in 2010, they claimed that they had just $10 left in their account. quote. The nonprofit also owned 3 pieces of property that they carried out their businesses and used for different things, such as office space, for example. In 2009, they claimed that they sold these properties because of damage from a lightning strike. However, these properties were not adjacent, so it seems unlikely that all of them were hit by lightning. Also, investigation teams did not see damage, and board members and previous directors were not allowed to see financial records. Only Mac was able to. Furthermore, Mac and Nita ended up filing for bankruptcy later with $1.3 million in debt. And with this, there was also accusations of them writing checks that they knew they didn't have the funds to cover. More information is not available on this, but it does paint a picture that Mac was allegedly taking money from the nonprofit and using the nonprofit to benefit his construction business, which is especially interesting because there were actually some questionable allegations that had come out about Mac initially in 2004. And these allegations were made by a woman named Nancy Rommelman. Nancy is a journalist and writer who had met Mac and Jessica's family while following Jessica's case very closely at the time. In her original LA Weekly story posted on February 19th, 2004, titled Grease Gravity, Nancy described the things she had experienced and witnessed during her time with Mac and Jessica's family. And now, in a recent post from her website, Make More Pie, on January 22nd, 2023, Nancy shared how in August 2019, she was allegedly contacted with more information from Jessica's younger half-brother and later was contacted from the mother of the child whose organs were donated to Jessica. And in this post, she shared how, quote, the sudden and synchronized correspondences kindled Rommelman's long-held sense that there was more to revisit regarding Jessica's story, thus prompting her idea to possibly start an investigative podcast.
If he figures out how to open it, then I'll take it away.
Sacrifice. Since that first story in February 2004, Nancy shared how Mac allegedly said some very derogatory things about Jessica and her family, and that he may have
I wish, Gene, but I have to fucking
motives. Now, just keep in mind,
clean the rest of my house.
The information I was able to find on the situation, so I do have to say that it is all alleged. However, the information on her page included some interesting details about what.
So we'll probably watch some Nano on Monday. I think that's what's gonna happen.
Mac referred to Jessica saying, quote, she was a pretty famous girl in Lewisburg. I made her famous. And that in addition
all the way in the
to saying
closet.
this, she claimed he told her that he had the rights to Jessica's story and even asked Nancy many times how he would be able to copyright Jessica's name. Nancy said that as more and more of these statements were coming from Mac, that she realized, quote, it was becoming clear Mac meant to control Jessica's legacy as he'd controlled her life. It appeared as though Mac and his wife Nita seemed to believe that because he put all of his resources and time to care for her, he should be the one to have ownership of Jessica's story. Like mentioned, Mac seemed to always be on the news or doing interviews for a lot of this case and was often kind of in the limelight because of it. With her being 17 and looking very young, Jessica's story opened the eyes of many to cases of medical error, especially in cases involving children. And she had intense media coverage on her case because of this. At first, her story was about the horrors of medical errors, but once she got the second transplant, that was when it became a story about immigration and healthcare rules.
So dumb.
And while there was obviously both positive and negative publicity coming towards the case, publicity in general was important because it brought more eyes to the case and was said to be helpful in ensuring that Duke University Hospital and the UNOS were held accountable. The thing that was strange was that from the post, it appears that Mac did seem to want the publicity, but not necessarily for the right reasons. From what's alleged, it seemed as though Mac built this image to have the public and media infantilize Jessica, that he needed Jessica to be an angel so that he could be a hero. For example, Nancy claimed that Mac had told her that he would apparently buy Jessica more childlike clothes as opposed to adolescent-like clothes that she wanted so that she could fit the public image of the hopeless child with her heroic savior. He allegedly said, quote, but I would not buy her some of the stuff she wanted, hip huggers and midriff tops. I told her that stuff makes you look like a little slut.
What the fuck?
And Nancy wrote that Mac had even tried setting up a meeting on live TV with Jessica's mother, Magdalena, and the mother of Jessica's first donor with the different blood type, saying, quote, "We can't buy this kind of publicity." However, this meeting fortunately did not happen thanks to Magdalena's lawyer.
Nice, you got Mungo.
Claimed that Mac stated, quote, "These people essentially have a 6th grade education. Where they come from, there aren't even roads. They'll do what I tell them to do." Which would be interesting,
yes, it is
especially
clean now.
considering the control he had, or at least tried to have over the family, like being Jessica's power of attorney over her health, or being the face of the family to the press. And while obviously I can only say these are alleged, I guess some confirmed things that are available of what Mac has wrote and said include a few posts on social media, as well as the things written on the Jessica Hope Chest page. Obviously, an about section on any page or website is very important. It is good to read about who founded an organization, how they came about to finding it, and what their goals for the future of the organizations are. But when looking over the things written on the page, a lot of the included information seemed to be more focused on praising Mac. For example, there's some parts that say, quote, "Mac is not the kind of man who stops to smell the roses or even rest after fighting the Goliath known as Duke, armed only with his voice and the truth." And quote, "If we had more Macs, the world would be a far more compassionate place." There was even one point on October 4th, 2010, Mac made a tweet in response to a reporter named Michelle Malkin. Michelle wrote a report on Jessica criticizing the Santillan family regarding healthcare rights and immigration. This report included some of the quotes that I mentioned earlier regarding Jessica, specifically, quote, "illegal immigrant parents suing Duke," and, quote, "taxpayers covering everything." On October 4th, 2010, Michelle made a tweet unrelated to this case, essentially saying that she came after someone before and that she was going to be coming after them again. Now, in response to this tweet, Mac replied, quote, "I'm Mac Mahoney, champion Jessica Santillan, who died at Duke in 2003. You went after her. I'm still wondering why. Thing is, the report Michelle made about Jessica was posted on February 21st, 2003, and from what I can find, there are no other posts she's made about Jessica. This means that the tweet Mac made to Michelle was posted over 7 years after Michelle wrote anything about Jessica. And it's not like the reply he made really did anything, like present any facts or shut down whatever Michelle said, but it genuinely was a "I want a response" or a reaction kind of tweet. And obviously, this might not be that serious, and it truly is just how you might interpret it, and you can let me know if it is a reach or not. But asking her why you came after Jessica, that part sure is fine. It was just the "I'm Mac Mahoney, champion Jessica Santillan" that could be a little odd, because the tweet could have simply been about Jessica. Adding her name could kind of be seen as trying to get back in the limelight again. Now, don't get me wrong. Of course, this doesn't prove anything about his intentions, and Mac did do amazing things with spreading Jessica's story and ensuring that some kind of justice was served for the family. It's just something to think about when seeing the allegations that were said about Mac wanting to make things about himself and the controversy with the missing money from the charity. I could see how this can make his intentions seem a bit questionable. Mac passed away on December 20th, 2021, so there's not much that can be found out directly from him about this. As for Duke University Medical Center, they actually reacted reasonably in the time after Jessica's passing. A patient safety and quality assurance committee was appointed on the health system board of directors at Duke. And this wasn't just a position created to please the masses, but the committee actually made changes. Duke added more redundancy
He attacking. He crazy.
to their procedures.
He's crazy.
They
Watch
made it
out.
common practice
He's
to
crazy.
review information at multiple steps along the way, so that large problems like receiving organs with the wrong blood type are less likely to happen again done. The committee
So
was
funny.
responsible for adding a computerized system for physician orders, an internet-based reporting system, and automated surveillance to record any potential drug
Kitten,
events.
what are you doing?
These technology-based systems make it harder for mistakes to be made, as they prompt doctors when a field is not filled out and warn when information does not match. And Duke's improved procedures put them back into compliance with the federal regulations.
I have not played it, but I'm gonna get a cosplay going for it.
Which played a part in the transplant era.
Yeah, he
also
definitely's got
reevaluated
zoomies right
its
now.
procedures. They identified areas where errors
mean Silly
could
Kitten?
be made and tried to add more checks to it. For every organ transplant, it is now required that blood type
Wincy.
is checked by a minimum of 2 people before the organs are released.
Kitten.
Jessica would have been 38, turning 39 this year. And it's horrifying imagining what she went through, thinking her health and quality of life would finally change for the better,
You
only
leaving?
for it to
Goodbye.
drastically get worse in her final days. Hopefully, with
Goodbye.
updated systems in place, tragedies like this could be avoided. But yes, that is it for today's video. Please let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
The box.
And don't forget to subscribe so you don't
Damn.
miss any other videos on medical cases.
I feel so
current
bad
and
for her.
mysteries.
Like, they
Bye
fucked
now.
her over and then it, like, turned into, like, this weird debate instead of focusing on, like, the actual problem there. Fuck. I know, right? So much room. I can finally dance in here again. Right? Like, that must have been so scary. God. Surgery like that freaks me out. Like, like, when you're, like, replacing stuff or putting stuff in, like, oh god, it freaks me out. Can't handle it. Alright, well, I regrettably cannot keep hanging out after finishing cleaning. I have to go clean the rest of my fucking house because the cleaners are coming tomorrow, so I can't do stuff. I know, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stream more on YouTube though. Don't worry, I will be doing more YouTube streams. See, stuff put in is where it freaks me out the most. I know I have to be responsible and go clean. But I posted the video to Fansly. Website should hopefully be fixed in a day or two, like I said. Yeah, it's just the fucking domain. I don't know why they, like, didn't notify me that it was gonna lapse, like, internally. They sent me an email to an email I don't check often. Like, bro, what? I didn't even know it was connected to that email. No, it's not about them judging me. It's the fact that I need them to be able to actually get to the spaces I want cleaned. I don't want them to spend all their time, like, putting shit away. Because also I don't know where it goes, and I won't know where it is. Which is a problem. But yeah. YouTube stream. What is going on outside? Yes, YouTube streams do count towards the goal, yes. Bro, what? Is there a car chase happening right now? What's going on? Because the maids are, like, deep cleaning. They're, like, getting into, like, the floorboards and scrubbing it and like mopping, like dusting everything. All the nitty gritty shit. The stuff that's tiring as fuck to do. Right? They're coming for me. God fucking damn it. Holy shit, finally. Like, dude, what? That was so loud. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, anyway. I guess they did think I was filming. Thankfully not right now. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, so ow. So I'm gonna go fucking clean. I posted something. I think I still need to post the photos for it. So I'll post those either later today, or if I don't get around to that, I will post it tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. What's the math on oh, math is hard. Okay, calculator. I know. Okay, here we go. Oops. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Quick maths. Anyway. Yeah, so I'm gonna be busy this weekend, and then I will have hopefully new inspired motivation to work more come Monday. I'm hoping I will feel less discouraged by then, but if not, I will film YouTube content and other stuff and then get back into it. But yes, I will definitely stream more YouTube. We'll do some more streams next week. Now that I already published the first free video, the number one does stay there because that's tracking how many videos you've won. So you've won one of them, and then when you hit the next one, it'll go to a 2. We can keep track. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna stop procrastinating and go fucking clean now. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thank you if you donated. Thank you if you chatted with me. Thank you if you liked the video. Thank you if you shared the video, the stream, whatever the fuck. Thanks for hanging out. Hello. But alright, enjoy the outro. I will see you guys next week. And yeah. Hopefully the site will get fixed soon. I'll update you guys on Twitter as far as that goes. Have a good weekend. Bye.